moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true.
others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my
Okay. Good morning, day 2, Depth of Field. How's everyone doing? Well, a little louder than that. Not too loud. I had 2 beers last night and I got a little bit of a headache, so don't go too loud. I know, 2 beers and I have a headache. Well, welcome to old age. So, but that's good though. Now I know I should just stop at 1 beer, which is much more economical. Okay, we got a great show for you guys today. We really built a beautiful day 2, and want to run over some stuff. We've got Sam Hurd is going to be speaking at 10 o'clock. But first, we have a quick announcement for you. And we stopped one presentation, and we're just going to start it up again. Hold on, day 2. Okay. Say yes, and hit play. All right. Okay, so it is February 8th, day 2, and welcome to the show. And I want to also bring up to the stage Michael Hollander, who is running the exposure stage, which will be starting at 11 o'clock. Good morning, Michael.
Hello, good morning. I'm feeling good this morning. How about you guys? Yeah, there's the energy we needed.
All right. Oh, hold on a second. We've got breaking news. Again, we had breaking news yesterday. This is exciting. Product launch is happening during Depth of Field. So what's the big announcement? What's going on?
Ooh.
An EOS R8, a full frame mirrorless camera, only $1,500. That's pretty good.
Mirrorless for the masses, full frame for the masses.
A great backup body. You know, you spend a lot of money on your main camera A or your R3 and your lenses, slip that in there. You know what else is pretty cool? They got another one.
But wait, there's more.
An R50, Canon EOS R50. This is a APS-C size mirrorless camera. And check this out, it comes in black and I hear white.
Ooh,
But
that's
can it make black and-
Stormtrooper white. I love that.
Can it make black and white photos? There is a setting for it. So the R50 is APS-C, and I believe it is $799 with a lens, and I think $725 without a lens. So that's a real inexpensive, simple camera. But hold on, Michael, there's more.
You gotta be kidding. More?
It just keeps happening. This is one of my favorites, though. This is cool. So any Olympus shooters here? No Olympus shooters? We had a couple of Olympus shooters. Couple of shooters. Okay, so this is a new 90 millimeter 3.5 macro lens. And the cool part about a macro lens, you know, we do our other thing, Optic, the Outdoor Photography Travel Imaging Conference, and macro lenses are great for that. But do you ever shoot a portrait with a macro? It's great. It's like double duty. It's a fast portrait focal length lens. And if you ever need to like shift to an abstract portrait and like, you know, really get in there, you're ready to go. The lens just focuses right to 1:1.
All about the details.
All about the details. Love it. Okay, also, Olympus has the cameras at their booth outside in the trade show. Excuse me. Olympus has the lenses outside. They've got 3 of them, so you guys want to check that out, you can go check that out. And then this is, there's some more. Does anyone shoot with Leica?
Leica in the
Leica
building. We got a few in the back.
All right, so we got some new Leica lenses, smaller, lighter, a 35 f2 and a 50 f2. Now those are SL lenses. Those are for the mirrorless, right? But that's not a M lens.
Don't think so.
I'm not too
for the mirrorless line.
Yeah, for the
SL2.
mirror. Right.
Some nice primes. All matchy-matchy. I love it.
Leica. Unfortunately, Leica's not here at Depth of Field. They were at Optic, you know, so they would have been showing their lenses then. Okay, so yesterday our big announcements among much fanfare was the Nikon 85mm 1.2, which Nikon has in their booths, which is really big for Nikon because they never did a 1.2 before in their whole history. They did a 50 1.2, but not an 85 1.2. So that's pretty cool. And they also, Sigma, and Sigma has a lens over there as well, the classic, the nifty 50, the 50 1.4. Great low light lens, relatively inexpensive. Pretty cool. All right, that's it for our breaking news. That was pretty exciting. Let's talk about our stages today. At 10 o'clock, we're gonna have Sam Hurd here. You guys are gonna love Sam Hurd. I think he's an amazing photographer and quite unique. Then we've got Scott Kelby. You guys ever hear of Scott Kelby? Yes. I like Scott Kelby. I don't have to introduce him. He just walks on stage and we're done. And then you had brought in Anya Anti.
1 o'clock, Anya Anti is going to be on stage. She was here yesterday on the Women in Photography panel. She will be doing a live demo, which will be exciting. She'll be set up with a tablet, kind of showing you that post-processing experience. So bring your questions for her. And then we jump to Anabel DFlux, sponsored by Sigma, talking about pro pet photography. Some great imagery there. You guys are going to want to see that.
Did you know Anabel was here at Depth of Field 2020 doing rock photography, showing concert photography and band photography. And she's a specialist in music photography and pet photography. So he loved her so much, we asked her back to show her pet photography off. So David Zimand, interesting. David Zimand is a great photographer from New Jersey, commercial, editorial, portrait photographer. Took a big hit on a motorcycle in September, and he really messed himself up very bad. We were all gunning for him and praying for him. And he made a recovery, and I asked him if he's well enough to come talk at Depth of Field about, sometimes in your life, you may have, and hopefully not, a big interruption that kind of changes everything. So he's going to show his work and talk about how he's getting back on his feet. I hope he can make it today. He couldn't make it yesterday. He wasn't feeling up to it, so we're going to see how that goes. Then we're going to take a break after David, and then Mark Seliger just called me up. Mark is, I think, potentially in the top 5 American photographers, if not the top 3, easily. He's a New Yorker. He's got a studio on the West Side. He's going to be buzzing over, and he's going to show us some of his new work and talk about music portraiture. And also, he has a band, a bluegrass country band called Rusty Truck. And they just did a video, and there was choreography by Twyla Tharp, and they had all sorts of collaborations, T-Bone Burnett, and he's going to talk about how his art is a conflux of many different things. Then the awards, the Depth of Field Challenge Awards. Who worked on their images last night? Did anyone work on their images last night? Okay, good pro tip. You figured out a little hack there to give you a little bit of an edge to edit it in your home on your own. Do you want to get that to the Depth of Field Challenge desk downloaded by 3 p.m.? And then we're going to judge it, and then we're going to announce winners at 5:15. And then that's it. The Depth of Field 2023 will be in the books. So
wait, there's the
hold on a second.
stage.
Whoa, excuse me. Yeah, please.
So upstairs, hopefully you guys had a chance to come on upstairs to the 3rd floor and see the B&H exposure stage, and hopefully everyone online is able to join and watch over, get that 2-screen experience, pull up both stages. We're kicking things off at 11 o'clock, so you have a little bit of time. Christina Shirk is going to be doing a epic updates to Lightroom Classic. She's going to be working on a MacBook as well as an iPad and going between the two, and it's a really interesting deep dive into her experience. That's going to be fun. Then we have Eric Stoner, sponsored by Canon. He's going to be talking about speed lights. He's been in the industry for over 30 years. You don't want to miss that. Hopefully you had a chance to see all the lighting options out in the trade show area. Then we have Bure Perry. He's going to be talking, sponsored by Godox, also on lighting. Then Lori Patrick talking about headshots and client deliverables. And then Scott Kelby, again, we're really putting him to work. Post-processing portrait tips and tricks. He was feeling a little low on the tricks, and I told him maybe just focus on the tips. He's going to be his 3rd presentation of the event, so he's got a lot to talk about. And then we are closing things out with some trivia with SanDisk, which should be fun. They're going to have some giveaways. So come on up to the 3rd floor and check out the B&H exposure stage.
Right on. Super cool. That stage was popular yesterday. I couldn't get in a couple of times.
I couldn't get out either.
Couldn't get out, yeah. Once you're locked into these presentations, you're there to go. Okay, so cool. Thank you so much, Michael.
Yes,
appreciate it as
excited.
always. And I'll see you in between the stages.
In the middle.
In the middle. Thank you. Let's hear it from Michael Hollander, second stage. Okay. All right, let's switch things up. And we had a photographer come speak here, and we can't remember if it was, I think it was Depth of Field 2019, not 2020, 2019, Sam Hurd. And Sam, a really cool photographer, because Sam, I found, really was pushing the limits of what photography could be by using ordinary objects, doing some really tricky things. Back in the day, there were Coke and filters that used to slide in front of your lenses, and Sam forgoes that and just takes things and puts them in front of his lenses. Also, pay close attention to his images. Sam's eye is fabulous. I think that Sam just kind of walks into his location where he's got to shoot, he checks it all out, and then he finds the absolute coolest places to bring his subjects to, and has amazing backgrounds. I really love his work. He's also fun. I'm not a huge Instagram guy, but he's got a great Instagram, and I like his tips and his attitude. Also, another thing about Sam is that Sam is sponsored by Paybu, so we want to thank Paybu for sponsoring Sam. And Paybu is a special promo going on right now. If you sign up for Paybu here at the show, you'll get a $50 gift card. So if you're not a Paybu member yet, you want to go and sign up for that, and Paybu lets you save the tax or do special financing. So it's an amazing way to save money and maximize your dollars here at B&H Photo, and Paybu is only at B&H. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Sam up to the stage. Sam, welcome. Thank you for coming. Let's hear it for Sam. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay. I have two laptops to operate at the same time. This is really fun. Thank you so much, David, for everything, really. And thanks to everybody at B&H. It's really exciting to be back here again. I thought it was 2018, but maybe it was 2019. Was that the first Depth of Field?
2018 was the first Depth of Field, but that was at Kent Pavilion. You were
Okay.
here, right? You were on the stage.
Yeah, I think so. 2019, okay. Time is a weird thing now, post-COVID. It's like a strange distortion from my brain, which we're going to talk a lot about today. Quick little technical thing. This will be peppered throughout my slide in other places, but I would recommend just taking a picture of it now if you want. It just leads to a link tree. Hopefully, next. A link tree of various pieces of software and tools that I might talk about through the discussion today. So instead of having to take notes and write stuff down and take a ton of screenshots, you can simply go to that link, use the QR code or the link right there, and it should take you to a nicely little formatted page. So I'm going to do something I hope I don't regret, and use the word storyteller more times than I ever have in a talk. I've been doing this about 12 years, and I've always had a deep, weird aversion to the word storyteller, simply because it's so overused by photographers. I hear it constantly. Everything good? Okay. So I hope I don't regret that. And secondly, this is going to be kind of a selfish experiment for myself. So I appreciate you sitting through this. I don't know if David knows this or not, but the talk that I did last time here had the exact same title. And when he asked for what I want to talk about, I sent him a list of new things, and then I secretly decided to put the exact same title, even though I have no recollection of what the heck I talked about. It's somewhere on YouTube, right? I think they are live streaming this, and you can rewatch it. I can't think of anything I'd like to do less than hear myself give a presentation. So I've actually never heard myself talk, and I have no idea what that talk is like. So the experiment is this entire presentation, which I just finished this morning, first time ever giving it, finish up, and then tonight, or probably tomorrow, I'm going to rewatch my talk from 2019 and see how I've changed. Should be interesting for me. Probably not anybody else, but I'm really excited about this. Okay, next. I can tell you, and maybe this is like an accelerated thing because of COVID time and being a wedding photographer, right? I'm based out of Baltimore. I mostly shoot weddings. like 99%. Weddings are really all I want to shoot. I got my start doing press conference work and stuff like that at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. But as soon as I started shooting weddings, that's what I was built to do, and that's the only thing I've ever tried to shoot more of. But in 2020, you know, all of my wedding clients got wiped out, or they postponed basically a full year. So I had a lot of time to sit and think. All of this gray hair is post-COVID, by the way. Same with the length. That'll be interesting to also compare from my 2019 talk, is the hair difference. But I can already feel that my thoughts and instincts about telling stories through photography are starting to change. Maybe it's my age, maybe it is just being able to like sit and think through things a lot more, but it's not really something I have even fully formed yet. But we're gonna get into that in a second. I do want to just play. Get this over with as fast as possible, because I hate slideshows of like my work set to music. Here's some of my work real quick for you in 10 seconds. Just get it over with. And done. All right, cool. Ooh, that was my fancy transition. Here are some slower ones so you can literally absorb them for a second. I kind of don't love presenting my own work. I don't make slideshows for my clients. I don't make slideshows for myself, but it is helpful for you all, if you've never seen my work, to just have some sense of what I'm all about. Who I am comes through just as much as my clients do in my work. I tend to do a lot of the creative stuff when it's just the couple, and I have a lot more control over the environment and the scene. And this is a small sliver of a wedding day, to be honest. Like the time that I spend with a couple on any given wedding days usually adds up to about 30 minutes total. Most of my time is actually spent doing the work of capturing random moments, you know, classic wedding moments, the way you might expect. A lot of this talk is actually, has to be, heavily influenced by this book. Has anybody read this yet? It just came out like a month ago, 2 months ago. Nobody. Oh my God. Okay, well, you should all absolutely go buy this. This is the fastest I think I've ever read through a book, and it's by far the most highlight book I've ever read. Rick Rubin, it's like he went into my brain and like pulled out every thought and perfectly expressed it in words. He's such a great writer. He's actually a really famous music producer, like an engineer who's worked with everybody that matters in the music industry, and he's a fabulous writer. I think this is his first book. I don't know. I don't know Rick, but well done. I highly recommend it. Please go buy this book, because it's just so beautifully expressed. And it's quite fascinating how somebody who does something totally different than photography, right? He's an actual producer and engineer in music. It's amazing to see the creative process play out exactly the same in a completely different craft. We'll talk more about that in a second. There's a few quotes from him and through the book peppered throughout here. I just finished reading last week, so this is like, I'm real into this book right now. This is the first one that really caught my eye. Artists are ultimately craftspeople. And it's because of that key word, craftspeople. I think it was around, 2014, 2015, I was listening to other speakers present at a conference in Spain. And I don't speak Spanish, like, at all. But for whatever reason, all the presenters were speaking in Spanish, of course, and anytime they would say the word storyteller, they would say it in English. So I was sitting there with no translation, really hypersensitive to how many times I was hearing this word storyteller. And by the end of like the second presentation, I was like, okay, I'm gonna scrub this word from everywhere on my website, because it's, what happens when you hear something so many times, it's so overused, it kind of loses its meaning, right? It gets completely like diluted and lost. And sitting there, or sometime near that day, I was trying to think of like, okay, what other layers of photography are there that I could label myself as? Craftsman is kind of a weird word. It's sort of clunky. I think of it maybe more associated with builders, people that like build things. But it works, and it's stuck, and it's been there on my site for whatever reason since 2015. And I truly do love and obsessed with the craft of photography. Just to give you a sense of the volume of images that I go through, totally by myself. This is not including second photographers or assistants or anything like that. Last year, I was reviewing my Lightroom catalog, 423,000 images that I made. Of course, those aren't all edited and delivered. That's just the raw capture from every wedding that I photographed. Slight technical thing, by the way. I use one Lightroom catalog per year, up to 400,000 photos, and it runs totally fine. If you have slowness in Lightroom, it's nothing to do with the number of photos in it. It's probably more to do with certain Lightroom configurations, maybe your literal computer, but I doubt it's even that. I have a Patreon that has a couple of write-ups about how to optimize your Lightroom catalog. But one fun project I'm working on right now, so I've got one per year, so I've got about 12 or 13 different Lightroom catalogs in my archive drives. And I'm now going through the process of combining them into one epic Lightroom catalog. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit 3 million photos in that catalog, which might be uncharted territory. I don't know how well Lightroom's going to run with that many, but I'm excited to try. But that's one of the things that I gravitate to shooting weddings is the high volume nature of the work. Sometimes it's a lot of hours. I shoot a lot of South Asian weddings where they're multiple days long. I had a wedding last year that I started at 7 a.m. and went till 2 a.m. I did get like an hour-long nap in the middle of it or something, but I really love being immersed in something that is super intense.
Yeah.
One of the fun kind of side projects, again, sort of more motivated by time due to COVID, was playing a bit more with video. I hate the process of putting together like a storytelling video for clients. I don't do like wedding videography, but I do like, it's the company Insta360. They make a little 360 camera called the 1X. Well, now there's a 1X3, but I use the 1X2. I wear a sling bag. I can just hit record on this camera, and it captures everything as essentially a circle. So it lasts about an hour and a half. So when I'm working with a couple in whatever environment, I can hit record. I don't have to think about where it's pointed or aimed. All I have to do is now concentrate on working the way that I normally would. And then later, if I get a cool talking point or photo that I find interesting, I'll create these little like deconstructions and stuff for Instagram Reels or maybe YouTube. But I find it really helpful to like go through and, for myself, reflect on what I was doing in that environment. What did I say to the couple to make that photo happen? Every session I come home from and every wedding that I shoot, I don't have any like flagged images that I'm excited to like jump into right away. I literally let the ideas flow through me, so much so that like an hour later, unless I'm looking on my camera, I'm gonna have no recollection of what I actually made. So it's really fun to like deconstruct myself through these longer form video captures, and it's also frictionless. It's a lot of people maybe shoot with a GoPro on their camera or something like that. You have to remember to hit record. It's visually distracting. It's in your way. Like wearing this chest cam is perfect because I have no added friction other than at least remembering to hit record and my process of making things. It's also just as a marketing tool. It's really meant to more attract and help photographers learn things, but my wedding clients often mention this as something they come across researching me. They like the wider context of the environments I'm shooting in. I mean, most people, it's the first time getting married, they've never planned a wedding or anything like that. They think they need to pay extra for the, insanely beautiful florals and room that like unlocks the view from the balcony. You don't necessarily need to be in an obviously beautiful space to make an interesting photo. In fact, most of my personal favorite and creative photos are done just walking down the street or like literally right next to a dumpster or something. Whatever's not in the frame, right, doesn't exist. It's fine. If the light works, if some other aspect of the photo is really interesting, you can make something. Anyway, you should be able to draw a circle, maybe 3 feet out from anywhere that you're standing or sitting, and make an interesting photo in that circle somehow, especially if you're in New York or someplace like this. You're falling over interesting perspectives and compositions here. Anywho, to take a step back, here's me in college. There I am. Out of the photography stuff for a minute, my creative journey really started in music and audio. I grew up playing violin forever, and I learned guitar and drums and all sorts of stuff. I played in a lot of bands, and I guess when I was 15, I started to really be interested in the process of recording things. Music production, essentially. And this was the era right when being a bedroom producer started to become actually possible. Now, I think we take it for granted, but way back when, this would have been 1995 or something, when I got my first microphone and started to record bands. That was truly my passion for about 10 years. So when I was 15 to 25, I was obsessed with music. I did about 15 records, varying from Christian hardcore metal bands to hippie, folk, acoustic, everything, along with bands that I play in myself. I think I made about negative $20,000 from this business. It did not take off, which is fine. Again, thinking about Rick Rubin's book, this is a music producer who is talking somewhat about his process specifically in music, but it's not about that. The exact same tools that and intuitive things that I was honing working in record production for 10 years completely gave me a huge head start in photography when I really started to do that professionally. And photography just happened to work out from a business perspective much better and faster for me. And that's actually, I think, something just to mention. I don't know how many people here are full-time or just hobbyists or whatever, but a lot of people, if they find success in photography or some creative venture, it tends to be a hobby that fills all their free time, and it's something that they do for themselves, but then you get a little success maybe, and it becomes sort of your primary income. It's now your job. There tends to be this void that goes unfilled where there's no hobby anymore. And a lot of people will just say, okay, I'll shoot personal work. I don't think that's enough. I'm very grateful to have music still squarely in the hobby canister. So when I start to feel a little burnt out, maybe I'm on my 35th wedding or my 400,000th photo of the year, right? I can take a break from the craft of photography, still exercise and work that creative muscle just by playing music or recording music. And somehow, sometimes it's hard to measure or directly draw the line. Somehow it's going to pay me back in my sense and in my process in photography. So it's something really important. Around year 5, when people are full-time as wedding photographers, I consistently see people burning out. And I think that's one of the main reasons. They have no other hobby because they're so busy with photography, and then when they're not doing that, they just, I don't know, get overwhelmed. Okay, bit more about my history. I was a terrible student, really, really, really bad. No matter what. So I think until I was about 10 years old, they bounced me around in advanced classes, regular classes, sub-regular classes to try and see where I could actually perform and get a good grade. No matter what, I was going to get a C, maybe a B average in pretty much any class I ever took. And I figured this out by the time I was 10. I remember my 5th grade teacher, elementary school, Mr. Tahini. I was in his first, it was his first year teaching. And he really liked me because the school had access to a Mac. So this would have been 1995. And the Mac somehow had a really, really expensive scanner. So he let me use the computer to scan a dollar bill and make what is known as the Tahini dollar, which he uses to this day as a homework pass for his students. So I really loved playing around with computers. I'm very passionate about that. We'll talk more about that in a second. But I told him at the end of the year, okay, this really hard English exam. He's like, do your best. You really need to get a B or something. And I said, no matter what, I'm going to get a C or maybe a B. He said, okay, tell you what, if you take your test and get a B, and then take the advanced level English class and get at least a C, then I'll put in a recommendation for your middle school to start off in, the honors classes or whatever. And I was like, okay, so I took the test and I got a C. And for whatever reason, it was a clerical error, but I was automatically enrolled in like the honors levels, math and science. And I just stuck with that all the way through the end of my college career. No matter how difficult the class, for whatever reason, I was going to do just enough work to get a C. So why not major in information and computer science, which is what I decided to major in, which is not something that comes naturally to me. I really, I love computers and technology, but I'm really awful at math. It is not something, like I can't do basic addition and subtraction sometimes. It's quite embarrassing. But I love being immersed in an environment, in a classroom, or a degree of study where it doesn't come to me naturally. It made much more sense to me to not major in music and do that as my hobby and my passion, teaching myself, and major in something that was really difficult, and get a C and still have at least a good enough marketable degree that I would probably be fine. So, okay, what this sort of informed in myself, which I didn't even, this was not something like I really consciously did, was taking this sort of opposite approach to life and trying to immerse myself in environments and situations that I know make me a bit uncomfortable or are just kind of weird. Starting from the opposite perspective. So this is kind of a list. It could be much longer than this, but I don't want to read from a list for most of my presentation. I tend to, any book that I start reading, I read the last page first. And a lot of these, I have no idea why, by the way. I have awful vision, so I'm wearing contacts right now. If anybody has a prescription, my contact prescription is negative 9.5. So I can see about this far before it's pure bokeh in real life, yeah. But I'm a photographer, right? So for how long, I don't know, but hopefully my vision doesn't get any worse. There's this weird thing called aphantasia. Has anybody heard of this? Okay. Has anybody listened to the podcast Hello Internet, by the way? Oh man, that's okay. They're on hiatus anyway. But aphantasia, I learned about it through this podcast. It kind of blew my mind. I can't visualize things in my mind, and I thought that's how it was for everybody. I didn't realize that some people, if I said picture an apple on a table, they could literally in vivid detail see that in their mind. For me, it's like a blurry, dark, pixelated nothingness that kind of blinks in and out. It's not vivid. And it's a condition called aphantasia, which is really interesting. There's another weird thing, if you've never heard of it, it's called subvocalization. And when I read something, silently, I hear myself saying it back in my head. And not everybody's like that. It blows my mind that some people can just read and absorb it without hearing an inner dialogue of it being read to them. Anyway, I don't dance. I have like a weird phobia of dancing. I don't know what traumatic thing happened at some middle school dance or something. It's blocked from my memory, but I cannot, and just, it's the most uncomfortable thing ever. Yet I spend about 3 hours of every wedding photographing people dancing. I kind of circle them like a shark, but it's not that awkward, but I really don't dance. I'm a wedding photographer, never been married. I don't work when I have to, and I do my absolute best machine-like work when I don't have to. I just came from vacation, first vacation I've taken in 10 years. I highly recommend Vieques. Has anybody ever been to Vieques? It's right next to Puerto Rico. It's an amazing little island, one stoplight, and no stoplights in the entire place. Anyway, I spent about 2 days being bored and then worked more than I ever have in my life. And then, yeah, I'm a generally socially introverted person. It's very exhausting to interact with people. I love it, but like draining just mentally. But I love speaking and teaching and putting myself under the spotlight. It's intense. It's interesting. And this opposite approach and being very comfortable in that space that doesn't come naturally to me, it's not in my nature, has served me really, really well. If you want to take it down to a super practical level in photography, I think it was around the Nikon D4S. I shot Nikon DSLRs for 10 years. I switched to Canon mirrorless when they launched the EOS R. The Nikon D4S was the first DSLR that had live view that was fast and responsive enough that you could actually use it to take a series of photos. It wasn't too slow and delayed and clunky. It's pales in comparison to what we have now. We take it for granted what mirrorless enables with live view. It seems natural, like the way it should always be. It has not always been that way. The Nikon D4S was responsive enough, but I still had to manual focus everything because the live view autofocus was unusable. It was so slow. But I found myself, so that was probably 2015 when that camera came out. People are paying thousands of dollars for me to shoot their weddings. I show up, and I'm taking photos like this, like I have an iPad or an iPhone or something. It's maybe kind of an awkward thing. And I did have clients ask me, like, why do you keep looking at the back of your camera so much? And for me, though, it's like, yeah, it's weird, but I knew that it enabled something, that instant feedback of what the light was doing. David mentioned, yeah, I shoot through a lot of various things like little aluminum pipes to create flare, or a prism. That was sort of my first thing, it was prism. Seeing the effect of that in real time on the back of the camera was totally revolutionary for me. And having 5 years of practice doing that in clunky DSLRs made a seamless, easy transition for me once mirrorless cameras were launched the way we know them now. Okay. Starting to tie some of this together. So I tend to gravitate towards things that are conceptually super easy. Like, I can't even believe you're saying this. It's so easy, right? I'm stuck creatively. What do? I'm going to do the opposite thing. Okay, what does that mean? Just do the opposite. It's like, okay. That's a very easy concept. I love things that are conceptually very easy, but practically, like in practice, very difficult, especially to remind yourself of. So it's really difficult. You might take a few safe shots of a subject that's in front of you or a couple or whatever, and then you start to feel that itch. Like, I really want to push myself. I'm not getting that like special creative inspiration. What can I do? Well, literally force yourself to do the opposite of what you're doing. So just simply do a 180 and look behind you. Even if you know it's an ugly background, you might appreciate some aspect of it that you hadn't previously. Maybe you're photographing people standing, like most of the time, walking around. It's usually how I photograph wedding clients, just having them lay down on the ground or sit and remind myself to like have them do this opposite interaction really serves me well. And I don't know, it's something you just kind of have to practice and keep in the back of your head all the time. Okay, oftentimes it'll lead you to the silliest thing possible, so maybe don't do the literal opposite thing, but work backwards from there until you get to a place that like starts to make some sense. Yeah, anyway. Another thing I'm really grateful for as far as weddings go, and this wasn't really something that I have really thought about until the past few years. Another quote from Rick Rubin: "It's helpful to work as if the project you're engaged in is bigger than you." And just by the nature of it being a wedding day, I'm so grateful that I've always felt that, right? Anybody who's shot a wedding knows, hopefully, it's serious business. You're contributing to the legacy of this family, this new family that's starting. The more time that goes on, the more valuable and priceless your images are going to become to those people. So that enabled a really, for me, a long, like, kind of career arc of how I imagined my work, percolating throughout the world. I don't think I would have had that perspective if I just stayed at the press club shooting press conferences where the photo goes up on a website or in a newspaper, and then the next day, there's a whole new thing of news that nobody really cares about. I've taken portraits of incredible people, really, really well-known, recognizable faces, and it's like the most boring work ever, even though the techniques that I used were actually very interesting. Oh, and David mentioned, there is another Nikon lens that Nikon made. They just announced the new 85 1.2. There's a 58 1.2 that is one of my all-time favorite lenses that I still shoot with. It's very expensive and hard to find now, but if you can find that lens, hold on to it and never let it go. It's beautiful. A lot of the creative portraits I made of like celebrity types were done with that lens. But it's not something I ever look at or care about or feel that has like appreciating value at all over time, other than, having like a recognizable face. So when you can appreciate, hopefully, and picture your journey as a photographer as a long arc, not just day to day or 1 month to the next in what you're doing. It allows you a little bit of flexibility to take liberties with how you might, for lack of a better word, the prism with which you view your work, right? So I never really felt uncomfortable detaching the word storyteller from my work and kind of leaning into craftsman, even though it's sort of weird and awkward, and I don't know why I like that word so much. And it's helped me to slow things down in my process. I think by the nature of a photograph being instantly right there, compounded by things like social media, of course, people just tend to think of themselves as an instant storyteller, as a photographer. And I think it's important to sort of push against that and think about what happens when you take a slower, more considered approach. Let me give an example that ties in weirdly with this conference. This is a photo I made in Belgium, 2012, traveling through Europe with some friends. For no reason, like a month or two ago, I was looking through this old blog post, and I was getting a little freaked out with how many of the images I had completely ejected from my memory. Like, oh yeah, I totally forgot. I like, did this thing at this place or whatever. That is scary, by the way. But this photo stuck out to me. It's just randomly in a mix of another 100 images. And I think it was Michael had just sent some of the promo stuff for this conference. And this photo was peppered everywhere for it. I like it, it's a great photo, I'm glad I used it. But it was in a folder of hundreds of other images that I had made. And he teased this out to, use however they wanted to. And it kind of creeped me out how similar it is to this photo that I made in 2012. This couple here was 2019, a wedding in Baltimore. And again, I didn't think about and remember this original shot of this random tree in Belgium. This seed had been planted somewhere in my brain, somewhere in my style and my approach, and later resurfaced as this portrait idea at a completely unrelated wedding. Now resurfacing again 4 or 5 years later in a conference where I'm supposed to be talking about storytelling. So for me, the meaning and impact of this photo of this couple has a completely different meaning than it used to. The couple probably has a completely different story and meaning of their own. But I just found that weirdly coincidental. So good job, Michael. I think it was Michael that picked that up. Okay, we're about at the halfway point. So real quick, just stretch break. My voice tends to put people asleep. You can just, if you want, just stand and stretch your legs. It'll take about 30 seconds to do that. And yeah, I'll let you know when my meditation app is coming out too. Nice. I'm awful at stretching, by the way. Really bad. Nice. Good. Awesome. I'm always 50% worried like half the room is going to leave whenever I do that too. It's like, what's this guy rambling about? Make the point. Just make the point. Okay. So this, I think, if you really take a long, considered, deliberate approach to looking at your work and reflecting on it and not really immersing yourself in what the story of something is about a photo you just made that day or a week later or a year later, it's going to be different for everybody. But for me, it really seems right about 10 years is the buffer now where images that I made that long ago or older, I'm detached enough from it that for whatever reason, the stories are starting to flow. And it's a really weird thing that I'm still trying to understand in myself. But for the past couple months, I've been using this platform called Glass, which is actually just a photo sharing platform. It's not meant to be a blogging platform. It's just a really small indie company. I think there's three people that work there. It's glass.photos, the website. It's a beautiful, they're trying to tap into the old internet, like the old Flickr that used to be amazing for photographers that Yahoo or somebody acquired and killed. Glass is trying to recapture that. It's a very photo or photographer first platform, no video, no stories, beautiful presentation of EXIF data, which is really cool. I've always been annoyed that you can't see EXIF data on things like Instagram. But for whatever reason, the format and experience of using Glass, just I will find photos from about 10 years ago, not always, but a while ago, and just write thoughts, and the stories are just starting to flow. And it's really weird because it's not at all something I could have done right after I had made that shot. The story would have been 100% about just, this is a wedding couple, this is what we did on their wedding day. I learned so much about them, this is their personality, whatever. None of that is what I'm actually feeling compelled to write about now, like 10 years later. By the way, I do tend to lean into in-camera effects. I love that. It's a very like Chris Nolan mindset, maybe. The constraint of at least doing something, the core idea in camera. I'll edit things for sure and edit out distracting things like signs or whatnot. But I love the personal trophy of like doing something really weird, like a triple exposure shot through 3 different colored gels, pieces of glass, actually, a red, a green, and a blue. I'm not going to deconstruct the whole thing here, but anything weird like that is not just like layered and photoshopped and together. It's actually done in camera on the back of my screen and then edited a little tighter in post. But I've found the process of writing on glass to be really great, and they unfortunately are a subscription model, by the way, and I don't work for them. They pay me nothing to say anything about them, but it's like $5 a month, I think. But the whole trade-off is you're not then monetized to an algorithm of ads. It's just a feed, again, in like the old style of the internet, which I really love. So something in the last year or two has shifted a lot in how I think storytelling is going to be done. Already, we live in this weird distortion where most stories that people share don't do what stories used to do for people. It used to be a method of passing on information to survive, maybe to be entertained, but to like pass on really valuable information from one generation to the next. That was like the primary surface of stories existing. I feel like nowadays that is the exception to how maybe I'm reading the wrong books and watching the wrong movies, but it seems like most stories that people are sharing really are just to provide an escape from reality or to really just demand your attention and nothing else. I can't remember the last time I saw a movie and was motivated into real change in my life. Maybe for like a day, maybe I feel really inspired, but I wasn't like motivated to really change what I was doing in my life. I'm sure plenty of people have stories where that has happened to them, but not for me. We live in this kind of weird distortion, especially with social media, being mostly just vying for your attention in the story, not really demanding anything from you. And it's about to get worse and even more distorted and complicated with a lot of the more recently popular AI tools. I don't know if anybody else here has talked about AI in a talk yet. It's like everybody's talking about it. It's a little annoying, to be honest, but it is really important because I think we're experiencing quite a shift that is going to be a weird thing to wrestle with. There's a tool I've been using for a little while just to experiment, play around with. It's called Midjourney. It's one of the AI like content generators. It literally does the rendering that you're seeing in these art things here. To create each of these outputs, this is literally all I had to do was type in this text prompt. Standing in front of huge circular windows, standing on the deck of an old ship, old couple, long faces, weird clothing, wearing glasses, wedding fashion, detailed faces, full body, fine art lighting from Octobox, vibrant colors, guests, cinematic. Some of that's just like pure randomness, but it's very fascinating to see the output from this thing. And it's a really weird feeling. I don't know if I generated these and shared them in a portfolio of my work or like posted it as my AI art, I'm not really sure what story exists in this. The machine did the work of choosing the quirky clothing. Yeah, I said the text, and yeah, I can make curations and modify the prompt to have slightly different outputs than maybe what I want, but something feels very strange about this, not having done any of the physical work of like an illustrator or like an actual computer graphic artist. But that doesn't mean it's not useful. And maybe right now the story feels very not obvious and disconnected because this tool has only existed for like 6 months in the world. Maybe in 10 years, it'll be much more interesting and helpful to talk about. I don't know. But for me, it tends to all circle back to how can this thing actually be useful in the craft of photography? And it reminds me of what I used to do with these little creepy tiny mannequin dolls. In my formative years in photography, I would if bored or just trying to like, I don't know, stretch a creative muscle, white wall, iPhone, little mannequins. They're like this big. And I would just practice the physical process of arranging human-like shapes in a rectangle. That is that's pretty much all I'm doing compositionally with weddings or with my couples. Very, very similar thing. Very helpful. If you can do this like once a day, if you don't have like a regular stream of clients to photograph every day, I promise you this seriously pays off. And you start to build this, again, this intuitive sense of how things should be arranged in a shot. So that when you're there in the moment, you can actually maintain a conversation with your couple, joking and laughing about something totally different, and like in the background, run like a sub process of exactly how things should be arranged to make a really interesting, fascinating composition. But it takes practice. Yeah, hopefully you have a ton of clients and you can just do that all day, every day with paying wedding clients. But the reality is these little mannequins are much cheaper and easier to use. And you could, I actually have an even creepier giant blow-up doll with a creepy mask. That is how I studied different light modifiers and how a softbox looks different to an umbrella. All these things, you can look at pictures all day long on the internet of like what the quality of the light looks like, but you really need to see it on a person in real time and make painfully slow, annoying adjustments that no human would really want to sit in for. So yeah, a really creepy giant life-size mannequin actually is very helpful for that. But this tool, this AI tool, it is kind of cool. The decisions it's made compositionally. I find it's reminding me of having this sort of background sense of how I positioned things in a frame previously, and then recalling that later with my clients. The same thing could kind of play out with some of the interesting perspectives I had never considered and thought about. Not to recreate this AI output exactly, but just use it as a starting point to just shoot me in a new direction I never would have otherwise considered. I think that's right now where I'm finding these things the most valuable. As far as how they fit into like a real story and a deep artistic expression, it's really weird. It's a weird time. I feel like any AI artist should actually be sharing the output, but more importantly, the prompt that they used, because that is where in the text writing, the art is, I think, occurring, not in the output from the AI machine. Anyway, there's other versions of AI now that are kind of getting lumped in together. One of my favorite, I try and put something practical in every talk. One of my favorite tools that I've been using for about 2 years, it's called Imagine. And it basically does an incredible job auto-editing. So what you're seeing first are the like straight out of camera, I'm plus or minus, a little over, a little underexposed as I shoot throughout the day. When it's snapping into a render or whatever, that is the AI edit of my work. So what it does is it doesn't try and like edit a style for me. You actually send Imagine like 3,000 raw files that you've edited with a look that you like, maybe a preset or something like that, and then they build a custom profile based on those thousands of raw files that then give you a much better starting point. I still manually go in and tweak things and look every image over, but everything is equalized and elevated to be much more consistent as a starting point. So it definitely saves me time, and the straighten tool has revealed just how non-straight I keep my horizon lines, even though I thought I was like really good at that, but it will humble you quickly to see like how many times it needs to straighten photos for you. Here's just some before and afters. Again, this is an editing preset that I built, but the actual bump up in exposure, or the balance of exposing it to see the bride's face, but pulling back the highlights, that's all done through Imagine in a way that I would have otherwise intended and done manually, but done for me. I do a really great job. There's a couple of different, it's an interesting space right now, the AI editing space. Yeah, I can't believe I overexposed the original shot that much. I would think for sure all that highlight detail would have been blown out, but I did a good job recovering everything. Anyway, there's a lot of apps in that space right now that have a varying degree of usefulness or not. Right now, my favorite to use is Imagine AI. Yeah, they're a really great company. Okay, so to wrap up and kind of make my point, I have come around to the fact that simply being a photographer does grant you the status of storyteller. Like by default, you can tell a story from any photo. Anybody who's a photographer, fine, I'll grant you that. But think about the images you're making in your life in a longer arc, okay? Think of them as seeds that you're planting throughout your life. In the moment, when you're creating a photograph, don't overthink the story or meaning. Just let the ideas flow through you without consequence. Some photographs will be forgotten about. In fact, most will. Of that 3 million images that is going to be in my epic Lightroom catalog, 90% of those are never going to see the light of day, ever. I will have seen them once, hopefully, as I cull them away and bury them into my archives forever. So most photographs will be forgotten about. But if you're patient, and if you give it enough time, and you pay attention, then eventually some photos will grow into something more special than you could have planned for. So that's it. I'm done. Thanks. I don't know if we're doing questions or.
Let's do some questions.
Okay, cool.
I got one for you, though.
Oh, great.
Right to start off with. I notice you don't like the word, you don't like storytelling. How do you feel about the journey?
Yeah, I'm still very much in the craftsman journey part, I think. I'm starting, like I said, with what I'm writing on glass, for whatever reason, starting to feel, again, that the stories are starting to like flow, but it's still very much like I'm immersed in obsession with the craft of photography.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're okay with the word journey?
Journey's cool.
All right.
Yeah.
I like path. You know, that's the theme. The theme this year is Light the Path.
I didn't know that. Have I seen that anywhere?
Okay, so we've got some questions and answers for you. There we go. You just raise your hand. And
Thanks so much, Sam. I guess I'm wondering, with all the other photos, like during the reception and, you know, the sort of stuff that we all have to do as wedding photographers, can you talk a little bit about your creative process when you're making those, even though it's a much different photo than the ones that you like to highlight?
Yeah, great question. Because I think I mentioned that briefly. The reality, most of the day is spent not making really cool, epic photos with the couple. It's 7.5 hours of the getting ready. And so I've had to find ways to love every layer of the process, maybe starting with the reception, since you mentioned that, right? Like wedding receptions are generally many hours of people dancing and drinking, and you tend to hear a lot of the same songs. Like if I hear another Journey song, I'm gonna go crazy. You just become very hardened to just the YMCA and everything that people like. So there's some things like, thankfully enabled by technology. So during open dancing, basically, I had custom painted matte black, a pair of AirPod Pros that I pop in and wear and just listen to my own music while people are dancing. And it's really fun. That totally, honestly, I don't think I would still be shooting weddings if I hadn't started doing this. Because it was really draining. I would end the day just really kind of like, I can't handle Journey anymore, and I go to bed just like hearing the song in my head. And it was really affecting me in a really meaningful, emotional way. Especially if you shoot, I don't know how many weddings a year you do, but if it's pretty much every weekend, it's like, yeah. So listening to my own music totally changed the game, and it actually improved my ability to cover things, because now I'm completely out of sync musically with what people are dancing to, so I'm much more tuned in visually to what they're doing. It's really beneficial. Even if you don't listen to music, just having hearing protection is like super required anyway. Like most of the time, I orient myself with my back directly against the DJ speaker so that that's not in the background of my photos, everything else is. And it's just, yeah, a couple hours of that and you're gonna start to lose your hearing, especially if it's every weekend. So certain tricks like that and like embracing technological things to make the day a little more fun and interesting can go a long way. Also just being okay as a service provider. Like, I'm there to serve my clients, not me. I have to maintain the perspective, even it's really hard sometimes. It's their first wedding no matter what. It might be my 450th, but it's their first wedding. Like, you have to, maintain that sense of humility and service for your clients. I don't know, I could probably keep going, but I'm gonna leave you with that AirPod tip. It's the best money I've ever spent, by the way. Black AirPods. I can't believe Apple doesn't actually sell them already. It's weird. Another question? Okay.
So with the little time that you have with couples, how do you slow down your thought process or just the, I guess, energy to get these creative moments?
Yeah. Slowing down the process is super important. It's very easy to get swept up in maintaining the conversation, making sure you're making them feel comfortable, and like the creativity is 7 layers down your process of thoughts, and it's like hopefully you start to like chip away at it by the end of the session. But I find that actually physically, like being in a space, ready to start making photos and putting my camera down on the ground, somewhere where it's maybe not gonna get stolen, out of my hands, really slows my thought process down. It eases the anxiety from my clients a little bit, because if it's the beginning of the session, maybe we've shot for like 5 or 10 minutes. I put my camera down, they get a little more relaxed, and it doesn't feel like, okay, go, go, go. We always have to be on and like ready for the candid shot or whatever. That does a lot, is just trying to disconnect physically. Yeah, that's probably the primary thing I would point you toward, just physically slowing things down. The other thing, I don't really use second shooters very much, but I do sometimes bring just like a friend or an assistant. I really love working with videographers, because if you have another person to take the couple for like 5 minutes, I'll say, okay, second shooter, yeah, go take the couple, drive the ship for 5 minutes. That lets me like reflect and stop engaging in conversation and look around and assess. I'm immediately starting to work on like what's an interesting creative thing as the videographer has them. You know, I try not to feel compelled to capture everything that everybody else is doing, shooting over the shoulder all the time. Disconnect, focus on the next idea, scoop them away from the videographer or second shooter. That works beautifully. So yeah, there's a couple ideas. Cool.
Victorine here.
Hey.
So I used to be a designer. I think something that I used to hate is when you design and the client tell you how to design. So is that jumping in photography? I thought that would be something that I could avoid, but I've been dealing with the same thing. So my question is, have you ever deal with a client who want to direct you during the process, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so some things like that, you need to pay attention. Is this the exception or the rule for the kinds of clients that are gravitating to me? You will experience some degree of that at some point in your career. If it becomes a problem, like a consistent problem, you need to change something about the work you're showing or the way you've structured and branded yourself so that you are pushing away. You don't want to attract everybody, right? You want to push away people that your work doesn't resonate with and attract people where it really does, and they trust you to just do your thing. I lost my train of thought with that. But the, oh no, my ADD is kicking in. Somebody laughed, and now I'm very distracted. Oh God. Oh, you're going to experience that. So that's the big thing. Is this the exception or the rule? If it's a consistent problem, it's going to eat away at you and burn you out. So you need to adjust for it by raising your prices, restructuring your branding to bring people in. Oftentimes, the more you charge, the more people trust you to just do your thing. It tends to be when you're like getting started, middle ground. People know they're getting a deal. So they maybe don't have as much faith as if they were hiring somebody where they're like, they know that this is a professional that's going to do a good job. Yeah, so no matter what, you're going to experience that when you have any type of creative output. But yeah, I'm going to stop talking now, sorry. We should talk more about this in person, because there's a lot of different ways to solve that problem, but yeah.
I think you have one more?
Great.
Real quick, you speak of how technology has helped you creatively. I mean, how has technology hurt you?
Okay, hurt me. Attention span for sure, but let me think about that for a second. Gosh, that's a good question. My bank account is much smaller than it would be otherwise. If I couldn't order things online, I don't Let me think. I'm trying to think specifically in photography, maybe how it's been a negative. I will say, okay, so one notable uptick that I find weird is, or one notable shift is the uptick in number of photos I capture using mirrorless cameras. My averages, because I shoot so much high volume so consistently, my averages are really consistent. DSLR phase, hour and a half shooting an engagement session with a client, I would take 800 to 1,000 photos, edit that down to 150, maybe 125, delivered in their gallery. A full wedding day, I would probably take about 3,500, 4,000 photos on a DSLR, edit that down to 700 or so in the full gallery. Shifting to mirrorless has more than doubled my capture rate. So that's a real pain in the ass. It's such a drain because I love my cameras. I shoot with the Canon R3, and that thing, it's like butter. It just rips frames, and I love it. And I don't want to slow down because, whatever I can capture, I will. But that is a negative because now I have a lot more stuff to wade through. It just so happens that a lot of tools are also coming online, like AI culling, AI editing, to help mitigate that from just completely crushing me. If those AI tools didn't exist, I would have to restrict myself to shooting like 6 frames a second now instead of 12, which I prefer. But that's certainly one thing. It's just an overwhelming amount of photos. I mean, I capture like 8,000 images at any given wedding day now. Yeah. But again, some of the technology is also solving this problem for me. But some of that's sort of lucky. But I want to think more about that. That's a really great question. Cool. Any others?
Okay.
Great.
I have a question for you, though, Sam. So, congratulations, your second time at Depth of Field, and the image, that's your image, made the hero image for it.
It was really weird.
What do you think when you saw that splattered on countless emails, websites, promotions?
The color's a little off on the magazine. That was my first thing. I was like, that is very desaturated, but it's okay. No, it's beautiful and amazing.
Take note, B&H advertising department.
Yeah, it's fun. No, it's really wonderful, and it's amazing. Like, I never ever would have thought. I mean, this is just a random bush next to a random forest in a park, Silburn Arboretum in Baltimore. And it was actually a really overcast, kind of dreary day. The videographer was very overbearing. I, in the moment, did not feel like I was making anything interesting. But I got a lot of cool photos from that session, not just this one. And that's actually another interesting point, I should say, because I think a lot of people feel that photographers that are successful or make really interesting work know it in the moment as they're doing it, like, oh yeah, I'm just firing on all cylinders here, this is amazing. Almost never. Like, I leave weddings, sessions all the time feeling, ooh, I don't know that I got anything I want to show anybody else. I know I have a baseline that my clients are always going to be happy, but for me, personally, I don't know that I've ever walked away feeling like, yeah, this is going to, carry me through the next year of work. But what I've come to accept is that that's just how I feel. That's just part of the process. So at least as far as anxiety goes, it doesn't freak me out and drain me. It's just a weird thing I've come to accept. So I don't even remember how I got on that point, but yeah.
Well, your photograph was chosen through a panel at B&H, and it's a beautiful image.
I love it, thanks. It's all natural light. Technically, I think maybe it was a 51.2 on the EOS R, I think. I'd have to look it up, but yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Hurd.
Thanks.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Awesome. We're going to be switching computers, and we have the legendary Scott Kelby is going to be taking the stage. That's going to be fun, so we'll just swap out those computers. And maybe we play a commercial or there we go. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for that quick break while we swap computers. So I want to do a very simple introduction for you, Scott. How many times have I introduced you? I mean, it's probably like, I don't know, a good 20 times in my lifetime. So the only thing I can say, I'm going to strip out all the things that he's like the first Photoshop god, changed the whole game for so many people, taught so many of us how to use layers and selection tools and Photoshop, and anything new came out. And then Lightroom, he taught us all sorts of things. He ran amazing trade shows and conferences across the country, which are coming back. And he's been with us for this year doing On the Road with us out in Monterey here in New York City in June, and now back here in February at Depth of Field. And the only thing I can really say mostly about Scott is that, how does everybody like that Cheap Trick t-shirt? I mean, can we sing for Scott? Come on, Scott. Your mama's all right. Your daddy's all right. They just seem a little weird. All right, let's surrender to Scott Kelby, everyone. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everybody. Hey, real quick show of hands. How many people are here? All right, who's not here? All right, let's go. All right, well, thank you guys for showing up today. So what we're going to talk about is what makes a great portrait. And what's interesting about this is there is no official rule of what makes a great portrait. There's no international committee that convenes and says this is good and this is bad. I've been on the judging panel for so many photo competitions over the years all around the world, and I've seen so many great portraits, and I've seen some okay portraits, and I've seen someone like, huh? And so what I want to try to do in the hour that we have together today is we're going to talk about some very pragmatic things, some very regular run-of-the-mill things, but we're also going to talk about some bigger things about portrait photography that I hope at the end of this session will have you think differently about how you make portraits. Now, I do want to tell you how I'm going to do this. I want to be able to talk very frankly with you. There's a couple of topics that are going to be kind of controversial today. So I'm going to talk to you as if it's you and me at a bar. So we're just hanging out, a couple of friends at the bar, and you just say, hey, Scott, I'm getting into this portrait thing. What makes a great portrait? So I'm going to talk to you like that. It's going to be very casual and very frank. Now, I'm using a laptop, so this is more like maybe we're at Starbucks instead. So we're at Starbucks, we're just talking, we're hanging out. And also, if you see me holding my phone, it's in case I get bored, I can go on my Facebook page. No, I'm running my presentation from the phone, so that's why. Why is he holding a phone the whole time? That's why. All right, so I do want to talk about this. There is a very important technical aspect to portraiture, right? So, but I think it's one part technical. Of course, you're expected to have your camera stuff together. You're expected to know your settings, and if you're going to use flash or strobes or whatever, that's the entry point, right? And that's one part of it. But I think mostly when it comes to portraits are more like 3 parts art. All right, it's mostly art. It's art. It's really, that's what's going to make the difference. You're never going to have someone look at your portrait and go, man, your ISO was fantastic. That f-stop you chose, it brought a tear to my eye. Right? Those things, your shutter speed, 1/1000th of a second. You're never going to, you know what I mean? That's not, so the technical part has to be there. It has to be on it. But it's the other stuff, and that's what we're going to talk about a lot. In fact, what I'm going to do in this time is I'm going to go through 10 specific topics that I think will help. All of these are the building blocks. But I want to tell you about the first thing, and it's going to sound, for some of you, this is going to go, you already know it to death. But I've found that a lot of people get very confused when it comes to talking about portraits and what is a portrait. So if you'll just bear with me for the first few minutes, it's just number 1 of 10 things. But I want to talk about portrait styles, because there's a lot of confusion about this, and I have so many people that will ask me or call something the wrong name. And it'll also help you to figure out which one of these styles that you want to fit into. So we're going to just do real quickly just a style guide to what is a portrait, all right? So for example, this is a photo of a person, but I wouldn't really call that a portrait. That is fashion photography. And what's interesting about fashion photography is it's not about the person. It's about the clothes. When you're doing fashion photography, your subject is the clothes, and you're trying to find someone that looks great in clothing. So that's an important part, but your job is to adequately light and show the clothing. That's what fashion photography is about. It really is about the clothes. And so when you think, well, do I want to do fashion photography? That gives you an idea of what you'll be shooting. The kind of thing you're going to be shooting is that. You're going to be shooting the clothes. That's the thing. Now you may be shooting in a neat location, or you may be just doing it straight up on a studio on gray seamless, but that's it. You're really shooting, it's about the clothing, all right? Now, photos like these, they're still people, but it is a portrait of a person, but it's not really a portrait. That's about the place. That's travel photography. When you take these pictures where they don't really know that you're taking them, you're standing back 100 feet, and you're kind of slinking into an alley, and you're taking the picture. It's very creepy. But that's travel photography. They're not really necessarily, they're not portraits, but you could call them travel portraiture, but it's not really, you know. And look how happy they were for me to have taken their photo. But these are travel shots is what they are, all right? So what is street photography? Street photography is really you're showing people capturing everyday life. That's really what street photography is. You're trying to stop a moment of just everyday life and capturing it and just nabbing a quick moment of it. That's street photography, all right? Next one is beauty photography. And this beauty photography is what you see when you walk in the first floor of Macy's. And every picture looks like this. White background, very, very close up, because beauty photography is about the makeup. It is literally about the makeup and the hair. And they have entire competitions, photographic competitions, that are just for the hairstyle, that are just for the makeup style, so things like that. Then there's glamour photography. Glamour photography is, you know. We're at a bar, right? So it's sexy. Sexy. So it really is, you're focusing on the subject's physical beauty. That's why I put so many pictures of myself out there. That's why you always see these shots of me. So that's what that's for. You know what that's for. There's also boudoir photography, which is for lovers. That is usually done in like a bedroom scene. And let's take a couple pictures. No, those are naughty. Let's look at lifestyle photography. Lifestyle photography is designed to make you feel jealous. No, that's not really it. It's about capturing social situations. People living a better life than you are, out there having fun, enjoying their friends at a coffee shop, hanging out. That is lifestyle photography, right? And this is a typical shot. Tell me you couldn't see this shot as like one of those ads for like drugs that you see at night on TV, medicines, right? Tell me that would not make. And you know what this thing? It's the disclaimers that when you read those at night, you read the disclaimer and you're like, it says, you'll probably die. You're going to take this and there's a good chance no matter what it does for you good, at the end you're going to die. Probably in the first week. Anyway, but that is lifestyle photography. It's showing people, they're older, they're happy, they just took their meds. You look at them. All right. Then there is environmental portraiture. So this is getting towards more, I think, classical portraiture. And in environmental portraiture, the background is very key to the story. For example, you have a ballerina shot backstage. The fact that she's backstage is in part of the story. And this is what you'll see a lot in magazines, where you're showing them in their environment because it's as important to the story as anything else. This is a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter rescue team. And having the helicopter in the shot is as important as anything. And you could even call, to some extent, wedding photography, if it's taken in a church, that it is also somewhat environmental, or taking this guy in a gym, or different athletes. This guy's backstage at a concert, a Olympic snowboarder, taken in a half pipe. So those are where the background behind them is just so important. It's critical to the story that you're trying to tell. But so what's a regular old portrait? A regular portrait it's different. It is a controlled situation where you are actually working with the subject. You're directing the shoot. It's not happening around you. It's like you are literally saying, okay, we're going to try to make this portrait, and you're working together, and that's your goal. The two of you are going to work together to try to make a portrait and to reveal something about them. You're coordinating with them. You're trying to tell the story of who they are. This gentleman, this is Blake, and he's a linebacker, and he comes in for the shoot, and he is the most quiet, soft-spoken, polite young man. He was just so nice, and I'm like, hey, so Blake, welcome. And he's like, hi. And I'm like, so you're a linebacker? Yes, sir. Are you sure? So it took me a while to get him to kind of get in the groove and, you know, kind of become a linebacker. But what's nice about, like, I like this portrait of him because it's really kind of who he is when he's not a linebacker on the field. I asked him, I said, when you're on the field, are you like with your teammates in the huddle? We're going to play. Tough. Ready, everybody? He's like, no, sir. And I'm like, what are you like? And he just yells and took the roof off. I'm like, that's the guy I need for the rest of the shoot. But I got this before that. And so when I think of Blake, I think of the soft, happy Blake, soft-spoken, gentlemanly, you know. But there is another side to him, and I was able to capture that later. You'll see that later. But that's what I'm working to tell the visual story of who this person is. We're working together, and we're trying to get to that. So that's the typical portrait photography. That's mostly what we're going to be talking about the rest of this time. But I thought it was important to go through those styles. I know I just spent just a minute on it, but I think there's so many people who ask me these questions and like, well, I'm not sure which genre I'm shooting or what am I supposed to be doing. Wonderful quote from from Paul Camponegro Sr. And this nails it. It just nails it. All right, now, one of the things that I think will give you the best opportunity, the best chance for success is the importance of connecting with your subject, right? That is really going to make the biggest difference of anything. Most people don't like to have their photo taken, right? And as photographers, think about it. When was the last time you're like, hey, take my photo? No, our job is on this side of the camera, right? So imagine how uncomfortable your average person is. You're going to be shooting maybe headshots for like a vice president of a company, or you're shooting a portrait for a family and all. They're not like, I can't wait to go do this. You know, the mom wants to do it, but nobody else in the family wants to do it, right? So everybody's kind of uncomfortable to begin with. So your job is to make them comfortable. And if you ever get to listen to Peter Hurley talk about this subject, he is the world's best. My headshot that you see, the same headshot I used, was taken by Peter Hurley. I'm standing in front of his camera, and I'm feeling weird and all this stuff, and he says, turn your hips towards Canada. Click. He is so brilliant at making you forget that you're in front of the camera. That's like one of his gifts, and I think that's what you have to do. I want to give you a couple of pragmatic tips about this. For one of them is when someone first walks into your studio, or you're on location, you're out someplace shooting, you're in a park or whatever, the last thing that you want to do is you don't want to have your camera in your hand when you meet them. Because they know you can just go, hang on, click. They know in a split second you can take it, and they'll never be comfortable when you're holding the camera in your hand or you have it over your shoulder, because at any time you can take a picture and they get stuck. So make sure that when you first meet them, put your camera down and spend time just figuring out who they are. I just ask them all kinds of questions about their life and their family, but here's the big thing. I want to find out what their interests are. I want to find out what it is that they get passionate about and excited about. I was shooting a gentleman one time who was a doctor, and his hobby was toy trains. So once I found out it was toy trains, all I have to do is in the shoot start asking him about the trains. And he lights up. Literally, he becomes a different person. Now, he's animated, he's thinking about trains, and he's not thinking about the lens aiming at him. A lot of times with guys, I'll talk about sports. Like I'll go, hey, Tom Brady, right, retired the other day, right? Isn't that something? So who do you think they're going to get? What about the Jets? Who are the Jets going to get? So they obviously have a big problem at quarterback. What do you think, Aaron Rodgers? And he's like, no, he's not going to get it. Click. As soon as they respond negatively or positively, another great one I do is, if I'm talking to somebody, do you have kids? And they're like, yeah, I got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Yeah, which one do you like better? Oh, come on, click. You can get so many great things as long as you don't mention politics. It's amazing the great things that you can get. Do you have a dog? Really, what kind of dog? Do you love your dog? That's a great one. Talk about dogs, cats, pets, people. But these are the things that you need to find out before, so when the shoot starts, you already know, you can already get them going. And getting that nobody says, you know what I want? I want a photographer that will get me in a pose, and I want a stiff-looking posed picture. Everybody says, what do you want in a portrait? I want it to look real. I want my smiles to look real. Now, I will say this. What I will do is everybody has these, let me put my phone down for a second. Everybody has these poses that they do automatically. Like for men, it's the crossed arms, or they just stick their hands at their sides, right? And so let them do that pose. So let the gentleman get in his pose, and they're like, I hate this, go ahead. And then once they get the pose shot, then now your job is to get the unposed shot. They've already done this. You have to give it to them. Just give it to them. Just let them. You're going to have every first shoot starts with this. And then you start talking about football and sports and their kids and and then you just wait for them to start gesturing. Are you kidding me? We can't get him. We should take a draft pick. Click. This is the great thing about putting your camera on a tripod and using a remote. Now, today you can use a remote right off here. There's so many apps. Almost every camera, Fuji, Nikon, Sony, they all have a free app that will run your camera. If you have a camera that you bought in the last 3 years, you can actually fire it from your phone. You can just be sitting there going, really think they're going to get him? Click. Aaron Rodgers, really? He's a nut. Click. You can just fire these things off all day long. All right? So there's that. Wonderful, wonderful quote from Albert Watson, very, very famous historical legend of photography. Now, this only works if you actually have a personality. If you're boring, it's going to be what it is. All right, here's another thing I do. I always play music on the set. I talk to so many photographers, I go, do you play music on the set? They go, oh yeah, man, I tell you, I love the Rolling Stones. I'm like, you're not supposed to play your favorite music. You're supposed to play their favorite music. Like, that's the idea, is to get them in a happy place. If I sit there and I'm shooting someone and they start dancing, I know I've nailed it. You've got Spotify. Just ask them, what kind of music do you like? Oh, I love hip hop. Oh, I love country, whatever it is. Bang, play country hits. Oh, what do you like, new country hits or old country? Play old country hits and just set your phone down, and all of a sudden they're literally dancing. The idea is to just get their mind off the fact that they're being photographed, because they probably hate it. Also, if you know you have a session coming up with somebody, just Google them. But don't just Google them to find out about them. Google them and hit the images button. So, Google brings you your text results. Hit images. I always want to see what other photographers have done with them, right? I always want to see, so what have other people done? What other photographs have they taken? So then I can make sure, all right, well, he doesn't look good on this side, or he does this, or he does that. You can get some, like you're on first base already. Now, here's the other thing I do, and this is a big, big helpful thing. Don't show them any of the photos until you get a killer shot of them. So here's why that changes things. So you're shooting, and you're taking shots, and you're looking, you're okay. And I always tell them, I never want it to get quiet on the set. If you're not talking, they're starting to think about things, and they're getting nervous, right? And they're getting worried. So I just constantly keep them talking, just about anything, right? And so I'm talking to them, and so if I start looking and I'm not seeing what I like, I don't go, you're not very attractive. No, I go, just messing with the settings, I'm working on the lighting, just give me a second here. I never want to tell them, because they're already like, do I look okay? Is he happy with what I'm doing? Is this all right? Once I finally get one that I know is a good one, I'm like, oh my gosh, stay right there, here, come, here, take a look. Look at that. Now, I'm not going to show them until I have a really good one. And once they see it, they're like, hey, that looks pretty good. When they step back in front of the camera, they're a completely different person. They just got a super boost of confidence. If they come by and see all your bad shots, they're going to be like, either this photographer's bad, or I'm bad, or we're both bad. But if they see a really good shot and they go, hey, this is coming out pretty good, it changes everything. You'll see, it's like flipping a switch on them. So I wait until I see the killer shot, I bring them back, and that's when I show them. All right, next. It's another quote, but it's a wonderful one from Sebastião Salgado. All right, that's number 2. Number 3, and this one's going to be kind of obvious, but I think it's really important. I think great light is so important. Great light is kind of the icing on the cake, right? So you do want to get a great expression, and that is really going to win the day. The artistic and the creative part is really going to win the day. But if you light it like you bought a flashlight from Home Depot, it's going to kind of kill the light, right? What I look for is a light source that flatters the subject. I just want people to look their very best. We can have certain lenses that are very flattering, right? That make people look great. We'll talk about those when we get to that. You can light people to make people look great. You know, the bigger the softbox, the better they're going to look, the better you're going to look. So get the biggest softbox you can afford, and it makes everyone beautiful. It's almost like cheating. I remember years ago, it was an international competition. At the end of the competition, they had a challenge for the instructors. The instructors had 1 hour to make a portrait, and they could choose whatever gear they wanted. And then they all went out and shot for 1 hour, and they came back, and the audience judged the photos. Well, they took all the shots, and one of the photographers was a woman, which she had the best portrait by far. And later, one of the other photographers, a guy, is sitting there complaining about her. And his complaint was this: well, she used a huge softbox. Anybody can look good with a huge softbox. Bing! Wait a minute. Anybody, listen to that sentence. You can make anybody look good with a huge softbox. What was the next thing I bought? The biggest softbox I could afford, right? When you hear that, you're like, wow, and it's true. It's almost like cheating, right? So if you have great light, now that light it just has to be appropriate. The light could be appropriate for the subject, right? It could be, very appropriate. It could be, if you're shooting a sports athlete, you don't want to make it soft and beautiful, right? But the light just has to be pretty and appropriate and flattering for the subject. So good light is always going to make a big difference, right? All right, and this is a lack of light, right? She's backlit. I had her in front of the same ballerina you saw earlier, in front of a white scrim, just one light blasting through it. And there's a little light leaking through, but all right. And this is a quote. Now, this guy started a small company. It wound up becoming a pretty big company. He did okay. The next thing is very interesting. And I think it's an important thing. It's a bit of a controversial topic, but I think it's something that we need to talk about, which is responsible retouching. I think that we need to have retouching, and if you ever take a photograph of me, you better retouch it. You better retouch it to death. Keep going till I look like George Clooney. Just go. Just go. This is a great quote. I love her quote here. So why do we need retouching? I actually did a TEDx talk on this actual topic, like why do we need retouching in this day and age? And I'm going to show you an example, and it's an example I did in this talk. So this church that you see right here is up in Kennebunkport, Maine, and my family, every year we go there. It's like our family thing to do with the kids is to go up to Kennebunkport. And this church, we drive by it every day. As you're pulling into the little downtown area, it's so charming, there's this church on the right, and Taylor Swift used this in one of her videos because it's a very idyllic church. So I just took this is a snapshotty picture, right? I took this picture, and I've shown this picture to so many people who have been to Maine or live in Maine or know the area, and I asked them this question. It's a trick question. What's missing? I took something out in Photoshop. What is it? And they look at it and they said, well, was there a window in the middle? No. Was there somebody else on the porch? No. And we go through this, and no one's ever guessed it. And they're like, okay, I give up. What's missing? This. They're like, no way, you added that. I've seen that church 1,000,000 times. I've never seen those wires. That's exactly right. Thank goodness our brains are programmed to look at the beauty and to hide the junk. Now that I've said this, on your commute home, you're going to see power lines and telephone cables on a level you've never imagined. Because they're everywhere, but we just tune them out. We completely tune them out. Well, when I got home and I opened my laptop and I saw those wires, I'm like, this looks awful. This looks terrible. If I was going to sell this, I would just call it, the name of the print would be Wires. It's awful. So I spent a long time taking out every one. This was before AI. There's now plugins that would just click one button called Erase Power Lines, and all of those lines would have been, the pole would have been there, but all the lines would have been gone. That pole would be easy to get rid of. But at that time, I had to do it manually. People are the exact same way. So when I meet you in person, you're a 3D object, right? You have a smell, you have movement, you have a vibe that you give off, a happy vibe, a mean vibe, a scary vibe, whatever your vibe is, a threatening vibe, whatever your vibe is, right? And there's all this to you. You're a 3D object with a personality and a smile and all this different stuff. When we take a photograph of somebody, and this is a misnomer, it's not that your flaws show up. Whatever flaws or imperfections you have are magnified. You will see things in a still photograph that you would have never seen in person, never. I'll give you a story. I was shooting a wedding with another photographer, and so he had a second shooter, was shooting the bride. Beautiful bride, it was a beautiful day. We took 4,000 photos, 3,995 of the bride and 5 shots of the groom. Nobody cares about the groom, no one will ever buy a groom shot. They don't even really need to be there. So we took all these pictures. Now the bride wore a strapless gown, and we took all these pictures. I spent literally 8 hours with her following around and just everything, right? I get home and I thought, well, you know what, I want to throw some photos up so she can put them on Facebook. I opened the very first photo and I'm like, oh my gosh. On her shoulder, it looked like someone hit her with a Zit grenade. It was really just horrendous, like, I never saw it. 8 hours, thousands of photographs, I never saw it. But when you open the photograph, it was literally the first thing I saw. So I called my second shooter and I said, hey, did you notice anything about the bride? Anything? Anything like, blemish, anything? No, she's beautiful. I know. Open up one of the photos. He says, okay. And all I hear, honest to goodness, across the phone is, oh, dude, what's that on her shoulder? Nobody saw it. It's not there. Now, if it is something permanent, what we do is we don't remove it. We reduce its intensity. Because if you take it away and everybody knows, then it just says, you might as well write, this was retouched. All their friends will know, all their family will know, they'll be whispering, retouching, they retouched it, her mole is gone. So you don't want that, right? But you want to reduce its intensity. So that's why I think it's so important. We see people the same way. And so what our goal is, when we're retouching, is to make them look like they did when we were standing in front of them, right? So if we have to reduce things, I think luckily we're past the days where magazine covers make people ridiculously thin and all. I think the industry has woken up to that, but still it's going to be in our hands now, right? And we have to do responsible retouching. I want them, and if I realize they're starting to look way better than they did in person, I've crossed over, I've left the responsible retouching, and now I'm into an area that's not healthy for any of us. It's not good for them, it's not good for anybody. I will tell you this about retouching, and I learned this the hard way years ago, and it was a personally heartbreaking but enlightening moment. I took a candid shot of a friend of mine at a trade show. And I retouched it in Photoshop, and she looked fantastic. She looked like she did when I saw her. But I showed her the photo, and I said, hey, what do you think? And she's like, oh my gosh, you got to send me copies. Can I get prints? Can I get 8x10s and 5x? And she starts giving me her whole order, and I'm writing it all down. And she's like, I love that. That's one of my favorite pictures ever. I'm like, really? You like it? Let me tell you what I did. I got rid of these blemishes. I got rid of those wrinkles under your eyes. I got all this stuff. And you had this nasty scar on your forehead. And I made you look thinner. And I tucked in your cheeks. And I got rid of that. And I started telling, I was so impressed with all the Photoshop stuff I did. And I started telling her. And I could see like the life going out of her. And she said, you know what? That's okay. I don't really want the pictures. Here I did this great thing for her. I showed her like I really see her, but then I told her what was in the secret sauce. When we do a retouch, we have to not share that ever. But I will tell you this, everybody knows that there's Photoshop. Everybody knows how Photoshop works. So if somebody says, did you retouch this photo? I go, I did. I did a couple of things. Number one, you had a little thing on your arm. I took that out, and you had some stray hairs coming off your head. I removed those. And they go, that's it? And I said, that's it. I don't care if I spent 6 weeks. I don't care if I took those photos to a team of retouchers in Stade, and they worked on them for 6 weeks. When that thing comes back and I hand it to the client, there's a little thing on. Luckily, there's a little thing on everyone's arm. I've never had someone say, there's nothing on my arm. And they're like, oh, thank you. And you had some stray hairs that look kind of funky. I got rid of those. That's it. That's it. So leave it at that. All right, that's our goal. So our stated goal is responsible retouching, make them look like they did when they were standing in front of our camera. This is a funny quote from George Hurd. He's one of the most famous, portrait photographers forever. It's all so simple, and no one believes me. Number 5, I think good color and skin tone is really important. And there is no international skin tone thing, right? You have to make a judgment call. Everybody should not have the same skin tone. It should be all varied, and it should look right for that person. So I think whatever that skin tone is, I'll tell you what a great secret to getting at least an accurate skin tone, and then you can decide if it's good or not. The greatest thing in the world is a gray card. All right, and I have, this one is made from Last to Light. It folds up inside your camera bag. It's about this big, and it pops into that. You just have your subject hold it in the very first frame, right? And then here's what you do. When you take it into Lightroom or Camera Raw in Photoshop, go to the basic panel, you grab that big eyedropper, and you just take it. It is called the white balance selector tool, and you click on that gray card that is 18% gray. You click it once, and it fixes your color. Now, that gives you an accurate color, right? So look at the one on the left, which is so blue, right? And then a lot of times I find that I don't recognize how off the color is until I fix it. Like once I fix it, then I realize, how far off we are. So, and this one was off by quite a bit. So that's it. You click once, but it gives you accurate, which is great for product photography, but sometimes for people you have to look at it and go, does their skin tone look right? That's accurate, but does it flattering? Most people look good with a slightly warmer skin tone. So an accurate one might be, okay, that's a good starting place, and now I'm going to add a little more yellow into it. Just move the temperature slider 1/32 of an inch, and you'd probably be there. All right, so this is it. It's $39.90. I know, don't mention my name at B&H. You won't get a discount or anything. I don't get a kickback. There's nothing that comes out of it. I'm just telling you because, and you just hold it in the frame too, just to have your assistant. Look how surprised he is. Is this okay? Is it okay right here? Yeah, that's fine, really. All right, number 6. The eyes are so important, and I love this quote. It's a Romanian proverb. The eyes have one language everywhere. It is such an important part. When I'm doing retouching, this is where I'm going to spend the most time. Because we look at the photo, and that is what we focus on. It's not just what we focus on in the camera, right? We're going to take our camera, we're going to put our focus dot right on that center point of the eyes, right? That's the first spot we're going to go to. But literally and figuratively, when people look at the image, that's what they're going to focus on, right? It's the first thing the viewer connects with is the eyes. So I always make sure that I'm going to spend a reasonable amount of the time making the eyes look good, all right? And the reason why is your subject, are there emotions expressed through their nose? Right? It's really the eyes where their emotions are expressed. No one said, I could tell by the look in their nose they were unhappy. And I could tell from their nose they were overjoyed, right? And this is a wonderful quote. All right. This next one's interesting. The background matters more than you think. In fact, the background is probably going to be more of the success of your photo than your foreground is. Your person is going to be interesting, but if you have a background that is distracting, and that's one of the things that I see so often is distracting backgrounds. That's why it is so important to have a simple, clean background. So let's take a look at some magazine covers real quick, all right? Because they all have something in common. I just grabbed a couple this is a Google search. That's Fast Company, here's Cosmo, here's Wired, here's Time. What do they all have in common? A seamless paper, right? And that's what they do. Now, a lot of times, they're going to shoot on a roll of gray seamless, and they're going to change the background to whatever color they want. And it's like a 5-second job in Photoshop, especially if you shot in gray, right? It's the easiest thing in the world to change it to whatever color you want. But a roll of seamless is one of the best investments. Now, what you can do is, if you're like, I'm really tight on my budget, buy a roll of white paper. So white paper, and don't get the short one. You're going to want to buy the 54-inch one because it's really inexpensive. And what you'll wind up doing is spending a ton of time in Photoshop extending the edges, right? Because it's so hard, unless you're strictly doing headshots. If you do even like a 2/3 shot, now you're fighting the edges. So buy the like 109-inch, buy the long one. The shipping's free at B&H. So get the long one. So anyway, but it really makes a huge difference if you get the longer one. If you buy white, here's how it works. It's 4 backgrounds. Number one is you have to light white to be white. If you put up a white background and you don't put lights on it, you don't put flashes or strobes or something on it, it'll never be white. So you've got white if you put a background light on it. If you don't put a background light on it, you have light gray. Move your subject 5 feet forward, you have dark gray. Move them another 5 feet forward, it's black. Solid black background. So you have white, light gray, dark gray, and black from one, all right? And it's cheap. If you get the 53-inch, it's 20 bucks. If you get the 109, and this is the Savage is the ones I use. They have a nice gray if you like. If you do a lot of fashion, they have a thing called just fashion gray. But Savage, get the 109-inch, it's $40. It's double the price, and it's tremendously better. So, all right. So, what if you're not shooting on location? In that case, you know, why do we put the background out of focus? To separate the subject from the background. When you blur that background, it simplifies the background. That's it. And I think that does, when you talk about what makes a great portrait, I don't want to see, unless the background is important to the story, and I'm composing it for it to be important to the story, I want that background really out of focus and creamy. All right, next, this is a surprising one. What a role the lens that you choose makes in how your portrait's going to look. Now, of course, we know there's certain lenses that are really nice for portraiture, right? But your lens selection, there's a couple of tricky things about it. Now, one of the most popular lenses is an 85 millimeter. I know people that shoot an entire wedding and they never change the lens the entire time. It's 85, they take one lens to the wedding and they shoot the whole thing and the shots look great. And an 85 has a very kind of special look to it, right? However, here's what I want to talk to you about. And I grabbed these prices off of B&H, right? So we're looking at 85 millimeter f1.8 is $426, okay? If you want to get the same lens in 85 millimeter, but instead of f1.8, you want to get it for 1.4, look at the difference. What? So from f1.8 to f1.4 is a difference of $1,169 for that extra stop. Now, I had a portrait subject and I shot one at f1.4 and one at f1.8. Which one's which? It's a $1,200 question. All right, so which one? No, both of them. That would have been a good trick question. No, it's that. All right, but whether you get it right or you get it wrong, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you see that the difference between them is so slight. Is it a $1,200 difference? Now, the other lens is going to be lighter and easier to carry. It's going to take up less weight, and it's going to look about the same. Now, another lens that I love, this is my favorite go-to lens, is a 70-200. Now, here's what you're going to say. Scott, if you have a 70-200, why do you need 85? Why don't you just take your 70-200 and go to 85? Because it doesn't look the same. An 85 millimeter prime lens has its own like special funky look that looks just right. And setting a 70-200 at 85 does not look the same. It looks different. Even though the millimeters are the same, the look is not the same. Now, you can do the same thing here. I've used this f4. It's super sharp. It's $649 for a 70-200. It's lighter. It's much lighter. It's about the same size, but it's lighter. If you want the same exact lens and you want to go just to f2.8, it's $2,099. So there's a tremendous difference in price, but there's also something else. So when you're going to grab your lens, you're sitting there, you're looking at the camera bag, and you go, I'm going to shoot. There's a big difference here. So first off, this is a wide-angle shot. Now, wide-angle shots for people generally are not very flattering. You have to be really, really good with a wide-angle lens to get flattering shots of people. Now, if you're doing an environmental portrait, you're going to need a wider lens, right? But you got to be careful. And I know what you're thinking. Scott, I see Joe McNally shooting with a wide-angle lens all the time. Two things. Number one, you're not Joe McNally. Number two, Joe McNally is a magical unicorn. Whatever that guy shoots, he could shoot you with just like the pan out of the bottom of a Jiffy Pop popcorn thing and put a piece of film there and he'd take a picture that'll win an award. He's on a whole different plane. We can never ever use Joe McNally as an example for anything ever because he's just so flippin' good. He's weird. All right. But we're living in a regular world where we have to have crutches like choosing the right lens and stuff, right? So in this picture, this isn't a terrible photo, but it's not super flattering. I know I could reach down there and grab another lens that would be more flattering, but There's something else, and it's about the background. When you make the choice of shooting, this is a shot with a 24 millimeter, right? 24 to 70, so I was somewhere in the 24 millimeter range. Look at the boats back here. Look at those boats back there. I'm going to change no settings on the camera. I'm not going to change a single thing. I'm just going to switch lenses. So I had my assistant standing beside me. I take the shot. I try not to move my camera. He hands me the new lens. I slot it into place, and I take the same shot again. But I take the same shot with not a wide angle. I shot it with a telephoto. So first was a 24, now a 7200. I think the portrait's going to look better. I think it's more flattering for her face, but look at the boat. See how far back that boat is? I'm shooting from the same spot. I haven't moved 1 inch. Look how close the boat is now. That compression that the lens creates is going to change how the background looks as well. It makes a big, big difference on how the depth of the background looks. So if you want the background to be closer, shoot it with a long lens. If you want the background to appear farther away, wide-angle lenses push stuff away. Now, there's also a 50 millimeter lens. And I know that you've seen pictures on the web, and there's some people that are really good at shooting with a 50. I could never tell a friend, we're sitting at the bar, I would never tell you to use a 50 on people. Now, especially if you get it close up. A close-up lens on people looks really, really bad because you get distortion. And I'll give you an example. I shot one with a 50 and one with a tele. Look at the one on the left. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't realize it was distorted until you saw it with the tele. Same person, everything's the same, I just changed the lens. That is the only difference between these two shots. No settings, no nothing. But there you can see facial distortion on the left that you will get that you won't get with a telephoto. Telephotos are like that big softbox. It's kind of cheating. Stand back and zoom in, and you're going to have a great experience. All right, it's not the right word, but enter one in your mind. All right, we're almost done. Number 9, emotion and expression. This is such an important part of this whole thing, right? This is why you talk to them at the beginning, and you can get happy expressions, you can get sad expressions. Remember I talked about this gentleman, Blake, earlier? So when we finally got Blake to start yelling, right, we took a spray bottle and sprayed him in the face. That really made him mad. It was surprising. No, we told him it was coming. He was totally cool with it. But if you do need to get someone mad, a spray bottle works wonders if you don't tell them. But we told him we're going to do a spray bottle and stuff, and we got him to start yelling and all this stuff, and it completely changed. And I'm saying, show me what you're like in the huddle, and then we got this shot. Now, the thing about this is what's interesting about Blake. He looks really tough here, and he is. But do you know that this shot was taken when he was in high school? Now, he went on to play college ball. I'd hate to line up across from him, and I'd go, I'm going to die soon. Nicest guy in the world off the field. I got to imagine he was a killer on the field. But you have to work to get that expression. He doesn't walk in and just first shot, he's like, he walks in, hello, how are you? It's just, it takes time. You got to, and whether they're going to be happy, see, can you tell music's playing? And it's loud. I have the music playing really, really loud in the studio when we do that. And this one, this is not a model. This was an architect, but he's obviously upset. We were trying to tell this story, and we rented a theater and put a smoke machine up, and there's a flashback behind him. And we're trying to tell him that the story we're telling is you've been writing and writing and writing, and the song's not just coming. My wife and I did a whole series of photos that were based on song titles, and so and this was one of them. And we tried to get him to like make your hair messy, look upset, and you're just looking into the music and you don't know what's next. Sometimes if it's a professional model, you can tell them, yeah, I want the look of surprise, or I want you to be reflective or whatever. This is an interesting trick that I've used over the year. In the studio, when we get our spot and we have our lighting set, we take a piece of black gaffer's tape and we mark an X on the floor. And what's neat is when your subject gets off that mark, you'll say, hey, don't forget to get on your mark. They always look down. And I always shoot the shot with them because it looks like very solemn. And he's really going, where's that X on the floor? But you don't see that in the shot. This is a wonderful quote from Bert Stern. Of course, solid composition is really important, right? Obviously, if it's not composed well, if it's composed funky. Every Wednesday I host a podcast. It's a video show. And we, once a month, we do a thing called blind photo critiques. We ask people to send in their images and we critique them. And we say it's blind because we don't say the person's name. So we don't say who the photographer's name is. And we get so many photos of portraits like this. Look how much headroom there is above her head. That is typical for what we see when people send in photos. It's very, very common because for some reason they think the eye should be in the middle of the photo. They actually should be up much higher. And if you want to like shoot more contemporary, how you'd really be shooting today, you'll actually cut off the top of the head. You just have to make sure you cut off enough of the top of the head to look okay. Don't cut off their chin. That looks funky. But top of the head is, you open a magazine and every shot's going to look like this today. You know, if it's not a full body shot or something, they're all close. It makes the portrait much more interesting when you come in close like that. Now, I'll also see a lot of shots like this where, look, her fingertips are cut off. There's not quite if you don't cut off enough of the head, it looks like a mistake. And people look at your photo and they go, oh, it's too bad you cut off the top of her head. If you cut off enough of it, nobody ever notices. It looks regular. But if you cut off just the tip, it looks funky. You need like a full third. Also, anytime you're cropping a photo or you're cropping it in camera when you're making your frame, it looks awkward if you cut people like right at their joints, like at their elbows or their knees and stuff. I'll give you an example, right? Take a look at the one on the left. If you crop just below their knees, it looks a little funky. If you move up a little bit, it just makes a big difference. Now, I said we were going to do 10 things, but we have one bonus thing, which is what we call number 11. Okay, so, and I wanted to say this one to last because it makes people so angry that I need to get off stage quickly. So let's take a look at this shot, because we're going to talk about the importance of subject. This is a hamburger. All right, let's take a look at it. It is sesame seed bun, burger, cheese, lettuce, and tomato. All right, so that's the shot. Here's the same thing: hamburger, lettuce, tomato, cheese, and sesame seed bun. Shot in the same lighting, shot everything is the same. You have to hire a photographer to do your shoot. Which are you going to choose? Is it A or B? So both photographers have the same skill, but if I had to look at these two pictures and make a choice, we're all going to choose B, even though the photographer didn't really make a difference. Which one would you hire if you had to hire one? Of course, you would hire B. Why? Because the subject looks so much better. Each of those photographers, you're given a burger and you're given a burger. Now, when it comes to food styling, right, that second photo was styled, right? They hired somebody to come in and make that burger look great. But what if you're standing in front of the bad burger and you don't have a stylist? And this is a bigger picture of portraiture. If you don't think you're a very good portrait artist, maybe it's because the person you've been photographing isn't very attractive. Maybe your cousin's just ugly. And you've been shooting them and you're thinking, I'm not good. I'm just not good at this. But then someone who's really photogenic. And there are people who in real life look regular and in front of the camera look amazing. And the exact opposite's true. There are people who look amazing in front of the camera and you put them in front of the lens and they just don't photograph like they do in person. People with very round faces look wonderful in person and they don't photograph very well. People with very angular faces look really, really good in photography. It's how the light and the camera capture the image. It's how do you describe someone who's photogenic? Someone who looks great in front of the camera. My niece, Sarah, is like that. She takes selfies. If she just holds it up, if I take the camera, just boom, take a shot of her, she looks fantastic in every photo. It's not that she has some magical thing that she does. It's just that her facial structure looks fantastic. And so if you have that, if you're shooting someone that looks fantastic, what's your shot going to look like? It's going to look fantastic. And all of a sudden, you're going to be like, hey, I can't shoot portraits. That's how important the subject you're standing in front of is, right? And I made an example for you. So we're on location, and I took this shot of our subject. Now, I'm not going to change any camera settings. I'm not going to change the lens. I'm not going to change a single thing. I'm going to have her step out of the frame, and I'm going to have my assistant step in the frame. All right, so that's the shot of her, and then he's going to step in. It just doesn't look the same, right? And I know what you're thinking. That's not a fair comparison, Scott, because she had long hair. Look, the hair isn't not going to help. It's not going to help. If you're standing in front of Melvin, your shot's not going to come out looking like this. And so this is really important. This is something that we have to realize is a truth. It's a reality of this. And the reality of this is that you're going to get what you're standing in front of. If you are shooting someone very, very photogenic, you're going to get a very good shot. You don't have to be a genius portrait photographer to get someone that looks great in all circumstances. And that's why people become professional models. They became professional models because they are super photogenic. Now, what's amazing is how inexpensive it is to when you're learning portrait photography, to hire a professional model for a couple of hours, right? They can go for anywhere between $25 to $100 an hour. Think of the money that we spend on a lens, right? You're going to spend $2,000 to get a better portrait, where if you spent $75 and had somebody come in for an hour, that'll let you just, and you tell them, look, I'm just learning this stuff. I'm just getting started in this. Can you just do some poses, and I'm going to try to figure out what's what and all. And I've never had a model in all of these years ever do anything but like, absolutely, I'm happy to do it. And they'll pose for you and be patient and be nice the whole entire time. And you'll come back with pictures that you go, son of a gun, I can be a portrait photographer. Because you were shooting someone that is, you're stacking the deck. It's just like when you're shooting landscape photos. If you stand in front of an amazing landscape, what are your chances of getting a great photo? You could actually train a small dog to run up the leg of your thing, hit the button, and go. My dog would do anything for a treat. If I put a treat on the shutter button, that dog would go through whatever it had to do to get to that shutter button. So that's the thing. If you start off with something that looks great, it doesn't take a whole lot, especially with today's cameras. You could leave it in auto mode and you're going to get a great shot. Now, I had talked about this previously, and a gentleman left me a note, and I want you to, this is his comment. It was on the comment cards. How about showing how you would shoot non-attractive people? Well, I thought that was kind of mean, the whole above average people getting married. But anyway, shooting pretty people is easier. Actually, it's not. It's just the results look so much better, right? The results look great. If you shoot pretty people, well, do you ever go to a wedding photographer's website and it's like a parade of ugly brides? No, the brides look phenomenal. The grooms all look like George Clooney. They're amazing, which is pretty old for a groom. Anyway, but no, they have bride and grooms. It's like and you think to yourself, has this photographer never shot an average wedding like this gentleman was talking about when he put that comment in? No, it's just they know when you look at that, you want to picture you in that scene, and you picture, wow, these are the kind of photographs I want, you know. But then if you show up and you're Jabba the Hutt, you're going to get a picture that looks like that, not like the ones on their site. But that's the thing. When you're standing in front of something that looks great, it's very easy to get a great shot. Now, I don't want you to leave here today and say, Scott said I only have to shoot beautiful people. Because I want you to go on Twitter and say, Scott said you can only shoot beautiful people. No, you can shoot interesting people. Interesting people make really, really interesting photos. So you don't have to, it's not beautiful, it's just they look good, they're photographic, they look great she's 63 years old. And we were doing a commercial shoot, and she was one of the models hired for the shoot, and I said, you gotta let me take your portrait. So there's Blake. So they can be interesting. Jay Maisel. Now, I want to tell you something. A friend of mine was the lead photographer for Kraft Foods, and he showed me something interesting one day, and it was about how looks matter. And if you take a look at the cover or the box shot of any box of Kraft macaroni and cheese, you know what you'll notice about it? You don't see any of the eyes of the noodles. There's not a single eye on any macaroni and cheese box. Do you know why? Because a food stylist that works at Kraft takes a pair of tweezers and turns every single one of them. So you never see an eye facing at you. Because the eye doesn't look good. If you see the eye, it's a little freaky. And they pay a professional to turn what do you do? What'd you do today, honey? I turned the macaroni. Oh, yeah. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Right? Turning the macaroni. I turned the macaroni. All right, now, so that's not post-processing, right? That's pre-processing. That's you're on the set. However, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'm going to do a bunch of portrait post-processing stuff. So I invite you to come. It's at 3 o'clock. It's upstairs on the 3rd floor at the exposure stage. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your attention. Thanks.
All right. One more time for Scott Kelby here. The funniest man in photography, bar none. So we're taking a quick lunch break. See you guys back here at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock we have, I'm sorry, excuse me, 2 o'clock. No, 1 o'clock, Anya Anti at 1 o'clock. And we're going to transform the stage a little bit so she can do a demo with some Wacom tablets and stuff like that. Thank you, everybody.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
Or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA.
What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving, and thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
BioArt? What's that?
BioArt is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA.
What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving, and thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book, it will bring you more adventure than any story, it will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving, and thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch or you spent some time making some pictures. This has been fun. We're in the middle of the day and we're coming towards the end. I've got a couple of programs queued up and ready for the next speakers, and I'm very excited to bring Anya Anti to you guys today here at Depth of Field. And Anya, thank you so much for coming. We've had a number of retouching photographers over the years. It's always key to do retouching. But I shot Kodak TechPan and did a book about a decade ago, and I became one with the Wacom tablet doing retouching on that. That black and white film scans just picked up everything. It's such a great skill to have. But what we want to do is we want to bump it up a little bit and do creative retouching for conceptual portraiture. And we have one of the leading experts in conceptual portraiture here with us, Anya Anti. Anya was born in Ukraine, so I also want to tell you, Slava Ukraini, and we're all here for Ukraine. So let's hear it. Very touching. And I'm looking forward to this because I really love Anya's work. Michael Hollander actually suggested you be a speaker, and I'm like, oh, that name is familiar, and I realized I was Facebook friends with you and had been admiring your work. So it was a great honor and pleasure to get you here on the main stage. So is everybody ready for Anya? Let's give her a big welcome. Thank you, Anya.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Anya Anti. Thank you so much for being here today. And I would like to introduce myself a little bit. I'm a fine and conceptual photographer and storytelling photo artist. And I specialize in on-location surrealistic female portraiture with surreal and whimsical twist. And I'm also a professional retoucher. As a fine art photographer and photo artist, my approach to photography is a little bit different. I try to go beyond traditional portraiture and create something that is not possible to capture in camera. So that's why I heavily rely on props, costumes, set design, and of course, Photoshop manipulations. And I strongly believe that interesting art requires more than just taking a picture. I believe that post-production is essential to finalize a work because just like a camera, editing software is a powerful tool for creating artwork. Because with it, you can fix small issues you might have overlooked on location. You can match everything to your vision and make sure that everything looks the way you planned it. And of course, bring your work to the next level. So today, I would like to share my approach to editing and show my creative portrait retouching workflow. So today, I would like to break down this image and show you how I created from start to finish, from this to this. So a little bit about this picture I created a few years ago, and I wanted to play around this idea of replacing my subject's eye with like fake flower with an eyeball inside. And I really love how this fake flower matches with the background flowers. I thought it was really cool. So all my work is square format. It's just a personal preference. This is what I always do. So I took this picture first, and if you think about it, I could, of course, crop it to square, but in this case, the head would be right in the middle, and this is not a very good thing to do because it would create a floating head effect. So when you do like a central composition and square format like I do, try to place your eyes on like third top part of the image. So that would be like best way to do it in terms of composition. And for this image, I really wanted to get more of that swirly bokeh behind her and to emphasize the surroundings and do like central composition and, but the thing was with this shoot that I was in very tight space. I shot it on Highline Park. If everybody ever been there, it's like very narrow pathway with a lot of people walking by. So I couldn't really step back. So what I decided to do, I decided to take 2 separate shots. So I decided to take top part and then the bottom part and then stitch them together in Photoshop. So I took this picture. And we're going to create one seamless image later in Photoshop. And this is my raw image, 2 raw files. And I always start with, of course, processing raw files. I do raw processing in Lightroom. So now I need to open these 2 images in Lightroom. And I use Adobe Bridge to browse my images. It's just, I like to organize my file first, make selects, group them, put them maybe in folders. Just visually works better for me. So I simply click, like select my images, I click and drag them into Lightroom. It's already opened. And just release the click to import. And here you go, here I have like import menu. My images are already checked, and I click import. Okay, they should be here. Here are my 2 files. And now I go to develop mode to process them. I usually start by processing my raw files in basic menu. So here's my basic menu. And I prefer cooler tones on my images, so I usually tweak temperature first. And for this image, I would like to lower it to like 5,000 degrees temperature and move my tint a little bit. Then I like to expand my dynamic range by reducing highlights, like that, and increasing shadows. So this way it gives me more details in shadows and less, maybe, overexposed things in highlights. I would like to add a little bit dehaze to add a subtle contrast. And that's pretty much it. That's what I usually do in basic menu. Then I move to curves. In tone curves, I prefer doing kind of like an S curve, but a little bit different, not like a classical S curve. I do 2 points on the curve, just like that, with a little bit of, Control Z to go back. Just a tiny bit of contrast. But what I prefer doing is, I like to create faded effect. And to do that, I bring my black point up, just like that, maybe a little bit more. And my white point down. And this kind of created this subtle faded effect, because when I was starting out, I was very much inspired by film photography. And when you do film, it can do this like faded blacks and whites. So this is just what I like to do. If you click before and after, you can see the effect. And sometimes I play with channels and curves. So for this specific image, I would like to go to blue channel and add just a tiny bit of blue in the shadows by bringing my black point up and dragging my midtones down, because opposite to blue is yellow when we work in RGB space, so that makes my midtones just a tiny bit more yellow. Okay, let's see the before and after. Just a very subtle change. And then I move to HSL. HSL is a very powerful tool, I guess you can call it a tool. And this is where, let me collapse this. And this is where most of my color edits happen. I match everything to a specific color scheme. I play with, hues and saturations of different colors. And for this specific image, I wanted to create a cyan and orange, like teal and orange color scheme, which are 2 complementary colors. And to do that, I need to make sure that all my purples, cyans, teals, and blues on this image kind of match together in one color. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to slightly make my oranges, this is where usually skin tones live, so I make them slightly less yellow. And then in yellows, which is mostly everything that is green on my image, I don't want any green because, again, this is a teal and orange color scheme, so I want to kill all the greens. But I'm going to slightly move my yellows to the left to make them more orange, I guess. And in greens, I'm going to almost completely desaturate them and make them a little bit darker, like that. Now I'm going to move to aqua. This is where my fake flower lives. And I'm going to move its hue all the way to the right, like that. Slightly decrease saturation and slightly lighten it, like that. Oops, that was not aqua, sorry, that was a blue color. Let's reset that. So in aqua color, move all the way to the right, decrease saturation, slightly lighten it. And in blue, I'm going to do kind of opposite. Move them more towards cyan colors, like that. And my flowers, they live in the purple color, so I'm going to move its hue slider all the way to the left to make them blue. And sometimes I touch magenta because usually that's where all the chromatic aberrations live. So I just prefer to slightly make them more like red towards skin tones and desaturate them. But that's not really necessary, but that's what I usually do. So if you see me before and after, this is what I got with an HSL. I like to color grade my images just slightly. And I usually go to my shadows, and I like to tone them into a warm color, like orange, something like that, with a little bit of saturation. Let's do 6 is okay. And I like to tone my highlights into cooler tones, something like that, and bring saturation something like there. There's no rule there. There's no like science behind it. It's just my personal preference to tone my images that way. That's what I do most of the times. Okay, and the last menu that I usually touch in Lightroom is camera calibration. In camera calibration, again, there's no really a rule. I just play around with these sliders and see what I like. So let me bring up my sliders and see what I've done like before and after here. The blue slider is pretty cool because it creates this kind of like, again, if we move it all the way to the left, it creates this kind of like two-colored images in a way. So I usually bring the blue hue like that, like around 30. And add a little bit of saturation to it. So if we click on before and after, you can see how camera calibration allows me to make my colors pop more and kind of like unify my colors even more towards that teal and orange color scheme that I'm trying to achieve. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So, but I have 2 images, right? So I need to synchronize them. And the easiest way to do this is to, because I have only 2 images, to click on this image, and here at the bottom of the menu you can see a previous button. So I just click on that, and that copies all the settings that I did from the previous image to the image that I'm currently on. And that's it. So now I need to export my images. And usually I have a whole set from my photo shoot, like maybe 100 or 200 images, so I synchronize them all and export them all, rather than exporting just one select image, because in that way I can, if I need to, if I feel like I need to swap something, let's say like swap an arm or like a piece of hair, I have all my images from all the set, and I can steal different pieces from different images to make some edits, if that makes sense. So what I do to export is I hit on Shift key on my keypad, select all these images that I have down here, right click, and go to Export with 3 dots. And it brings me to the Export menu. And in the Export menu, I like to keep my export to the same folder as the original image, because that's why I know where exactly my images are going to be located later in the image browser. And I like it to put it like in subfolder, and you can name it however you want. Normally, I skip file naming. I don't need to rename. I don't do video, so I skip those. And I go straight to file settings. In file settings, what I normally do when I work with my images, I export them in TIFF. And I prefer choosing Adobe RGB color space because it's a wider color space. It's better to work with. And I prefer to choose 16-bit versus 8-bit because, again, it's better image quality. But unfortunately, 16-bit requires more computer power. So for the sake of this tutorial today, because I'm working on a laptop, not a powerful desktop computer, I'm going to export in JPEG. And for this, again, for this tutorial, when you export in JPEG, I recommend choosing sRGB because this is the space where all images live on the internet. Like all your browsers, social media, website, they all work in sRGB color space. And I choose maximum quality. So when I export in TIFF, I would name my subfolder TIFF, but right now, again, for the sake of this tutorial, I'm exporting it in JPEG, so I'm calling my subfolder JPEG. Makes sense. And again, I don't need any image resizing. The only thing that I do is I choose my resolution is 300 pixels per inch, and I click export. And here on the top, you can see the process of exporting. It might take a few minutes. Oh, there you go. So now if I go back to my image browser, here is my JPEG folder, and here are my two images. So now I'm going to proceed in Photoshop. Like I said before, I did two separate images, like top and the bottom of my potential frame. So now I need to stitch them together. So again, to open my files in Photoshop, I prefer doing it from the browser. And I select them like this, and click and drag, and just drop them in Photoshop. Here are two of my images. You can see them here in the tab. So now what I do to stitch my images together, I use panorama option in Photoshop. To find it, you need to go to File, Automate, Photo Merge. And I usually start with Auto function and see if it works. So I click on Add Open Files and click OK. And Photoshop is going to automatically stitch these two images for me. There you go. We can now close these two. We don't need them anymore. You can see Photoshop created two different layers in the layer panel out of those two images, and it masked them already. So I think it looks pretty good. The auto function in Photo Merge did a really good job. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So yeah, I just need to crop now. And like I said before, my work is always square ratio, just my personal preference. So I take crop tool, and here in the options panel, you can choose your ratio, however you need it. You can choose like 4:5, 16:9 for video, but I choose 1:1 square. And I crop it. I don't really need this hand down here, so I'm just going to crop it like that. And when you crop, I highly recommend unchecking the delete cropped pixels box, because otherwise, if you check it, it's going to delete everything you cropped out beyond this crop square bar. So we don't want that, because we want our editing to be as non-destructive as possible. We want to keep all the information possible, because I don't know, I might change my mind and I want to maybe later to expand my crop a little bit, but if I crop out my pixels, I won't be able to do that. So I never check this box. And I click OK. Okay, and then I move on to retouching. To do that, I need to do a copy merge of these two layers, and to do that, I hit Alt, Control, or Command on PC, Shift, and E on your keypad, and it creates, you can see in the history panel, stamp visible, so it created kind of merged copy on top of everything. In the layer panel, it's layer 1. So now I can proceed. I always like to start with shaping, which is liquify filter. And for liquify filter, I usually fix small issues like maybe clothing, something sticks out, maybe fixing like seams, making them more straight. Maybe like there's a weird hair. Sometimes I like to do like curls, give them better like wavy shape. So let's go to liquefy, which is under filter, liquefy. And I'm going to do some shaping. Here you go. So here, like you see here on the coat, the sleeve sticks out a little bit, like there's a bump. I don't like it, so I'm going to move it. I'm using a forward warp tool, and what it does, it basically takes pixels and move them around. So I click and drag to slightly reduce that bump on the coat. And I'm going to give a little bit better shape for her curls and hair, like there's a bump of hair sticking out. Let me actually grab my pen tablet. So I just, like move the curls a little bit to give them better shape like that. And you also can fix some flyaways like that, like on the top of her hair. So for that, I'm gonna actually take a pucker tool, which essentially it squeezes pixels to the center, making a part of an image smaller. So here in the top, I just click, and you see it kind of squeezes this like weird flyaways on the top of hair and reduces them. And I'm going back to forward warp tool. Of course, you can, do changes to your subject's face and body if you want to, but it kind of raises an ethical question, right? If we want to, change person's body. So, I mean, it's up to you. But I always recommend doing very subtle changes and keep person recognizable. I mean, I know some people like making noses and smaller, eyes bigger. Of course, you can do that. I think she's already beautiful, so I'm not touching her face. But maybe like fixing her jawline just a tiny bit like that. But just make sure you do very subtle changes, not going overboard with that. But we can always fix hair, that's fine. I think so. Okay, I think that's it, and I click OK. Takes a moment to process. There you go. If we click this layer 1 on and off, we can see very subtle changes that I did, kind of like making her hair like neater a little bit. I think it's good. Okay, let's proceed. Then I proceed with retouching. So I always prefer working with pixels, like shaping and retouching, and then working with adjustments on top of that. Oops. So for retouching, I usually like to create 3 different layers, empty layers down here at the bottom of the layer panel. And one layer I'm going to keep in normal mode. Another layer I'm going to put in lighten mode. So if you're not familiar with blending modes, lighting mode keeps everything on the current layer that is lighter than the layer below it, if it makes sense. So everything that is lighter on this layer is going to stay visible, that everything is darker is going to be invisible. And the darker blending mode is the opposite to that. Everything that is darker on this current layer, darker than the layer below, is going to keep visible, and vice versa. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do that. Let's zoom in. So for example, all these flyaway hairs, they are pretty bright. And what I want to do is basically to cover with them with darker pixel from other parts of the hair. And I think like the darker mode in this specific case will work really great because we're going to cover those like bright hairs with darker pixels from other parts of the hair. And to do that, I really like working with spot healing brush because I don't need to click Alt all the time and select my source. I just basically brush over this little hair, and Photoshop automatically analyzes all this area surroundings and does the job for me and covers the hair. So I'm going to quickly paint over these like bright flyaway hairs. I'm not going to do all the hair because unfortunately we don't have the time. The time is limited for this class, but I'm just hoping to give you an idea about what I'm doing. So I think darken mode, like this, I'm working on an empty layer with darken mode. And when I'm working with spot healing brush, I make sure that I have sample all layers checked because I'm working on an empty layer which doesn't have any pixels. So Photoshop needs to pick up pixels from all the layers, the whole image. Okay, so if we click on and off, we can see what we did. So this kind of work requires quite some time and patience, but in the end, you can really fix like flyware hairs and things like that. And I can switch between different tools, like I can pick up healing brush and remove this really bright piece of hair, like that. And also, I don't like this piece of hair, but darken mode won't work in this case because this is kind of dark. So if is going to cover them, this piece of hair with darker pixel is not quite going to work. So I think the normal mode will work here better. So doing retouching on separate layers, first of all, makes my editing, again, non-destructive because I'm keeping everything separate. Plus, creating these 3 layers gives me more control because I can decide if, like, for example, this little weird bright part, because, for example, if you remove a pimple consists of 2 different parts, a darker part, which is shadow, and a lighter part because, it goes up. So instead of just removing it with one swipe of a healing brush, doing it separately, removing the dark part and then removing the light part, it gives me more control. So for example, these things on the forehead, they're quite dark, so I'm going to lighten mode. I'm going to select spot healing brush. And I'm going to remove only dark spots first, and then see if I really need to remove anything that is bright left. Like there. I hope it makes sense. So in the lighten mode layer, in the lighting mode, I'm removing anything that is dark. And then I can switch between these layers and go back to the layer in the darken mode and now remove everything that I think is too bright. Like there's a weird thing going on with the fake flower, and I go to a layer in a normal mode and just see if Photoshop can remove it for me with a spot healing brush. Okay, I think it looks good. I can also choose clone stamp tool to lighten this under eye dark circle. And I recommend not removing these things completely because, human face have different things going on. So dark circles and just under our area, it's pretty natural. So I recommend not removing it completely, but we can always lighten it and make it less, less prominent. And to do that, I'm going into lighting mode layer. I'm going to select my clone stamp tool and reduce its opacity like that. Let me make sure that the hardness is 0. So it's a very soft brush. See what is happening here? You can see a dark spot, and that's because right here in the darken mode, I already removed something bright. But that's okay. That's why I'm keeping all my layers separate and my editing non-destructive. That's fine. I can always, take an eraser tool and just remove it. Oops. Nope. Clone stamp tool. And I'm lightening this dark circle. Again, if you notice, I'm not removing it completely because otherwise it won't look natural. And if I think that I overdid something, that's fine. I can always, adjust my layer, erase something, reduce opacity, and things like that. I'm going to slightly lighten this area. And of course, just letting you know that there are multiple ways in Photoshop that you can do different things. There's no one correct way to do things in Photoshop. It's just, things of a personal preference, your experience, and your level in Photoshop. So somebody would maybe say me, oh, why don't you lighten those areas with curves, for example, curves? And that's totally fine. You can, of course, do that, but it's just the way I prefer doing it because I already have these 3 layers for retouching. And sometimes I use this method even kind of like imitate a dodge and burn technique, which people do a little bit differently. You usually do it with a curve or a gray layer, but sometimes I do this with this darken and lighten layers, and like I'm taking my clone stamp tool with a really low opacity, like 10%, and slightly going over dark areas. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because, otherwise I would spend maybe like 30 minutes on that. But unfortunately, we don't have that time. But I hope you get the idea. We can group them. What I did is just select it with the Shift key and hit Control G to group and kind of see the before and after. Okay. Let's proceed. So now what I would like to do is, here you can see on the fake hair bearer, I used this fake plastic eyeball, and what I did, I basically took some sticky foam and attached it to the flower, so you can see pieces of foam sticking out, which is not, pretty. We need to fix that. We need to remove that. And I also want my fake eyeball to cover the yellow center completely. And of course, you can take like, clone stamp tool or healing brush or whatever and do that with those tools. But what I would do in this instance is I would do it a little bit differently. I would take a elliptical marquee tool, And I'm going to select the eyeball like that. So while I'm selecting with the marquee tool, I hit spacebar to kind of like relocate my selection without releasing the click. And then I release the spacebar and I continue adjusting my selection. And now I'm releasing the click and my selection is ready. So now I'm going to copy this part that I've selected to a new layer. And I just hit Control-J to make a copy, and I've made a copy based on my selection. So now if you turn everything off, I only have the eyeball. I'm going to move it up. And I'm going to hit Control-T for free transformation. And just scale it up, covering everything that I don't need, like a flower center and the glue. And click OK. You can see a little bit of the yellow edge around the eyeball. And again, there's an easy way to remove that. I'm going to hit Control, hold Control key, and click on this eyeball layer. And it's going to load a selection based on the pixels of this layer. And I'm going to apply a mask. So now a mask is applied based on that selection. And you don't see any changes yet. But here's the, here's the mask, and here's my eyeball layer. But now what I can do is I can click on the mask and go to Filter, Other, and Minimum. And what it does, it basically reduces the size of my mask by the amount of pixels radius that I select. So I can do like 1 pixel radius, or let's do 3. Okay. And this is what it did. And I didn't erase anything. I basically covered it with my mask. So this is my mask. And if I turn off my mask by holding Shift and clicking on my mask, this is without the mask. And I feel like I want to scale my eyeball a little bit more. So again, free transformation. And I'm covering everything that was underneath it, like that. It still looks a little bit fake, so I want to add a little bit more of like flower petals around it to kind of like hide this very hard edge. So I'm going to create new empty layer on top. Choose Clone Stem tool. Let's do 100% opacity. And I'm going to clone these little petals from the flower and kind of like paint and add them here. It doesn't have to be perfect. I can always adjust it with either a mask or an eraser tool. Like that. And now with an eraser tool, I'm slightly fixing the shape. Like that. And I want these petals to pop up a little bit more. And that's why I want to make them brighter. And there are 2 ways to do that. You can either go to Image Adjustments and apply, like something like curves straight to the layer, like that. But this is a pretty destructive way of doing things, because if you apply this curves adjustment on top of, pixel layer, it's going to be a very permanent change. So if, for example, you save file, close it, and then open it up, you won't be able to do any changes to this adjustment. That's why I always use adjustment layers. And they are here at the bottom of the layer panel, or you can find them in layer. I think they should be here. Adjustments. Here we go, new adjustment layer. So I'm going to go to my adjustment layers and select a curve. And now you have this adjustment on top of everything as a separate layer. You can turn it on and off. It already comes with mask, and you can, do a change and then save your file, close it, open up in a week or month or a year, and still be able to do any changes and tweaks you want. But here's the thing: because my adjustment curves is on top of everything, and when I do any changes to it, you can see that it affects the whole image, right? Because it's kind of like on top of everything. But we want this adjustment to only affect this little layer with little flower petals. And to do that, we need to create a clipping mask. And there are three ways to do that. You can either, here in the Properties panel, you can either click on this little icon here, and you can see an arrow, like little icon appear in the layer panel, meaning that now this layer curve is clipped to the layer number 6, which is flower petals. Or you can hold Alt key and bring your mouse cursor between the layers, and you can see a little icon of a square with an arrow appeared, and you click between the layers, and now those two layers are clipped together. So now when we do any changes to the curve, it only affects this layer. And this is very, very helpful. So I'm just going to drag my master layer up to brighten this piece slightly, like that. You see how it brings this, it gives more layers to the flower. And I think I would like to add a little bit of a shadow. So I'm going to create another curve layer, but this time I'm going to move it behind, kind of behind my petals layer, so underneath it. Drag it down. Hit Control-I to invert the mask, make it black. Take white brush tool. Let's do opacity something like 50%, and paint where I want my shadow to be. Because when we work with mask, white color reveals and black color hides. Like that. If you didn't know, you can apply filters to the mask. So for example, I want my mask be, here's my mask. To view your mask, you hold Alt key and click on the mask. To go back to the image, again, hold Alt key and click again on the mask. So you can see that it's not very feathered enough. So I would like to feather it more. And to do that, I can go to Filter and just apply Gaussian blur to the mask. To make it more feathered, there's the mask. And if you increase the pixel radius, you can see it makes it, blurred and feathered. I think something like that is good. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done with the flower. It looks pretty good. So next, what I would like to do here on this image, if you take a look at the background, it looks fine. There are flowers, there's swirly bouquet, but I feel like some spots are kind of missing flowers. And I want to add more of those. For example, like here in the corner, or maybe down here behind the subject. And to do that, I'm going to create another empty layer. And I'm going to use Clone Stamp tool. And just basically copy some of these flowers here. But here's the cool thing about Clone Stamp tool. If you go to Window, it should be Clone Source. Here in the Clone Source Properties menu, you can do all sorts of things to Clone Stamp. You can change it. You can rotate it and change the angle. You can click this button and flip it horizontally, and things like that. So because I have a swirly bouquet. Sorry. If you take a look, it kind of does this, circular movement in the background, right? So when cloning my flowers to the rest of the background, I want to keep that effect. I want to continue that swirly, circular effect. So to do that, instead of just, taking clone stamp and painting, I'm going to change its rotation. I'm going to, let's say, take these flowers here and change the rotation here, the angle of the clone stamp tool. So now when I clone, when I paint, you can see that it's, the same flowers, but they are slightly rotated. Let's move this menu here. And again, for example, I want to clone these flowers down here, so I move the rotation the other way. Something like that. Nope, no, it was wrong direction. Even more, I need even more angle. There you go. You see how it's rotated, tilted? I just keep painting and adding a little bit of flowers. Let's do this side. We can actually take these flowers from here, reset the angle by clicking this icon, and flip them horizontally. There you go. Let's remove the flip thing button and copy these flowers down here, but I need to rotate them like that. Here's the before and after. I think it makes a difference. It makes the image kind of fuller, the background. Okay, and I think I'm done with my, editing part, and I want to move on a little bit to adjustments and make slight changes to color, contrast, and just play around with some adjustment layers. So I would like to brighten up her face a little bit, and I'm going to apply a curves adjustment layer. Let me move the options panel, properties panel, so you can see the image. There you go. But instead of just dragging the curve up, I want to also add a little bit more contrast. And I'm going to pull the shadows down, like that. But I only want this layer to be on her face, so I'm going to hit Ctrl-I to invert the mask, take white brush, low opacity. With square brackets, I'm increasing the size of a brush, maybe a little bit more opacity. And paint only on her face. Like that. Now I want to brighten up her eye a little bit, and again, I'm creating another curve layer. I'm going to brighten it up, but I also want kind of make it bluer, the color of your iris a little bit bluer. So I'm going to channels, I'm going to red channel, and in RGB color space, opposite to red is cyan. So if we drag the red channel up, we add more red, but if we drag it down, we add more cyan to the image. And the same thing happens in all the three channels. So if you go to blue channel and drag it up, we add more blue, but opposite to blue is yellow. So if we drag it down, it's yellow. But I want more blue, so I drag it a little bit up. And again, I'm going to invert the mask. And with white brush tool, paint slightly, maybe that's too much. So I'm flipping the color X on your keyboard to switch between foreground and background color. And with black brush, brush it back. If I feel like maybe it's a little bit too much, and as a general rule of thumb, I always recommend reducing the opacity of adjustment layers to like 60–80% to avoid overdoing. Just a rule of thumb. Okay. I think it looks good. Couple of more final adjustments. Again, specifically for this image, I asked my model to wear a blue coat to, again, to create the teal and orange color scheme. But for my taste, it looks a little bit more teal rather than blue right now. So I want to change the hue of the coat slightly. To do that, I'm going to create a hue saturation adjustment layer. And go here in the pop-up menu down. I choose a specific color. The cool thing about hue saturation color, if you in the master and you change the hue, it changed the color of the hue of all your colors. But the cool thing about hue saturation that you have all these different color options that you can target specifically. So right now I want to specifically target a cyan color. So I select it, and now if I change the hue, it only applies to everything that is cyan. And I move the hue slightly to the right. And again, I'm going to invert the mask. And with my brush, paint, let's increase the opacity, paint over the coat. It's a very subtle change, but I think it kind of brings all the colors together. For doing more color effects and grading, I like to use gradient map. Here it is in adjustment layers. And gradient map allows us to tone images in a creative way. So what it does, it creates this gradient, and let's click on the gradient preview. And here on the left, where the shadows live. So this color, if we click on this square icon here, this is the color that tones our shadows. So right now I have white in my shadows and black in my highlights. That's why it creates this kind of inverse effect. But if we choose color for shadows and click on this icon color for highlights, which is white, it's going to create this black and white effect. But instead of black and white, we can choose any color we want. For example, for this image, I want my shadows to be, I don't know, teal. And my highlights, let's say orange or yellow, like that. And then if I drag this slider towards the middle, it's going to kind of like shift the balance and add more of this color towards the midtones of the image, like that. And I would like to move the highlights color a little bit towards the middle to brighten this image a little bit, like that. And of course, you cannot keep the same. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I recommend, and that's what I always do, is I don't keep it like this. I always change the blending mode and opacity. And I really like to use soft light mode for this effect because it not only color grades the image, it also adds a little bit of contrast. And of course, reduce the opacity to like 20–30%. And another last adjustment that I would like to add, I really like to play with shader mixer. And this is a very underestimated adjustment. I don't see people using it a lot, but I think it adds, basically what it does, if you apply it, it creates a black and white image. And it's kind of like, So with this adjustment layer, I like to change the tonal contrast of the image. So let me show you what I mean by that. So here in the presets, there's a default, but there's, these black and white that kind of like imitates black and white film. If any of you ever worked with black and white film, there's like infrared, and you can apply different filters, like infra blue filter, green filter, which changes the tonal range in black and white film photography. So this adjustment layer kind of imitates that effect, and when you select, for example, black and white infrared, you can see how it, brings all the blue colors towards white, and all the red colors, which is usually skin tone, kind of like makes them darker. And that creates a really cool effect. Let me show you. I usually like choosing blue filter because it's more subtle. And then what I do is I bring this layer into luminosity mode, which only keeps the luminosity and not the color. So now my image is not black and white anymore. It's colored, but luminosity blending mode kept the brightness of that layer, if that makes sense. And then I just reduced the opacity like that. And it kind of like shifted the tonal range, if that makes sense. And I just really love the effect, how it makes the subject pop more in a way. Okay, this is pretty much it. This is the final image. I can group these two layers, which was my panorama / merged, two images merged together. Control G to group them. And I hold Alt key and I click on the eye icon to turn everything off and keep this layer, this group on to see the before and after. And again, I hold Alt key, click on the eye icon to turn everything back on. All right, and this is the final image. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for Q&A, but I guess we have. Do we have any questions? Sure.
When you save the file, do you flatten it or do you keep the whole file?
Oh, yeah, great question. Of course, because of course we want our editing to be as non-destructive as possible, and that's why we work with layers and masks. That's why I always repeat, keep everything separate, your retouching layer separate, all the adjustments separate. Then, of course, we want to save all our layers. And you can imagine how many times in my career I needed that PSD file with all my layers to be able to go back and make changes and make tweaks. So, of course, I always, first of all, I go to File and Save As, and save it as PSD. Yeah, and yeah, so you can name it however you want, like B&H, Depth of Field, whatever, and you save it with all those layers, yes.
Do you save it outside of Lightroom or do you save the whole file in Lightroom?
I'm not in Lightroom, I'm working in Photoshop.
Okay.
So I'm just saving my file on my hard drive. Let's say it's drive C. So yeah, I choose my folder and save it as a PSD, like that. Yes? I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
You have incredible mastery of this very complicated product. How did you acquire that?
Well, I've been doing photography over a decade now, and I actually started learning Photoshop before I started photography, because when I was in university, I was trying to decide what profession I want to acquire. So I thought maybe I would go to like web design or just visual design. So I started learning Illustrator and Photoshop. And I think that's when the digital photography became very popular. I got my first little small digital camera, and I just wanted to improve my images. I wanted to add more contrast, make colors more saturated, and maybe remove a pimple here and there. So that's how I started learning Photoshop. And yeah, I think it's been 15 years maybe. So yeah, and I'm self-taught. I just learned everything online from photography communities, tutorials, YouTube, articles. Well, there was no YouTube back then. It's been a while ago. But like articles, yeah, forums.
So when it comes to the next photos that you have from this shoot, like as far as the eye goes that you edited, can you just like copy that eye layer and then move it into the next photo, like for the same, because like you made a lot of adjustments. So like for the hair, like on the rest of this photo shoot, can you copy these layers and then paste them?
Well, if it's on a separate layer, like for example the eye, yes, I can of course move it. I can open a different image, let's say, I don't know, this image. Right, and I can take this layer with an eye. Where is it? There it is. There's my eye, there's the shadow, there's the petal, so I can select them all with Shift key and just, you know, drag and drop them like that. When it comes to hair, while you in Photoshop and you haven't closed it, if you go to filter, no, it's not anymore. So there's a thing about Photoshop. It remembers and saves the last filter you applied. So when you do liquefy and don't do any other filter, let's say I do go to liquefy, sorry, I clicked on something else. Oh no, it's liquefy. Anyway, when you go to liquefy and do some changes in liquefy, Photoshop remembers it. But the thing, if you apply that without closing Photoshop, apply it to another image, because it applies it exactly to those specific pixels that were on this image. So it might not work for another image because there's going to be a different pose or a different person located in the frame. So usually liquefy I do for every single image. But usually my approach to photography is one photo shoot, one image. I don't really do series, yeah, so for me it's not a problem. Yeah, but you can copy layers and apply them to other images, of course. No more questions? Yes?
I'm just curious, where do you get your inspiration from? I saw your Instagram profile, you got a lot of great pictures and imaginations. Where do you get this?
Oh, there's no simple answer to that because inspiration is a very complex process, but I think inspiration comes from within. So you need to kind of like build this visual library, and by that I mean a collection of like experiences and impressions and everything that you see that surrounds you. So I always tell my students that you need to build this visual taste. So just watch art, browse art online, go to galleries, go to exhibitions, and it doesn't have to be only photography because I love contemporary art, I like installations, I follow some digital artists, you know, like illustrations and painters, and I just follow my favorite creatives and I kind of like browse all of that and not really remember, but I remember in the back of my head, and I call it visual library. So in the end, when I see something and something triggers me, I can come up with an idea and it inspires me. And for example, I really love to travel. I love nature. So when I travel, I always look for interesting, unique locations. And those locations very often inspire me. For example, like this image, I went to Death Valley. If you've ever been to Death Valley, they have this spot called Artist's Palette. And that's where they have those colored, they actually, that color, maybe not that color, not that saturated, but they actually have colored hills because different elements like iron, they oxidize and they create different colors like cyan, magenta, etc. And that's why it's called Artist's Palette. So I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, this is so awesome. And instantly I thought of an idea of me being an artist, like a painter with a huge paintbrush and pretending that I'm coloring those hills with like buckets of paint. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Anya Anti. Let's hear it for her. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed my class.
You know, I think when you do a demo like that, if there's one tool that you never used before and you saw her showing that tool and how it can be used, totally worth your 1 hour's time. I mean, this is a lot to master in something
Yeah,
like this.
I had to kind of be really quick because the time is limited. Because usually I spend at least 3-4 hours on an image like that.
At least.
And yeah, of course you can't show everything and the whole process, but I really hope you at least got the idea.
And Anya does it the real way, not the AI way. You know, she works on it. Thank you so much.
Thank
We're
you.
going to take a minute to just change the desk, and we'll have some pet photography, pro pet photography coming up next. We even have a little special four-legged guest. Okay, hi everyone. I promised you a special guest, but I lied. I got two special guests. We've got Eisenhower, who's technically always the star, but you really are outshined today. We've got Anabel DFlux up here, and Anabel specializes in pet photography and music photography. In 2020, most famously, she came and followed up, I think, Mick Rock, right? That was you right after Mick Rock.
I did.
And she did an awesome program on concert photography, band photography. That's available. You can actually watch that online. And then we had a riot outside while you were presenting. That was pretty amazing. But words about pet photography. We brought Eisenhower.
The best.
Anya asked that, Anabel asked that we bring little Ike to the trip. This is Ike's about 5th time on this stage. So you ready, Ike, for this presentation? That's a yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sponsored by Sigma, thank you so much, Sigma. We have the amazing, straight from Los Angeles, Anabel DFlux.
Why, thank you. And thank you for that beautiful, beautiful introduction. Yes.
Can you put this on here so I can hear you?
Oh, yes. Well, again, thank you for that beautiful introduction. My name is Anabel DFlux. I am a professional photographer and Sigma ambassador. Always very difficult when I'm asked what it is that I shoot because I say pets and rock stars, because that makes sense in my head. I don't know if it makes sense in your head, but it makes sense in mine. So I've been doing pet photography for about 13 years now. I actually started with animal photography when I first began my career as a small child, because my mom would drop me off at the dog park and I would just sit there with my camera and my lens and start practicing. And over the years, I got a very large amount of species coming in front of my lens, all of which share their lives and their homes with us people. So to just flick through a few photos to show that I've held the camera once or twice, so I feel like I can actually stand up here and talk to you about it. As I mentioned, there have been a variety of species in front of my lens, and my pet photography actually also progressed into being used for animal conservation and nonprofit facilities to kind of educate the public on the wild animals that some of our pets come from. But to kind of dive into the meat of it, which I know everyone is here for, if you understand the two components of photography, which is the camera and the lens, it can really improve your pet photography tremendously, understanding, again, what these two components are responsible for. So looking at the camera aspect of it, the camera will impact the noise and low light, and although a lot of animal photography does tend to happen outdoors during the daytime in beautiful weather, sometimes you might find yourself in a situation where everything is a little bit dimmer. Maybe you're shooting in the rain, maybe you're shooting in a studio, maybe you're shooting animals in someone's home, a familiar, comfortable environment. In which case, seeing how much noise your camera is able to, or hopefully does not bring out at higher ISO levels, becomes very impactful in your work. The next is the frames per second, which is essentially how fast that camera can shoot when you push down on that shutter and keep it pushed down. And the frames per second becomes very, very important in animal photography because, as we can all imagine, most animals don't sit very still. Even if they do sit still, you're still going to find a situation where maybe they see something and they dart, or maybe they blink, or maybe they move off. We can't exactly explain to them what we're doing when we're doing our photo shoot with them. You know, it's not like a person where you can just sit them down and be like, can you just move your chin up a little bit up and maybe move your eyeballs a little over here? It's like, I don't know about you, but none of the dogs I've talked to have ever done that for me. So therefore, having a very fast camera can also assist you significantly in photographing animals. The next is the megapixel count of the camera, which in the world of photography is a bit of a contentious subject as to how impactful it is. For me personally, the way that I look at it is the more megapixels the camera has, the more opportunity you have in the editing room. For example, a camera that has a very high megapixel count, and I primarily work with cameras that have about 61 megapixels in them, you can crop very tightly. If you're kind of in a situation where you can't adjust your vantage point, or you can't control the situation you're in, or the room that you're in, you can crop in and still save a lot of the quality of that shot. But equally, what you can do is that the more megapixels there are, the more information is recorded. So if you do a lot of color grading or adjusting the colors of your shot, you can do that a lot easier with a camera that is recording a lot of information. And for me personally, when I edit, the majority of what I do is color correction. I don't do a whole lot of other types of editing. I'm just kind of playing with colors and bringing out my vision in that particular shot. So to show you an example of an image that I shot at a dog sporting trial. What the camera helped me with here was to work our way backwards. In terms of megapixels, this is actually a shot that was taken much further away This sport is called fast cat. It's where a dog runs down a 100-yard dash chasing after a lure, and you can only be in one position. You can't exactly run after that dog. First of all, they're running way too fast, and second of all, very distracting for the poor dog. So you're kind of planted in one particular spot, and what you have on you is what you're using for this particular shot. It was taken with a Sigma 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 sport lens at 200 millimeters wide open at 2.8. But the dogs are running very, very fast, and they're running from far away. So having a camera with a higher megapixel count allowed me to crop in and find this particular composition for that shot. But equally, the very fast frames per second allowed me to pick out this particular moment of the dog's run, because I felt like this was the most impactful shot in that entire, essentially, 100-yard dash. And then, of course, the noise in low light. This was actually shot during the later part of the sunset. It was what we usually call the blue hour, because this trial had run very, very late, and you wouldn't even be able to tell because the camera was able to handle the ISO at higher levels with less noise. But, of course, and not just because I'm a Sigma ambassador, my favorite part of the photography equation is the lens, because the lens itself is what represents your style. It represents you as an artist. It represents your vision, because what people see when they look at a photograph is the lens that you picked. Lens, of course, impacts the aperture, which impacts the depth of field whenever we are shooting. I'm personally a shallow depth of field photographer, if you haven't already caught on with the fact that for the majority of my shots, everything is just all blurry, blurry, blurry. That's just something that I love to do. And of course, that is very much in the hands of the lens itself, because you can't have a shallower depth of field than the lens is designed for. But next, of course, is the focal length, which we'll get into in just a little bit, but the focal length itself, of course, is the perspective at which you see and the perspective at which you shoot, which goes hand in hand with the style of photography that you do. And then, of course, the sharpness. The sharpness in lenses is being able to see those crisp details, being able to see all of those little whiskers, and being able to see all of the little individual pieces of fur. So, to look at a shot like this, because again, I like to divide my photos and kind of show what each component impacted what. This particular shot with the focal length, it was a 135 millimeter f1.8 from Sigma, allowed me to be pretty far back. The optic compression made everything seem like it was a lot closer together than it actually was. This dog was jumping off of the owner's back to be able to get this really, really beautiful height. And I shot it from the ground. I actually put my lens directly into the grass, so therefore the shallow depth of field of this lens allowed you to create this very interesting effect going on. The whole front of the grass kind of blurred out, and then the whole background blurred out, and it directs your eye directly to the subject itself. And of course, incredibly sharp. I mean, can't see what you can see here, but you can see all of the teeth, all of the little nose, all of the little details. Very, very sharp shot, thanks to the beautiful lens that was chosen to take it. And how to kind of roll into the lenses themselves. Of course, as we can think of, there's three general categories of lenses. There's the wide-angle lenses, there's the standard lenses, and there's the telephoto lenses. All of these have a beautiful role in pet photography, and I love to start with the wide-angle lens, because wide-angle lenses are not as frequently used in pet photography. The reason they're not as frequently used in pet photography is because they have optic distortion. Now, what optic distortion is because the wide-angle lens has a glass that is curved, everything kind of has a teeny bit of a fishbowl effect, which means that whatever subject is closest to the glass will appear a lot larger, which not all pet owners particularly like that. Some do, but not everyone does. However, I love to use wide-angle lenses when I'm photographing animals that are in this position of their life that we call the puppy uglies. I mean, granted, no puppy is ugly. Puppies are adorable. Puppies are great. But some animals, when they get into their little teenage phase, tend to be all legs and nothing else. That's why it's called the puppy uglies. Because pet owners kind of look at them, they're like, well, they look a little lanky, They've got these long legs, and nothing looks very proportionate yet. And of course, the reason for this is that the animal is still growing. So that's what happened to Mr. Phelan here, this beautiful dog, where we were doing this photo shoot with him, and the owner was like, well, you know, he's all legs right now. It's the puppy uglies. So I took a 24mm lens, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try and remedy that and try to make him a little bit more proportionate. Easiest way to do that was to put that 24mm and kind of push it into his chest, because what we did here is we made the head a little bit larger, we made the chest a little bit larger. So now he looks a lot more proportionate than he did at this age at that time. So there's ways to kind of use the optic distortion of the wide angle lens to your advantage. Here you can increase the front of the dog to make them a lot more proportionate with everything else that's going on. And as well as that, wide angle lenses are, of course, absolutely gorgeous and beautiful when you want the actual location that you're shooting in to be just as impactful as the subject itself. Because then, of course, you plant that subject into that location, everything has kind of equal value in that shot, and wide angle lenses excel in that. But of course, the most common lens, honestly, I think it's probably the most common type of lens in any sort of photography, which is the standard lenses. Standard lenses ranging from 35mm to 70mm. They're the closest to the human eye. They're the easiest to use because there's not any sort of subject distortion to account for. You just kind of slap it on and you start shooting. But what I also love about the standard lenses, especially the ones that don't zoom, this was taken with a 35mm f1.2 DGDN from Sigma, which is exclusive for Sony and L-mount. Now, what I love about them is that you can get really close to the pet and still be able to focus. It's how I get these shots that all of my pet clients really love, where they put kind of their hand under the chin of the dog. I'm directly above. I take that lens, put it right up top, push right into the eye, and get this beautiful shot. But again, talking about the fact that there is no subject distortion in the standard lenses, it's very easy to photograph a huge variety of subjects. Because again, you don't have to factor in any sort of distortion there. The way that the dog looks to your eye, or the cat or the horse, is the way that they're going to be shot, which also leads into show dog photography. Show dog photography is most often used with standard lenses because you really, really don't want to mess with the proportions of that animal, because the owners are going to get you for that. Because the whole point of that is to show the natural structure of the dog or the natural structure of the horse, because that is essentially what conformation showing in animals is. So the standard lens, this was also taken with 35mm, allows you to go into the shoulder, because the way that you shoot stack photos of a dog from a dog show is at the shoulder, because it just kind of shows the best proportions of the animal. And once more, you don't have any sort of distortion on the body. So what you see is exactly what you get, which is a very honest representation of the animal that you are capturing. And next is the telephoto lens, which also extremely common pick for animal photography. And the reason for this is that it allows you to be pretty far away from the pet and still capture whatever shenanigans or action or whatever it is that they want to do. Now, telephoto lenses are excellent, excellent for candid photography, because suddenly with something like a standard lens where you have to be kind of close to the animal and you're a part of what that animal is doing and you are essentially influencing the animal's behavior, with a telephoto lens, you're too far away to do that. You're not in any form of, for the most part, any form of influence on that animal. So you're able to kind of sit back and just be the viewer who is capturing whatever the dog or whatever pet you're photographing is doing. Again, it leads to really, really fun shots, like a dog who is very excited to play in tall grass and is kind of leaping over it like a fox, or dog sport photography, where you are pretty far away with whatever action is happening, but you're still being able to photograph it as if you are really, really close by. And for me, my favorite telephoto lenses for me tend to be the 85mm f1.4. Even though it's known as a portrait lens, I use it for action all the time. The 135mm, the 70 to 200, any of those like long focal lengths with very wide apertures tends to be what I gravitate towards with animal photography especially, and just in general to touch on why I shoot shallow depth of field as much as I do. I started animal photography when I was a kid. I was not old enough to drive, which meant that the locations that I was able to shoot in were extremely limited. I was kind of like, well, I have a backyard and I have a neighborhood and I don't have any real influence over where I'm shooting or anything of the sort. So I had to figure out a way to make locations that may not be that interesting, may not be that flattering, still look incredible in my pet photography, and shallow depth of field did that for me, because suddenly when you're using shallow depth of field, all you're looking for is texture, all you're looking for is color, because again, it is blurring away that background into something that is generally unrecognizable. It's also pushing that subject off of the background, which is giving a big illusion of space. So using shallow depth of field allows you to work with locations that maybe you didn't get to pick, or maybe they're not as nice in person as you thought they were, and just makes things a lot easier. And another thing about the lenses that you pick and the camera that you pick, any sort of gear that you're using, is to check how weather sealed it is, because working with animals will sometimes put you in inclement weather. For example, that same dog show where you saw the Dalmatian flying across, well, it started pouring and I was still out there with all of my gear, and lucky for me, the 70-200mm Sport was beautifully weather sealed, so I was still able to shoot in the rain. And as much as you would think that some pet owners would be like, nah, my dog doesn't look that great all wet, it still makes a very fascinating shot. So sales still went through the roof on a shoot like this, even though the weather kind of rained us out within an hour. Now, this sounds incredibly obvious. I know this list sounds incredibly obvious. I am sad to report it took me about a decade to start actually carrying all of this, even though it seems incredibly obvious. Now, knee pads. That was probably the thing that took me the longest to start actually using, despite everybody around me going, your knees aren't going to look too good if you keep doing this. And I'm like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Until my knees actually started hurting, because guess what? It's really not good for you to put all of your weight on your knees for 12 hours a day, because I really, really pushed my photography business at dog shows, which meant that, again, I was on my knees for hours and hours and hours, and I had no support for them whatsoever. And when you're a teenager, you don't think about that, and it's when you're older that you really do start to think about that. So, knee pads. Or if you don't have knee pads, you can roll up a jacket or something, just put something on your knees. And the reason you want to put them, essentially have knee pads and all that stuff, is because you're going to be shooting animals primarily on your knees. Shooting animals from up here, our actual eye vantage point, not very attractive for a lot of species. And the reason for this is that they're very small. They're not at our eye level. You can shoot horses at your eye level, but last I checked, most dogs are not at your eye level, and you're going to want to shoot them down at their level, which means being on your knees. Now, lens filters, as you can imagine, noses go places that they don't belong, like the shot describes. Very, very common occurrence. I personally actually let animals sniff my gear and check it out before I start shooting them, so they can see that, oh, this isn't scary. This isn't something that I need to be afraid of. It's totally okay for this strange woman to pick this thing up and shoot it at my face. Totally fine. And having lens filters helps you with that. And granted, there are lens filters that have a purpose, like neutral density filters or polarizing filters. What I'm talking about is just your run-of-the-mill UV filter, glass filter, anything you screw onto the front of the lens so that if it gets bumped, because let's face it, if we do photography enough times, we're going to drop something or it's going to get bumped. It's kind of the fact of life there. It'll absorb all of the shock, and then it's very easy to clean. When you get very, very wet noses, or you get dirt, or you get drool, or anything like that on your equipment, so much easier to just take the filter off, clean that, and put it back on, rather than having to, consider your very expensive lens damaged. Next, extra batteries, extra memory cards. Obvious reasons for these: you don't want to be driving hours and hours and hours, only to find that your battery is dead and your memory cards are corrupted. And then lens cleaning supplies, because as I mentioned earlier, Animals are very dirty. It is not a very clean job. We love it anyways. We so happily do that. I mean, it's the same thing as owning a pet. No one can say that's a particularly clean job, but we do it anyway. So having lens cleaning supplies with you, very, very good idea. And camera settings, which I think is the reason that everybody came, so they can pull out their notepads and write down camera settings. So shutter speed, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but as you may know, it is dependent upon the speed of the subject that you are capturing. Animals move very, very quickly. If you want to move, or if you have to freeze their action, you're going to have a faster shutter speed. But make note, faster shutter speeds also equal darker frames, so you're going to want to adjust your ISO and your aperture accordingly. Now, 500, 2000 will freeze a dog running, or we're talking about the average dog. We're not talking about like the greyhounds that pretty much you blink and they're already completely across the field. Just your average dog. You'll want your shutter speed at a minimum. These are kind of the minimum numbers within that range. But anything faster, like 2,000 to 8,000, will photograph something like a bird flying, or say the Kentucky Derby and thoroughbreds running. Because for example, a dog running at full speed at you is still going to have a very different and much faster shutter speed than a horse just leisurely trotting. But understanding how fast your subject is moving also gives you a lot of leeway with your shutter speed. If you're working with lighting that can be a little bit more difficult, then you can definitely bring your shutter speed down and adjust the other settings accordingly because of the speed of the subject that you're capturing. Now, these shooting settings, not having these set to this is probably the #1 remedy to focus issues. I constantly get questions about focusing on animals moving. Because although I have a lot of portrait work in my portfolio, most people know me for photographing animals in action. Because again, I started very heavily in dog shows and dog sporting trials. And catching focus on animals moving very, very quickly can be quite difficult. Now, luckily, there's a remedy for this directly in your camera. By default, both of these settings are not set up. That's where things get a little bit more complicated because most people don't know the cameras aren't actually set for action photography like this. You have to set it to that yourself. The first being the continuous autofocus mode, which has a different name depending on the camera brand that you use. So you're going to want to look at the camera brand and see what they call it. It ranges from AI Servo for Canon to AFC for Sony. I think Nikon is either AFC or continuous. Whatever. In either case, what the setting is that it locks focus on your subject as the subject is moving and continues to hold that focus throughout the duration of movement. That is how you're able to capture those shots of, say, the dog's running down a 100-yard track, or the dog's going over jumps in front of you, or just a puppy leaping in the air. Because again, you lock on that focus on that animal, and it's going to follow it as long as your camera or your panning movements actually follow the animal that you're capturing. Now, cameras are not incredibly intelligent. That is the reason that someone who's operating the camera is the one that has the brain to tell it what to do. So you might lose focus throughout the duration of movement. It is not a perfect science. However, it'll mitigate a lot of the focusing issues because by default, cameras are set to one shot, which when animals are moving, you're taking more than one shot, so continuous autofocus is the way to go. There is a hybrid mode in some cameras that it's supposed to switch between continuous autofocus mode and a one shot. Don't necessarily suggest it because the camera can't always pick up what that animal is doing when the animal is going to be doing it. So for me personally, any camera that I get, I just leave it on continuous autofocus mode and forget about it for the duration of the camera's life. Now the next is the high-speed shooting. Now, high-speed shooting refers to the FPS or frames per second of your camera. It's when you buy a camera and you can see that it shoots 14 frames per second or some awesome number like that, and then you pick up the camera, charge the battery, and you start using it and you realize that it's just taking a shot and then pausing, taking a shot, pausing. And again, the reason for this is because it's not actually turned on to high-speed shooting by default. it's still turned on to single shooting, which is the one shot in the pause. Now you're going to want to go into your settings, set it to high speed shooting, high speed. Every camera has a different name for it, but basically, as long as you press your finger down on the shutter, it's going to continue taking shots until it reaches its number that it has to buffer from. Most cameras is something like 60 frames, and then it buffers a little bit and you do it again. Now, these two settings together equal the most brilliant combination for animal photography, because you're able to photograph two dogs playing and then picking out this awesome shot that everyone goes, oh gosh, when they see. And the reason for this is the autofocus locked onto those two dogs as they were playing throughout the whole duration of movement. The high speed frames per second were photographing pretty much every little increment of movement. And then you can pick out that exact perfect shot that really expresses what you're trying to show in your photography. And next, as I gave you a little bit of a spiel on shallow depth of field, but the next equation of any photo you take is what kind of depth of field do you want? And then how do you nail focus on that depth of field? And yes, as I mentioned, we're mitigating a lot of focusing issues with the autofocus continuous mode, but shallow depth of field brings about its own focusing issue. Now, the way that focus works when we're talking about depth of field is that there's an invisible line that runs like this and an invisible line that runs like this. If the subject is on the line, they're in focus. They're off the line, they're out of focus. Now, the problem with shallow depth of field is that that focusing line is very, very narrow. It's why your subject can sit on the focus line, but really the only thing on the focus line is their nose. That's why you get the nose in focus and everything else blurs away. Because again, that line is incredibly narrow. Easiest way to fix that, when you're trying to photograph, say, multiple dogs at once, but you want that very shallow depth of field. This was shot at an f1.4, very, very shallow depth of field, is your proximity to the subject. That's really it. You move a little bit further back from your subject, and then all of a sudden, that subject is shrinking on your focus line. So therefore, they're fitting on it a lot better. So your proximity to your subject also impacts the focus. Most of the issues with shallow depth of field, again, with that narrow focus line and photographing more than one animal, is that they're never going to sit in that perfect line to make sure that they are perfectly on that focus line. So therefore, your subject becomes quite large because you're looking at it as a unit. You're not looking at it as three individual dogs sitting next to each other. So again, just move a little bit further back. Your subjects start shrinking. They fit on the line very nicely. They're beautifully in focus, but you still maintain that depth of field. And then with your megapixel count in the camera, you can just crop in a little bit and ta-da! You don't even have to do focus stacking, which is when you focus on each subject individually and then in Photoshop, you put them all together. And you know, editing is fun and all, but I'm kind of the person who wants to be out shooting. I don't want to be on my computer all day. So I'm trying to find ways to kind of keep myself off the computer, get everything in camera, and call it a day. And now I can't talk about shooting without also talking about panning, which is how you get all those lovely, lovely shots of dogs running across and their beautiful bodies are just floating up there. And really all that panning is the same technique you would use for any sort of action photography, which is lock focus on your subject with your continuous autofocus mode and just follow the rhythm of that subject throughout their movement. You literally physically follow that subject in your camera. I find for those that use focus points to focus, put the focus point in the middle. It's the easiest way for your brain to also go, okay, when I'm following that subject, I have to make sure that that subject is directly in the middle of my shot. Makes it a lot easier. Or if you're shooting with, say, mirrorless system that have animal detection, even easier. But in my head, I'm constantly like, you know what? That animal needs to be in the center of my shot. So as they're running and playing or whatever it is that they're doing, I'm just constantly following them to make sure that they are centered in my frame. And for those in the room that use DSLRs, that will rely on your light meter to tell you if your exposure settings are correct, let me talk to you a little bit about metering modes. Now, 2 metering modes I use the most in animal photography because I actually use both mirrorless and DSLR cameras. I use both. So I can tell you on both sides what it is that I do. Now, the only default setting in the camera straight out of the box that I leave as is, for most situations, is the matrix evaluative metering. Of course, this name may change depending on camera brand, but what this metering mode does is that it considers all of the brightest parts and the darkest parts of your shots kind of equally. It kind of balances them equally when it's telling you if your exposure is correct, or if your exposure is too dark, or your exposure is too bright. It works for most situations because then you get the background exposed same way as the subject and all that good stuff. But if you run into a situation where you're photographing an animal that has 2 very contrasting colors on them, you're going to run into a little bit of an issue because you can't actually expose for the darkest parts and the lightest parts evenly. That's when you're going to use what's known as spot metering. It looks very much like, you know, capturing focus. You press down on your shutter halfway, but in the process of capturing focus on that subject, you're also metering directly off of that particular spot. When I'm photographing an animal that is highly contrasted in their color, like this horse, or say a border collie or an animal like that, I am trying to focus off of the primary color on the face. The reason I'm focusing off of or metering off of the primary color on the face is because psychologically, the first thing that we do when we look at the photos, we're looking at the eyes. We're trying to immediately narrow in on the eyes because then we start to empathize with our subject. We start trying to understand what the subject's facial expression is, and we're relating to that subject. And almost all of that happens from the eyes. So therefore, you want to make sure that anything around the eyes and the eyes themselves are exposed properly. So when I'm doing spot metering on an animal that has 2 different colors on them, I usually base it off of what the primary color around the eyes are to make sure that you are, of course, exposing that correctly, because that's the first thing people are going to look at when they look at your photos. But on an editing front, generally speaking, it is easier to save your shadows than it is to save your highlights, because your highlights, if they're overexposed, are quite literally burned away. There is no detail there. It's just white. Shadows can hide a lot of details in there that you may not see. So in the editing room, much easier to save your shadows than it is your highlights. So say, for example, on a horse like this, I'm exposing pretty exclusively for the white because I know I'm not going to be able to save the details on that horse's face, but I will be able to save the details in, say, the brown parts of the horse because it's a lot darker. You just bring up that shadow slider and that's it. Which leads into portrait tricks that work for all animals, not just dogs. Dogs are just a very good example of it. With the first being a tired dog is a good dog. Animals that are tired make great portrait subjects because they are too tired to protest. They are too tired to argue with you. And yes, animals do argue with you. I was like, anyone here who has been a pet owner, I see lots of heads nodding. They will absolutely argue with you. But think of it this way, if they're too tired, they would be more inclined to do what you want than to sit there and argue with you. So therefore, when I photograph animals I do not know, I usually do a little phone call consultation with the owner, and I tell them I'm coming at 2 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, you better start playing with your dog. So that by the time I come, not only am I not the most exciting thing in the world there anymore, but I am also coming into a situation where the animal is going to be too tired to protest, probably going to sit for me, and I can get those beautiful portrait shots. And as well as that, getting those ears up, another very, very big thing in animal photography. And the reason for that is that animal photography doesn't actually show context. Photography as a whole, unless you have a series, the individual photo won't show context. What I mean by this is, as pet owners, and I have a dog, so it's the easiest example for me to bring up as a dog, is that you have a puppy, you have a dog, and dogs, when they smile, or the doggy version of smiling, is they will put their ears back. Now, traditionally, when you look at an animal that has their ears back, it's like, oh, this animal's uncomfortable, this animal is agitated, it's not a good look for this animal. But as a pet owner, you know that if the tail is wagging, but the ears are back, the dog is smiling at you, the dog is stoked to see you. But when you capture that in a photo, it doesn't always come off that way, especially with people who may not have pets, where they look at it and they're like, oh God, this dog's ears are back. Like, the photographer is scaring the dog, the photo's not gonna be great. So therefore, you wanna make sure that you get those ears nice and perky and very alert, looking at the camera in a very alert way. Easiest way to do that is with noises, is with treats, is with toys. I personally gravitate towards noises because when you have treats or you have a toy, sometimes the pet gets a little too overexcited. And instead of just giving you the ears, they're giving you their entire bodies too because they're lunging at you. Because you've got a treat, you've got a toy, especially when you're working with puppies. They don't have self-control, and it's not their fault. They're just growing, but they don't have self-control. So I love to make noises. Now, the thing about noises, though, is that most animals will get used to that noise after the first time you've done it, so you better have your camera ready to get those ears nice and perky, and potentially a head tilt. We really like doing head tilts. I'm sure if you were to go on Sigma's social media later, I was doing a little photo shoot with a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel making very, very high-pitched, terrifying noises to humans, and we got a little head tilt out of that dog. It was absolutely precious. So when I'm talking about noises, I'm talking about very, very high-pitched squeaks, very high-pitched screams, making little bird noises, making monkey noises, or making just any sort of like obnoxious, weird, bizarre noise. You want anyone who walks off the street to think you're a crazy person because it works. 100% works. Even works with horses. And horses are notorious for the, oh God, there's a camera there, my ears are going down. I'm never gonna get those ears up. You can't make me get those ears up. Well, I learned that car keys are actually really good at getting horse ears up. You just take some keys and you just jingle them and suddenly their ears fly up. It's incredible. But you can't overuse it because then they get used to it and they're like, oh, it's just a crazy lady. She wants me to get my ears up. I'm not gonna do it. Happens all the time. Happens especially again with my little dog who is a tiny little dog in the dog bed who has these beautiful, wonderful ears. But when she sees me pull the camera out, unless I'm making a noise, her ears are going boosh. And that's not exactly what we want. But using those techniques can also sometimes bring about a very interesting quirk or a very interesting characteristic that the pet owner considers very important to their animal or something that they associate very deeply with their pet. For example, this Australian Shepherd puppy has been doing this adorable little, I'm gonna hold your arm, since she was a baby. And even as an adult, she still does it. This is one of her later baby pictures. But even as an adult, she does this. And it's little quirks and characteristics like this that really are prized by the owner because, of course, it's something so specific that we associate it with that animal. And sometimes it's the toys and the treats that bring things like that out. And now for candid tricks, as I was talking about the telephoto lens being a pretty brilliant idea, well, you're no longer influencing what's happening. So therefore you are able to sit very far back and let that animal do whatever it is that they want to do. You want to make yourself uninteresting. Pair that with, I'm boring, I don't have anything for you, your mom's the one with the cookies, there's nothing on me, and they're gonna leave you alone. It's probably the hardest part of animal photography because when I walk in with any new animal I work with, all I want to do is sit there and play with them. I mean, that's why I love animals. I just want to sit there and play with them. But unfortunately, you have to break your own heart and you can't do that. Because if you start doing that, you're going to be the most interesting thing in that animal's life at that very moment, which doesn't work very well for candid photos. So right off the bat, start off with being incredibly uninteresting. And then, of course, patience. But patience can kind of apply to any type of photography that you do, but with animals especially when you're looking for those candid moments, patience is all it takes. You know, paired with a telephoto lens and making yourself very uninteresting. But for me, I do have a lot of portraits, as I mentioned in my portfolio, but it's the little candid moments that I love because they're the ones who tell a story. And speaking of story, the lighting that you decide to shoot in, or the time of day, or this, you know, the lighting arrangement you do in a studio, even how you edit is what will push that entire story. This shot was taken in overcast lighting. Overcast is awesome, awesome for all sorts of photography because it is kind of the blank slate. You're able to add the contrast in post, you're able to manipulate those colors significantly, and it's incredible what you can do when you're shooting in overcast lighting, because again, it's a complete blank canvas. For example, overcast or in the shade, kind of does the same exact thing. Sure, shade makes everything a little bit more blue, but you just adjust your white balance for that and you're all good to go. But it just evens everything out. There's no harsh shadows, there's no harsh highlights. Everything is a blank slate. So imagine an overcast shot like this, taken with the same exact lighting on a shot that is edited very, very differently. It's a very different kind of mood. So all of these little decisions that you're making when you're doing photo shoots, whether it's the time of day that you're shooting in or the way that you're editing it, will push that story and will push that emotion when you are photographing animals. And now, of course, I have to bring up the golden hour. Because for me personally, I try to shoot animals during the golden hour as much as possible, which I think anyone who's doing portraits or any sort of outdoor photography is also going to be aiming for either the sunrise or the sunset. I try to aim for sunset, but you know, some animals get up really early, so sunrise it is. But for animal photography especially, the golden hour lighting has another impact, which, as I brought up earlier, there's a little bit of a psychology to photography, the way that we interpret photos, the way that we look at photos. And earlier I was talking about the psychology of make sure the eyes are well exposed, because the first thing that we look at in a photo is eyeballs. Well, what do we think of when we think of pets? We probably think of something warm and fuzzy. We probably think of that beautiful relationship we have with them. We probably think of vibrancy and energy and, you know, all the warm, fuzzy feelings. Well, guess what? Warm lighting brings that about in photos. It's something that we kind of naturally gravitate towards with animals because that's what we associate them with, especially the ones that live in our homes. So I find that images that tend to be a lot more bright, a lot more vibrant, have a lot of golds in them, have a lot of oranges, lots of yellows, is something that is very attractive for animal photography. It naturally gets people to kind of push towards it. And yes, we can do very, very moody shots. We can do very cool shots. But generally speaking, golden hour makes for great, great pet photography, something that's just so striking and people pay attention to it, and as well as the way that the camera can handle that type of lighting. So different from the way that a cell phone handles that type of lighting. And yes, I do not believe that a cell phone will ever take away the need for DSLRs and mirrorless systems, because the way that cell phones versus actual cameras handle light is so incredibly different. But speaking of lighting, sometimes you also have to be very, very quick and adaptable with the situations that you're presented with. Now, little itty bitty backstory on this. This is a wolf dog from an educational facility that teaches the world about wolves and wolf dogs and kind of raises awareness for these animals. And, you know, these animals need a lot of exercise. So no matter what, you're gonna have to go on many, many miles of walks. If you don't, the poor animal's gonna go stir crazy. House is gonna get destroyed. Not a very good look, which means that you have to take the animal out on a walk, even if it's fire season in Southern California. This happened during the really, really bad fires about 2 or 3 years ago, where the entire sky was covered in ash. Everything was orange, and it was wild. But you know what? He still needed his walk. No matter what, he still needed his walk. So I went out with his owner on a hiking trail that we take, And during the sunset, we were looking up and there's still a ton of ash in the sky. It's crazy. But the sun was setting and the sun became red because of all that ash. The lighting situation was really bizarre. It's a lighting situation I'd never been presented with because ash makes everything very, very dark, but also does really weird things with color, but it's also extremely warm, as you can imagine. But still went out, still took these photos, played with my settings, found the correct exposure, did a little bit of editing and a little bit of tweaking to bring out exactly what I saw that day. But I'm so happy I did because I captured a moment in time and a story that is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You will probably never see a photo that looks exactly like this again. So the power of photography really is heavily in its storytelling. But to also really quickly get into composition, because that is also a very common question, I can stand here and lecture you on composition for hours and hours and hours. But for me personally, just make it really, really simple and just break it down. I just have one rule for myself, which is to leave more negative space in the direction of the implied movement. Reason it's implied is, of course, these types of photos are not moving pictures. So we can't say that's the exact movement the animal is going to take. But generally, whatever direction the head is facing, you will leave more negative space. Of course, you can do a centered composition. That is totally fine. Nothing wrong with a centered composition, but I personally like to leave a lot more negative space in the direction of the head. And the reason you want to do this is because if you crop too close to the direction that the head is facing, your shot's going to look very claustrophobic. It's going to feel like you put your subject in a cage. Compositionally does not feel very good, not compositionally sound. You don't want to have your subject feel squished. You don't want to have your subject feel crushed. And you especially don't want to put your subject in the cage. So I tend to leave my subjects with a lot of breathing room up top, which gives them the sense of height, breathing room in the direction of the head, which gives them that ability to, if someone were to imagine what the next shot would be, they can imagine that animal moving through the frame. And for me, that is the only compositional rule I give myself. And of course, if the animal is looking directly at you, go ham. Do whatever you want. Skew the composition in any way that you want. But to also talk about vantage point, because as I mentioned, knee pads, because most animals are smaller than we are, which means that their eyeballs are lower than we are, which means we get on our knees. Vantage point. You can shoot at eye level. You can shoot from above. You can shoot from below. But because we look at the eyeballs when we are trying to relate to our subject, when we're trying to be empathetic to our subject, it's also an incredible storytelling tool because we get to see the world from the perspective of the animal we are shooting. For example, this border collie herding sheep. So, teeny little tip, very bad idea to lay on the ground in the middle of a field with sheep because when they're being scared by a border collie and being herded, they're going to trample you. They're not even going to think twice. So, needless to say, probably won't do this again, but I got a great shot that I now get to show at a presentation like this. So as far as I'm concerned, it was very much worth it. But again, we are now telling the story from the perspective of the dog. We're telling the story from the dog's vantage point. And the only way we can do that is by shooting at the dog's eye level. If you're using a telephoto lens, like a 150 to 600 millimeter lens from Sigma here, you can stand very, very far back, which makes it a lot easier for you to get into the eye level perspective of the dog, even if the dog is catching a frisbee in the ocean. Also, remember how I was talking about weather sealing? I got into the water for this shot. There were waves splashing at me and the lens was fine. It was absolutely fantastic. And I was able to get a shot that looks like this. Same with, again, a puppy going through one of the tables I have in my house that had holiday decorations on it. Made a great shot. Shoot it from the dog's eye level, you're suddenly immersed in the dog's story. But shooting from above down, also a great vantage point. I find this to be the vantage point that a lot of pet owners really gravitate towards because it's something that they can very much relate to or something that reminds them of the great things about their pet, because oftentimes when you have a pet, they're probably at your feet and you're probably looking down at them. Capture that on camera and you are immortalizing that moment for the rest of the person's life. But shooting from down up can also be a lot of fun, as is my personal plug on my adorable little dog here, who loves to lay on the bed. And she's so used to me getting on the ground and shooting her from up down, or from down up, since she was little. And it just makes a really funny perspective. This is also a wide angle lens, so here's another way you can use a wide angle lens, which of course not as commonly seen in pet photography, but does make very, very fun shots, especially because I love, for me personally, the distortion it does on my dog. I'm one of those pet owners who likes to do the silly photos. I don't do like the regal photos of my own dog. I do the regal photos of everybody else's dog, but I like my dog to look silly because I think she looks like a Dr. Seuss character. But photography has power to it as well, even in pet photography. I don't think a lot of people think about the power of photography when you're photographing, say, pets. And we're talking about outside of immortalizing a moment for a pet owner or, you know, bringing about something that they can remember for the rest of their lives. Pet photography also has a significant hand in education. Pet photography can be used for animal shelters to help animals get adopted. And in the case of the photos like this, pet photography can also teach you about breeds that potentially need preservation. This is a dog known as a Hungarian Moody. It is a very, very rare breed out of Hungary. It is a dog that is very deeply tied into Hungarian history. And the reason the dog is rare and was very close to extinction is because of the warfare that unfortunately leads to the demise of a lot of dog breeds. Now, using photography, you can reach thousands and thousands of people all over the world to teach them about a breed that needs some preservation, needs some love. Actually, the American Kennel Club finally recognized that breed this year, even though they are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. So using photography to reach so many different people and tell them about rare breeds or animals that need adoption or, you know, heartwarming stories or something educational is extremely, extremely impactful. Same way using animal photography for conservation efforts. These are foxes from a facility in Southern California. If you're ever in the San Diego area, you must visit this facility. It is owned by very good friends of mine, known as the Judith A. Bassett Canid Education and Conservation Center, which is a huge mouthful. So we just call it JABCEC, which is JABCECC.org. They are a facility that has ambassador animals and rescues to teach the public about conserving wild canid species. They have wolves, they have foxes, coyotes, all sorts of wild canids that you can go and you can touch them, and you can also photograph them. They have photography packages. But they are educating the world about the fact that these animals need conservation, that fur farms are a horrible practice, and that these animals are a very significant part of the ecosystem, and that they're not terrifying creatures, that they're animals that have emotions, that they're animals that you can touch and you can see. And using photography, we do a lot of photo shoots of people with them. You can show the world that it's not a big bad wolf. Speaking of wolves, not a big bad wolf. But finally, we do pet photography not just to capture the animals that we share homes with, but to also capture our relationship with the animals that we share a home with. Because if you think about it, this is the strangest thing in the world. I mean, we have such a tight bond and such a tight relationship with an animal that doesn't even speak our language. It's completely different species. I mean, just sit down and think about it for a second. Like, how do we share our home with such a different species, and yet we know how to communicate with them, and they communicate back with us, and we love them more than anything else in this world. And capturing that bond and capturing that relationship really is what it's all about, because at the end of the day, we're trying to show that these creatures come into our homes and they become our family, and again, our devoted love to them is what we want to forever immortalize and monument in the photographs that we capture. I especially love sessions like these where it's their first dog ever in their lives, in both of their lives, and they treat this dog like a little baby, and it's just the best thing on the planet. But that is another part of the storytelling, and frankly, we do animal photography to make sure that we never forget what kind of a bond we have with those beautiful creatures, which is also made possible with just a little bit of creativity, so don't be afraid to think outside of the box. This was a horse whose name is Exposure. So, you know, a double exposure is a pretty brilliant idea for a horse like that. But so is doing something really out of the box, like powder sessions with dogs. I literally take a bucket of powder. It's made out of pea starch, cornstarch, and food coloring, dump it on the back of a dog, and I make them go do something, and then it flies off and has these little powder clouds, and it really shows off the movement of that animal and just their incredible power, and so eye-catching. So don't be afraid to think outside of the box. Do something new, unique, interesting for your clients. Trust me, dog people are eating these sessions up. My mini sessions sell out in minutes for the powder sessions. So do something creative, think outside the box, and you'll create animal photos that will also differentiate you from all the other animal photographers out there. And thank you for listening to me yammer on and on and on about something that I love so, so much.
Anabel, that was cool, great. Eisenhower sends his regards. He had to go. He had an appointment.
Oh no!
So
Well, you know, he's a very busy dog.
He's very busy. He's a general, so. That's amazing stuff, but we really want to bring Anabel back because I think in your tool chest as a professional photographer, offering dog portraits, and that is a great way to get in the family too. I imagine it would also lead to other jobs within.
Cross promotion is a very big thing.
Anabel will be at the Sigma booth if you have any Q&A for her. We have David Zimand coming up next. So one more time, let's hear it for Anabel.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sigma. You're going to show up at 51.4?
Yes, we do have a beautiful 51.4 at the booth. You guys should come play with it, hold it, put it on your camera.
Right on. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special presenter for me, and I'll tell you the story. If you know me, if you follow my socials, I love to hang out in Washington Square Park. I've been hanging out in Washington Square Park, which feels like my whole life. So a couple of years ago, I'm hanging out and I'm shooting with some cool film cameras, and I get this tap on the back, and this gentleman introduces himself, David Zimand. He says, I saw your event space stuff, and let me take your picture, and it kind of came on my radar. We were Facebook friends. I didn't even realize we were, and so I met this gentleman. And then around September, I don't know if you guys met in the Fuji booth. There's a guy named Brandon Remler there, and he sends me a text, and he goes, "Hey, was this the guy that you ran into in Washington Square Park?" This was in September, and he had been involved in an awful motorcycle accident in one of my favorite highways, the Palisades Parkway, which I've just I've used that parkway gazillion times on my motorcycle, and I was taken aback, and I realized there was a community of photographers that were also motorcyclists, and we were all rooting for this guy that took this terrific hit. And lo and behold, he made it. He survived the hit, and it was like so refreshing. The stages of watching this gentleman come out of the hospital, starting to rejuvenate and whatnot. And then I thought to myself, I was like, you know what? I'd love to have him come here at Depth of Field, because I hope we can all avoid it, but you can have a life-changing accident, or an event happen, and I think those things tend to define us and how we stand up afterwards. So I called up David and invited him to come speak, and he was like, yes, I want to come speak. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up onto the stage David Zimand, New Jersey, professional photographer, and he's calling this Perseverance in the Face of Adversity, and I had called it Falling Down and Getting Back Up. So David, come on up. All right. Okay, thank you so much. So that's your forward and that's your backwards. One more time for David, come on. This guy's amazing. It's like a superhero.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure what to say and how we'll do up here, but we'll check it out. As David pointed out, I was in a very bad motorcycle accident in September, and just getting back into things now and starting to shoot again, albeit with a lot of pain and so forth. But it's important to me. I've been shooting most of my life in one way or another, and it's also what I do for a career. It's how I make money. So it's very important for me to shoot. This is me and my motorcycle, my beloved old BMW that's no longer with us. This was at the Distinguished Gentleman's Ride in May. For those that are curious, it's a BMW R100 Cafe Racer. And it's great. I love the motorcycle. It's also a great subject. Whenever I've had a motorcycle I love, I like to take pictures of it. This is in Washington Square Park. It's great for getting into the city and out of the city and quickly. And it's great for making new friends all over the place. Almost wherever I would park, I would make new friends in the city. And Piermont, New York is right near me, just about 15 minutes away, and I used to love to ride up there, clear my mind for my mental ability, so to say. Love to go to Balthazar, always a parking spot for the motorcycle in front. This is the Palisades Parkway, where I would like to ride all the time because going east into New York is one thing. Going south to Hoboken is another. Going west on 80 or whatever is, there's a lot of crazy drivers around, but the Palisades Parkway, a lot of bicyclists, a lot of motorcyclists. It's a great place. It's an easy ride for the most part. With that said, however, in March, in March I was actually rear-ended at exit 2, destroying another motorcycle. Fortunately, due to my martial arts background, I was thrown and I was able to roll out of it. It doesn't mean I wasn't injured, it just means it wasn't deadly, thank God. But in September, in this location, unfortunately, a driver struck me on the side and it pushed me off into the woods just before this sign here, the speed sign. And unfortunately, I was found next to the sign. This is the unfortunate scene. You can see the motorcycle on the left, the tree that I hit on the right. I believe, I don't remember a thing. I was knocked out, fortunately, unfortunately. And I think I tried to steer to the right, but some damage on the bike was to the left, so it somehow did acrobatics to the left and threw me behind those people, which is another 20, 30 feet away. My fuel tank, another 20, 30 feet past that. This is me as they found me. This is footage from the first responders' body cam, which I requested. I always look at this and I feel kind of lonely. Like I've been in a helper, a first responder in accidents, and I'm always there with the person, but I can't really hold it against these people. Not to mention that some wonderful people, paramedics stopped to save my life and to help stabilize me so I could be transported, and they were there, I think, within minutes, just by chance driving by. In this, you can see how far I was thrown from the motorcycle or from the tree, whichever. And I think my head hit this barrier on the left, that sharp corner. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, but nonetheless, I had a brain bleed among many other injuries. My spine was fractured in 4 places, fractured 9 ribs. My spleen was burst, so I was bleeding internally, so they had to take that out, and I have a scar from my sternum to my groin, because I think they checked everything out, if that makes sense. This is a helicopter that came, and they had to evacuate the park so that it could park. So, and one of my friends was actually in the park at the time with an EMT friend of his. I was flown to Hackensack University Hospital, which was great. It's a great place to wake up. They were absolutely wonderful there. I'm so thankful to them. They say that I'm the first person that's ever come back to thank them. And I've been back there twice, and I plan on going back again because they're just wonderful people. Thank God. This is my brain. This is I think the CAT scan showing the brain bleed. If anybody knows how to read that, we're all imaging professionals here. So as I said, I had a couple of brain hemorrhages. I had my spleen removed, fractured spine, fractured vertebrae, multiple disc herniations and disc tears, fractured 9 ribs. And I also have, in addition to brain issues, I have some eye muscle issues. So as a photographer, and the torn shoulders, it's very difficult. I have a difficulty now focusing in front of me, close to far away, and back and forth. But I like to go out and shoot in the street, and hopefully that's helping. So I can still do professional work for the most part, but sometimes my personal work, I suffer a little bit. I don't have the same wherewithal as I did previously, unfortunately. Before this, I was an avid martial artist, been practicing traditional Japanese art for years, mainly Aikido, but also swordsmanship, et cetera, et cetera. And I hope to practice again, but I don't know if I can get pushed around at this point in the way my body is. I'm scared if somebody just bumps into me on the street or in the hallway here, frankly. So about my photography, some people know it, and some people know my work, thank God. I started photographing at an early age. My grandfather was a collector, and he used to give me cameras and lenses, mainly Zeiss or Zeiss design lenses. Even though, ironically, he was a Leica collector. I don't think I ever saw a Leica of his for some reason. This is a 4x5 I took in college. I went to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. And that's when I started to use a 4x5, a Cinar, and lenses my grandfather gave me. And I think it was here that I started to develop a style of close-up portraiture, something I found that I love. I love people's faces. I love people. I love the details. To me, they're like rich landscapes, except that when people have gesture or emotional value, all the more. There was a period where I was using a ring light a lot. This is Bar Raffaelli and Adi Ezra. She was dating Leonardo DiCaprio, and when she stopped, and in this case got married or engaged to this gentleman, Adi Ezra, it was news, I think, because mainly she was no longer dating Leonardo DiCaprio and he was on the market. So, and she's also a famous supermodel in her own right, but nonetheless, this shot went around the world in many great publications. This may not look like much, but it's one of my favorite photos because this was a prior CEO of William Morris Endeavor, and I had like 5 minutes with him, and he was not an easy guy to work with. And I would say in my work, if there's one thing I want to do with people is establish a connection and at least have a few seconds of something real. If somebody's just standing straight and not giving me any value, not being a person, frankly, for what a person is worth, it's not meaningful. So I have to have something. In this case, it's a small gesture, but it's something. And also the lighting I worked on for a while before he showed up. And I think I had an equipment failure in that case, but redundancy. So I was able to make it work within those 5 minutes, thank God. Maybe some of you recognize this gentleman, a big guy, as they say. I'm also fascinated not with facial features and the landscape of all these details and features, but people's eyes. I'm very drawn to people's eyes and wanting to show that in some way without overdoing it. Sometimes the ring light is overdoing it. So, but in this case it wasn't, obviously. It wasn't a ring light, excuse me. This was a hat shoot for a company with a model I used to love to work with, who was absolutely fantastic. Maybe some of you recognize her, famous Israeli actress Gal Gadot. And the truth is, between you and me, she wouldn't look at me straight on. And I was like, but the shot is straight. She's like, I don't. I'm like, okay. So I shot it anyway, of course, obviously. And I'm not sure I regret it, but it was just funny. And ultimately she was great. And she had a presence when she walked in a room, like you'd notice her. Even though she was among other great people, she had a certain presence. Philip Winchester, he was on Law and Order. He had his own show, Chicago Justice, as part of the Chicago series. Also, again, a great guy. But again, I just want some connection. No matter how little it is, just show me some real, raw emotion. Asaf Granit, a famous Israeli chef here in New York. Also a great guy, great personality, and a great face, great, rich, feature-rich landscape of a face. And what kind of father would I be if I didn't show my kids? So we go in New York all the time, and I can't help but photograph them. My oldest daughter has told me now that she's a little bit traumatized, but I'm confident I didn't overshoot her in her youth, but nonetheless, thank God I have great pictures of them. They have a condition known as HHT, which is a capillary vein disorder where people can hemorrhage at any time. This is from a shoot I did for a foundation, the Cure HHT Foundation. And the doctors involved that were absolutely great lifesavers, to say the least. Exemplary of some good emotion. Maybe some recognize this famous attorney. This was at another event. Just somebody's great eyes. This was with a wide open barn door at a wedding, and just a fantastic face. My youngest, what to say? This is an Grammy Award-winning musician, C. Lansbaum. A great guy. I love this shot. I think he still uses this shot. It's a few years old. Michael Mullen, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but great guy. Patrick Wilson, maybe some of you recognize him from the Marvel movies, I think, and so forth. And as I said, I'm drawn to eyes, and also to understand the complexity and why we're all enthralled with eyes, or what effect they have. There's an understood, I want to say secret, but maybe it's not really a secret, but in Disney movies, they frequently don't have catch lights, which as a photographer may be something to consider, that's how they show evil. It's vacuous because they don't show a reflection. It's almost like a reflection in a mirror, I guess, concept with Dracula or something. So I played with it at times just to see what it was like. I don't think she looks evil per se, but it's interesting with the widened pupils. So my other work, when I was shooting with a ring light, I had a special softbox for it, and the whole trick was, first of all, I do portraiture a lot with a 50 millimeter lens or so, and I like that. And some people have told me, and I've heard people say and write, if you're going to shoot portraits, only do it with an 85 or greater. Shoot with what you want. A 25 millimeter, a 35 millimeter, a 50 millimeter, whatever, it's fine. But a 50 or 55, in actuality, was the only focal length that would work with the ring light that I had if I wanted the pupil to line up with the hole. So the catch light, the reflection, is on the iris, or the cornea, iris. As I said, this wonderful subject's husband is here in the audience, and just a great picture, great eyes, great personality, great work. Another gentleman, again, I love these close-up features. I heard somebody was saying today, like shooting macro, shooting their children. This is that kind of sense. I just love the details and love rich features. Another gentleman from years ago, and this is with the ring light also, but you can see there's a slight spillover over the pupil. Another photographer. I donate my work at times to organizations that I find worthy. This is for an organization that helps victims of terror. And I've been in a few terror incidents myself, bombings. Unfortunately, not hurt, thank God, but a cause that's close to me. Same thing. She was injured in the, I can't think of the name of the bombing, but outside London. There's a famous singer there. There's a gentleman who has a book, and he was hurt in a bombing at Mike's place in Tel Aviv. And, whoops. And for those that want to know tech equipment, these were shot on a Fuji 100S, I believe, with the Zeiss Otis 55, my favorite lens for portraiture, frankly. And I like to experiment. I like to play. As I said before, I like to play in the street all the time. And as David brought up, Washington Square Park is the main place that I like to shoot people, in other areas in the streets of New York. What a playground for a photographer. But this is with a shooting over a, I want to say a 6x6. It may not be. It's called a Sawyer's, the camera, Sawyer's 4. But I set up, I think, my Sony at the time to be mounted to it, so it would shoot on top. It would shoot the little screen, which I found really nice. It had a great rendering to it and softened the harshness of it, so to say, the harsh lighting. And as I alluded to, I love to do street portraiture. As I had said, that my grandfather would gift me cameras when I was younger. Started with a Mickey Mouse camera. I think the lens was in the nose, and I think maybe I was 6, 7. I wish I had some of those shots left. I think it was a 110 cassette, if anybody remembers those. I age myself here. But in college, I used to shoot in high school also, and shoot a lot of cars. But I found myself drawn to people. I'm compelled to shoot people. I can't stop but see people walking down the street, and I'm just in awe at people's faces as they walk by, and more so, people's eyes. And I think I get a little bit awkward with it. I get the feeling that a lot of photographers fall into the category of having ADD or neurodiverse or whatever. But I'm just so enamored with faces at times that I just get caught up in staring and looking at somebody. I can't help it. Someone else I came across in the city, just stunning face, to say the least. I think this was shot on a Canon 20D with a Zeiss 51.4 at the time. A workhorse mainstay camera I've had for years and years. This is Johnny, I can't remember his last name, anybody knows? He's on FBI, great guy. Mayan Zilberman, she was a famous candy person. She was doing candy on the level of Vogue, so to say. Like Vogue would feature articles on her as well as many others. And also, again, just a great face, simply put. I can't help but shoot dogs in the city also, especially when they're cute like this. This is shot again with the Fuji 100S, I believe, and a Contax Zeiss 51.4, a lens that I've had since I bought it new with my Contax RTS 3 in about, maybe it was 90, 91. And by the way, that lens was on the shelf for years as I bought new ones and the Zeiss Otis. What am I going to use? An old 51.4 planar. But for some reason, on the Fuji 100S, it's magic, and 50R, medium format Fuji. It comes into its own. And I've seen that with a lot of lenses. They just have a different look on that camera. Not to mention, I like to use other lenses on that camera as well. Maybe Fuji will kill me here, because I only really have one Fuji lens I use just as a workhorse in commercial work. But for going around the street, I like to use Voigtlander or Zeiss, the Contax lens. In this case, this is the Zeiss ZM 51.5, a stellar lens, except that I wish I could get maybe 1 or 2 inches closer when I'm doing street portraits. There's also another fellow photographer I run into at times in the city. And as I said, I'm compelled to go out and shoot on my own and capture faces. And I get disappointed when people won't let me, which is very rare, but it's very rewarding when I get shots like this where everything just works. The eyes, the freckles, the hair, the wind, everything. just in that split second. So regarding the accident and getting back on the horse, so to say, the first thing is really photography. Maybe I'll get back on a motorcycle one day, maybe, if my body can handle it, and my brain, my wherewithal. Well, I'm not there yet, any of those. But it's good PT, it's good occupational therapy, physical therapy for me to be out doing what I love to do and doing what I make money at. It's good for me to socialize. 'Cause again, the brain injury I had has made things a little bit difficult, especially because some of it is frontal lobe damage, which is the same as ADD. So I feel like I have ADD times 10 or times 100, whatever. And not to mention, in the hospital initially, I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk. I was not just unconscious for the first day, but even for days afterward, I couldn't. And 2 weeks later, even, I remember, okay, I can walk. Just, you don't have to hold me every time. I just need to go to the bathroom. And sure enough, I slipped when I came out of the bathroom. And then everybody knew. Even when I went to rehab, everybody knew I fell in the hospital. They had a special warning for me. Don't listen to them. So going out in the world and not just sitting at home and recouping is important to strengthen my back, my social skills, my verbal skills, because talking was also an issue for a while. I'm incredibly thankful to be here today, to be able to stand, to walk and talk, present, and so on. Just more examples of me being compelled to shoot perfect strangers. And hopefully one day I'll put these together in a book. Maybe I'll stop and shoot you one day, and so on. A new friend in Washington Square Park. I've done a whole series there for years of just photographing perfect strangers there in the park. And it's a great place. It's a great place for the PT and OT to socialize, to hang out, to chill, without the frenetic pace of the rest of New York. Another photographer. This is in Soho, Washington Square Park. This was a funny shot. I wish I had reversed him. On the flip side of him was a fire, a raging fire, and there's this guy watching it, and I have a great shot of him from behind. I should have included it, I realize now, but I just asked him to turn around, and I just shot him. And it's a compelling picture, and I love it. I just wish I had the story in the shot itself. Another favorite shot, perfect stranger at Finelli's in Soho. Same, Finelli's in Soho. And at times I also like to test out lenses and just see what they can do. First of all, in my arsenal, when I got the Fuji GFX system, medium format, it has a larger sensor. So what lenses do I have that can fit it with an adapter and fill the frame, or fill enough of it, 80, 90%. And so this was a test, I think, with the Zeiss ZM35 1.4, an amazing lens I put aside in favor of a couple of other lenses for the Fuji. But when I use this lens, it's absolutely stunning. I wouldn't buy it for the Fuji GFX, but if you have one, it's just stunning. This is a Balthazar, another perfect stranger. Does anybody know this guy? He's a great guy. He does great videos on YouTube, and he walks around with photographers. And Paulie B, great guy. Run into him all the time. Someone else in Washington Square Park, I think he might be a photographer also. Another photographer in Soho. And I don't know how long I should go on, but just, I'm not marketing to you guys, but just to show my work, if anybody wants to see, this is Love and Happiness. And the reason I show this is because this picture is from college, a million years ago. I think it was 1988. And a good friend of mine, she's actually a great set designer here in the city, and she does big movies and shows. But in college, I think that the general idea in art school, and the art school ego was, I'll never shoot weddings or bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, or family shots, couples. It seems beneath such artistic intent. But then you look at the painters, and the painters are also painting people and painting what we consider a mundane situation, but trying to make it rich. So ultimately, years later, I found that I can do this and I have value there because not just that I have value, I find it rich and meaningful because in photographing the people in the street, there's another high of meeting somebody and getting that. With these kinds of shots, it's like the meat of it is the emotional value, that what they're sharing emotionally, what I'm able to capture is a unique gift. And to be able to do that and get paid to do it is amazing. This one I did get paid to do. These are some people I came across and shot alongside another photographer with a Leica, and our shots were fascinatingly different. His certainly had value. Mine do, I think, more because of the great depth of field, pun not intended, but also the emotional value of them just sharing that moment. And I think it's enriched by that shallow depth of field, if you will. If you had all the other information back, your eyes might be drawn to the sign or the people, somebody else's interaction between people and so on. I love backlit scenes. And this is a wedding I did out in California. And again, just that emotional value there was just so rich. And this is just showing my other wedding work here. Any questions, by the way, from anybody?
Well, where are you?
Say again? Versus is tough. Versus is quite a qualifier on that. Like, look, I have a brain injury, so honestly, showing up to shoot and just shooting has value for me. So when I can do that in this kind of state, oops, so I cut it out. Then sometimes in managing it. So I do both, frankly.
David, what's next for you now that you're on this amazing road to recovery? One more time. For David, just getting back up, that's amazing.
Thank you.
So what's next? What are...
I mean, honestly, I'm just getting back into shooting now. And it hurts, it's painful. I don't know.
Okay.
But
up there. Let's see.
I don't know if it's me or... But, so what's next? Just whatever jobs I can get. I've got bills to pay, and just hopefully returning to normal as much as possible, whatever that means. At the same time, I feel like I have a new lease on life, so to say. I know it sounds cliche, but I'm open to what comes. And like I said, I'm just getting back out there now and able to be sort of normal. And so we'll see what the world brings to me, so to say.
We got time for 2 questions from the audience. We've got Emmanuel here with the microphone.
Hi. Well, first of all, congratulations on your recovery.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I was really struck with your street work. It has such like a relaxed vibe to it. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to your process with, approaching people and getting them to kind of let the guard down a bit so that you can catch those like relaxed, like kind of vulnerable moments that you're capturing on the street.
It's a good question. It's funny because innately I'm a little bit of a shy person, and I've had to work at being social, and I've had to do it again in this process, so to say. Honestly, sometimes I just feel like I'm in my own self. My body gets all achy and my brain gets funky and when my eyes are wonky at times. But nonetheless, it's a struggle. So if you struggle, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just I find just being social and just talking to people is great. And then typically I don't want somebody to just stand there. So if I get somebody's permission to photograph them, but they're just standing there, I'll ask them to maybe lean up against this post, lean against something. I'll talk to them for a second. I'll chill with them. I'll ask them where they're from, which is something I like to do. I find it very I won't say disengaging. It's not really true though. Disarming, excuse me. And engaging with them, as opposed to you're just somebody I need to shoot right now or whatever. Just if it feels cheap to them, I don't think, or you can't connect to them, you're not going to get anything, in my opinion. Sure.
We have another question here.
Quick question. You mentioned you had some frontal lobe damage.
Yes.
I've been doing a lot of reading about creativity and the involvement of the frontal lobe.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's the same thing involved in ADD. Do you think your creativity has changed any because of that damage?
It's a fascinating question. I have not thought about it, and I don't think so. And I've done some shooting since, and I struggle with shoulder issues, eye issues, whatever. But I don't think the creativity is lost. I mean, I think it's ingrained in my system. Like I said, I've been shooting from an early age, and then in college, and all the years since in some manner. So I think that's sort of carved out in me, and maybe it's the left side of my brain, not that that matters, but meaning it's more methodical at this point. Like I know what works. So with lighting, for example, I just know how to light rather than I'm lost in it, if that makes sense.
All right. Anyone else? I guess a couple more questions I guess we have time for. Okay, I'm going to end this saying, David, thank you so much for not dying and still being with us.
Thank you.
That's a big deal. And also, you're really a wonderful photographer. You have great eyes, and you really sense it all up. So, best of luck to what comes next. And it was great having you here on the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we could take a quick break if you have to use the restrooms or maybe buy a Leica M11 camera. At 4 o'clock sharp, Mark Seliger is coming back. He's got an amazing program. He shared tons of rock and roll photography, a little bit about his music project, and we're really honored to have Mark here. So make sure you're back to see Mark at 4 o'clock. It's going to be a little busy in here, but get yourself a good seat. Thank you so much.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving, and thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, you know, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu savings or special financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
that was Mark Seliger's photograph. Of course, his name was on the back of the card. It was a Mark Seliger photograph, and said, this guy's pretty amazing. And as I grew into photography more and more, I started to realize just how prolific this photographer was and the work that he does. In my job here at B&H Photo, it is an absolute honor to be able to work with some of the legends of photography. And I'm very pleased to introduce to you guys for the second time at Depth of Field. The last time was in 2020 in person. No, it was in virtual in 2021. We went to Mark's studio and interviewed him, and then we published that when we did our virtual Depth of Field. But now we've invited Mark back for in-person Depth of Field. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Seliger. Come on up, Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's your advance, that's your backwards, and you're all...
Let's see, tell me that one more time. That's the advance.
That's advance.
Okay, right
And
there.
If you go past it, you go backwards.
Oh, okay. That sounds pretty simple.
Okay, once again, everyone, Mark Seliger.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's lovely to be here and glad to make a Wednesday afternoon little story for you guys. So this is really nice. And thank you, David and B&H for your hospitality. So are you guys into portraiture? Okay, all right. All right, so my, let's see, I guess I can see this. My early days started and we're going to talk about music in particular. My early days in editorial sort of started with a whirlwind of different kind of assignments, but I found myself at Rolling Stone doing some pretty creative stuff. But in the early days, I wasn't on contract. I just got assignments. And my first assignment was to shoot LL Cool J in his house at Hollis, Queens. And I went up to his house, which is his grandmother's house, and he was still asleep, and she ran me off with a broom. But he finally woke up, and we did this particular shot. And then as I started to get familiar with Rolling Stone, and they got familiar with me, I got sent out to LA to photograph Jane's Addiction, specifically Perry Farrell. And this is out in Perry's backyard. This is another really early photograph for me. It was Public Enemy. And in this particular image, I set up my lights, which was kind of broad daylight at the time, and then we waited for the band to show up after about 5 hours, and they finally did, and then we did a roll of film, and then we got chased off by the police. But it was an interesting time for me because I was using, these are all analog, and I was using a Hasselblad. It was the first time to kind of explore with a square. Once I kind of cemented my relationship with Rolling Stone, the kind of pinnacle moment happened for me after a couple of years, and they asked me to do a cover. But it was a very rushed experience where Paul Simon wasn't even in the studio when Ladysmith Black Mambazo showed up, and I got a call from him, and he said, you think we can pull this off in a couple of hours? And I said, I think we can, and he showed up. And we spent about 15 minutes when he arrived listening to them sing Graceland, which was a pretty memorable moment. But this was my first cover for Rolling Stone. So one of the things that was a kind of a highlight for me when I started to work for Rolling Stone was to obviously do covers, because covers is a very unique experience. First of all, you know, in a time when people went to newsstands and enjoyed newsstands, cover was really like that was the big deal. And so they started trying me out on different entertainers. One of them happened to be Sam Kinison, who was also doing music at the time as well, but he was kind of the rock and roll comedian. And then my third cover was with Lou Reed. And I remember this particular session because Lou got to our location, which was downtown Manhattan, and he didn't have the right pair of glasses on. So I sat there and tried to talk to Lou Reed, which was pretty quiet, actually, about life. and while we waited for his glasses. But anyway, this was my third cover, and I got a little bit in trouble for this one because it was a little dark for them. But I guess when you think about Lou Reed, that sort of makes a lot of sense. Then as I started to explore music more and more with my photography, I realized that I had a very good relationship with photographing groups of people. And so one of my first bands that I got to photograph for the cover was the Black Crowes. And then Aerosmith. Then in '92, so that was kind of in the very late 80s into the 90s. In '92, I was asked to do a portfolio for the 25th anniversary of Rolling Stone. And I was very tickled to be able to do this. I was working in kind of a platform with a bunch of other photographers doing portfolios. It was like Herb Ritz, it was Kurt Marcus, it was Bruce Weber. It was a nice group of people to be involved with in terms of the photography. And so my very first session was going to be with Fleetwood Mac. And so I had come accustomed to being able to put my ideas out first, draw them out, figure out what I wanted to do, and then talk to the artist before we went too far down the road. So I called Mick Fleetwood. I got his number. They said you could call him at the studio. I called Mick Fleetwood. He gets on the phone and he goes, "Hello, Mark. Nice to talk to you." He goes, "What are your ideas?" And I said, "Well, you guys are celebrating your 25th anniversary. Rolling Stone celebrating their 25th anniversary. So I thought it'd be great if you guys did a wedding picture, you and John McPhee." And Mick says, "Ooh, I like that idea." I goes, "I have one little favor." And I go, "What's that?" And he goes like, "Can I be the bride?" So that's kind of where you want to end up. Like, that's called a willing subject. So then, one of my next one was photographs or portraits was with Ringo Starr. So I mean, think about a kid like growing up in Texas, all of a sudden, you're going to go photograph one of the Beatles. That's a pretty cool thing. So in my sketch pad, I was thinking like, what makes a really good drummer? I was writing down lists and I said like, well, maybe he would have multiple hands, or maybe he would be a god or a goddess or something. So I came up with this idea of sort of a Shiva-related idea of Ringo. And my assistant, we had actually Ariane Phillips, who was the costume designer, built a different set of arms for us from the same material she made the shirt in. And my assistant slipped his hands through Ringo's arms, and we did, 2 pairs of arms. This is the late Jeff Beck. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm sure you do, that Jeff Beck just passed away. And this, again, was a very spontaneous moment where his wife was feeding sheep, and she brought him over to where we were taking a picture. So we call that lo-fi. So again, through the 25th anniversary, this was a picture I did of Fats Domino. So I kind of never know where I'm going to end up. This particular picture, I was at a venue waiting for Fats to show up after a show, and he was already in his undershirt getting ready to put on a fresh shirt. I said, "Oh, no, just stay like that. You look great." And I had a little spritzer that I carried in my back pocket, and I spritzed him a little bit with water, and we did this black and white picture. Hey, guys, and also, this is pretty casual, so if you guys have any immediate questions, you don't have to wait to the end. You can ask me a question. We're warm and fuzzy here. So this is the Allman Brothers. This is Greg Allman and Dwayne. And so this was in Macon, Georgia. Dickie Betts, sorry. And so then I actually got to photograph a second Beatle. So this was George Harrison. Now the funny thing about George, I'm not going to tell a ton of stories about everybody, but George, I was told, liked a ukulele by who I was just photographing, Tom Petty. And so I got a couple of ukuleles, and after the shoot, and I knew that he was reluctant because he didn't like a review from Rolling Stone from 1972 for Dark Horse. He's kind of mad about being in Rolling Stone. But anyway, we had a good time and got in the ukulele. We played some songs together. We listened to him, and then at the very end, he said, "Mark, it's been really nice." And he grabbed one of these rental ukuleles, which was not inexpensive. It was a Martin. And he starts walking away with it. And I go, "Hey, hey, George, that's a rental. And he goes like, oh, go ahead and just bill yon winner. So I thought that was kind of cool. Well, I had to bill yon winner, not George. So this was a kind of a wonderful moment where Tom, I was also for the 25th anniversary, I was photographing Tom Petty. And Tom didn't really know what he wanted to do for the photograph. And I said, well, you know, we were kind of being loose. I said, the house is great. Let me look in your wardrobe. And he had this cowboy robe. And I said, this is great. I want to photograph you in your robe. And he goes, well, okay. And he put on the robe, and he comes out and he's wearing jeans. I go, no pants. So he reluctantly took his pants off for me. That's Jimmy Page. This is in his castle. So these are all grouped together. So this was a pretty expansive portfolio. The great Carlos Santana, very, very stoned, I should tell you. So that was the 25th anniversary. Right after that, I got asked by the magazine to become their chief photographer, which I was blown away. And I had that job from 1992 to 2002. And one of the wonderful things about being affiliated with a magazine like Rolling Stone is that you really get to explore. You get to try things out. You know the magazine's going to support you, which is really kind of a wonderful, unique relationship. And so I started to dig into a kind of a more simplified idea of portraiture. And so this is John Lee Hooker. You can see like there's a kind of a reductive quality to it. I'm playing with light. Most of this stuff is large format or medium format. Chris Cornell. So this shot in particular was a little bit of a breakthrough for me because I was actually photographing, again, I was photographing Tom Petty for another story. And well, he must know, he knows every musician. So I was telling him I was photographing Johnny. And he said that, you know, you're going to love him. He's a very powerful guy. You know, just maybe watch him and see, kind of get a radar on him. So I went to his show. We were in Vegas, and I went to his show, and I saw that he took his guitar and he flipped it behind his back during a performance. And I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, you still know that's Johnny Cash. And so we did a portrait out in the desert in Las Vegas, and then we went back to a hotel room and we set up a kind of a simple gray background in this hotel room I was staying in. And he brought his guitar and I did this picture. Then I went in the dark room and I printed everything down and created this kind of like almost like a Batman, the Batman of country music, I call him, or Superman. So another great moment for me, and you guys could probably relate in terms of like when you get to meet your idols, is that like Neil Young for me musically was the creme de la creme. And so when I met Neil for the shoot, I said that I wanted to do a couple of different things, one of them being a serious portrait. But we went in, the idea is that we went into his trailer and he had this closet full of flannel shirts. So I said, well, what do you want to wear? And he goes, well, I got a green one, a blue one, a yellow one, and a red one. So that was his wardrobe. Anyway, that's kind of the joke. So I was still steering in a direction of a balance between really conceptual photographs and simple portraits. And then again, I had another highlight in my career where I got to photograph the Rolling Stones. And what was so cool is that they were putting out a record, which I think was Voodoo Lounge. And I get a call from their manager and they said like, hey, Mick wants you to come to London. And I said, well, great, that sounds fantastic. He goes like, today. And I said, okay, well, all right, I can work that out. And he goes, and you're going to be taking the, what is it called? Yes, thank you. And so 3-hour flight, get there, and meet with Mick. The following day, flew back, set up. We had a huge set, and then I also wanted to do these simple portraits, so we stuck these in. This is Mick and Keith. The Concorde, thank you. So right about that time, we were experiencing a change in music, and I got a call from Courtney Love's people. I had worked with REM, and Michael Stipe had recommended me for a session with Courtney Love, which I thought, you know, great. I mean, Courtney Love's weird. I like that. And so I went and I did this publicity picture with her, which was wonderful. We had a good time. And we later went on to do a lot of work together. But she also, she was married obviously to Kurt Cobain at the time, she introduced me to Kurt. And so one of the first moments I had with Nirvana was to go to Australia and do a cover for Rolling Stone right after Nevermind had broken. Am I speaking too loud? Okay, now just tell me. I get a little excited up here. So I'm in Melbourne getting ready to do this shoot. I'm scouting locations. I'm super crazy trying to get everything orchestrated, right? And so I go to the concert. I get to meet the guys before, except for Kurt wasn't there. And I went up to Dave and Chris and I said, you know, I've studied a lot of your photographs. I know you guys wear T-shirts with writing on it. And I was like, you know, band names and things like that they're publicizing, local bands. So I was like, you know, if you wouldn't mind telling Kurt, since he's not here, just don't wear anything with writing on it because it'll really distract from the copy. And they were like, cool, we'll tell him, no problem. So I'm thinking, okay, this is all going to work out great. We drive out to the location. Their van pulls up. I'm having all kinds of crazy problems with my Australian equipment. And all of a sudden I see Chris and Dave, and they come out of the van and they're laughing. I'm going like, why are you guys laughing? They go, you'll see. Kurt gets out of the van and he's wearing his button-up sweater, and he unbuttons it and it says, corporate magazines still suck. Now you wonder, like, wouldn't you know that you don't tell, you know, the punk kid not to do something because you're definitely going to get the opposite response. So I sweat my off all the way back to Melbourne. I think I had messed it all up. And as I got back into New York, I sent my pictures in, and I get a call from Rolling Stone. They are so delighted with the photograph, and they're going to run it as is. And that was kind of cool. Like, I thought we were going to have to, you know, touch it out. But nope, it ran. So anyway, that embraced me to the band. The band thought I was kind of a cool guy to be able to pull this off. Well, they didn't think I was that cool. So when the next record came out, In Utero, I was requested to do the cover from Rolling Stone, and the band was very open to it. So I thought my answer to the Rolling Stone cover, the first one, would be them in Brooks Brothers suits, because obviously they were successful. And much to my amazement, they liked the idea. And here's one of the photographs we did during the session. And then this portrait was a portrait that I did on Polaroid film with a, you guys know what Type 55 Polaroid is? Now, Type 55 Polaroid gives you a negative and a Polaroid. So I was shooting film, but I saw this Polaroid. I thought, man, this thing is pretty damn good. So I kept it in my little bucket, and I walked my bucket through the airport. People were like, you going fishing? Nope, this is my bucket. And got back, and I got the rest of the film back after a couple of days, and this picture really became much more interesting than any of the film I had shot, because he had let his guard down because it was a Polaroid, which I thought was pretty kind of cool. Then, 2 months later, we hear the news that Kurt's dead. And then this picture became the memorial issue. The same day that Kurt died, I was in Paris. I'd wake up to the phone call. I'm shooting Counting Crows. And I get a message from my editor at Rolling Stone, and they said, like, hey, Kurt Cobain's dead. He shot himself last night. I was like, oh my God. I just, like in the world, we were crushed. And so I went and I was trying to figure out what we were going to do, and the band was kind of weird and restless. And we tried to shoot, and it was just kind of messy. Nobody was in a good mood. And then for some reason, we finished with the band, and I went up there with Adam Duritz top of Paris and the Marmont section, and we just sat down and had this artist paint him, and I took a couple of pictures while I was having a coffee, sketch him. And so we came back with this picture. Then we had to do a whole reshoot because the picture sucked. But anyway, or the band, not this one. That one's a good picture. So 9 months after that, I'm telling you sort of chronologically where things are going with music, because this is I'm still in a blur about everything. But so then I get a call about 8 months later from Rolling Stone that Courtney wants to do a cover, the first publicity she's going to do after the death of her husband. And so she and I had worked a little bit after that, or before that, and so I came up with this idea of just like kind of a sad ballerina, melancholy ballerina. We didn't shoot too long, it was just for an hour, but this is one of the pictures that came out of it. Pretty exciting stuff, huh, guys? Goddamn right. Thank you. We're going to talk for till about 9:30 tonight, so I hope you guys got plenty of coffee and a catheter. So I'm still in Rolling Stone, having a great time, and I get the Beastie Boys. This shot, okay, so I had the idea of all three of them in Nick's outfits. I get there, and Adam tells me, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in a basketball outfit. I want to be the referee, and I want to look like what's his name, Marv Albert. So go get me a wig. So we had to stop the shoot. Took a couple hours. We got a wig. Got him a referee outfit, and that was that. So Fiona Apple, loved her music, was really listening. Like when I do research, right, I'll listen to a record until like maybe a lyric triggers something. I'll write down a bunch of ideas. I just flush it out. I spend days on it. And so she had this lyric about water and being under the water and just this like kind of very romantic, poetic kind of a storyline about the kind of the solidarity and water obviously was a part of it. And so I did this picture. I built a tank, and I had her floating in this water tank. So I was kind of like the rough and rugged photographer. I was shooting Jane's Addiction, and I was shooting Johnny Cash. So photographing women for me was like that was a departure. I was like, oh, I better get my A game on because I don't want to piss off the ladies. So I really boned up on my lighting, and I figured out how to make people look super good. And remember, we're not doing a lot of retouching in these days. We're working a little bit with retouching, but we're really trying to keep everything in camera. Not like you young bucks today who get on your computers and make it look all sexy. So now here's another lady that I love, James Hetfield. And the thing about James is that he is that guy. Like he is ready to just like go out in the cracked earth and let Satan, strike a fire on his head, and just wonderful guy to photograph, very animated. But we were in Florida, they were playing, and I got him just for an afternoon. And I was at a hotel, so we went out to this dump, which was really a dump that we were shooting in. I don't know what it was, some sort of toxic waste dump, hence the cracked earth. And then we went back to the hotel, and I had set up a background, right? And the background was just for a headshot for the inside. So I had to do a cover and an inside picture. So I'm setting up, and I'll show you this next picture. We are pouring water over his head to create this demonic, crazy rock and roll picture. We're in the ballroom of this hotel. It's like a really nice, I don't know, like Hotel 6 or whatever it was. And all of a sudden this woman comes out. She goes like, "Sir, you're going to have to leave. We're having a bar mitzvah in 30 minutes. So I had to leave. Anyway, we got the demonic picture. James got invited to the bar mitzvah. I did not. So then I went into shooting, like I got kind of pulled into the hip hop world, the rap world, which I'd already done Public Enemy, so I was pretty good for the rest of my life. But then I got to meet Dr. Dre and Snoop. Now that was a whole experience for me because I was in California, in Compton, all night long. I had no idea where I was. I was just trying to figure it out. They couldn't have been sweeter. And then we did find out that the reason why they were so accommodating is because Dr. Dre was on house arrest. So he really didn't have anywhere to go. Then I decided I was gonna go for the rock and roll androgynous look, so I could use my beauty techniques that I had with Lauryn Hill and adapt it to the heavy metal guy, Sebastian Bach. And for those of you who don't do a lot of magazine work but are interested in magazine work, as in terms of our editorial work, as we call it now, that I worked with a couple of wonderful stylists. So we would team up together and we would consider what we would make for the shoot. Sometimes we would find great clothes at stores for them and fashion for them, but sometimes we would make things. So Ariane Phillips, who I don't know if you know her name, incredible costumer, she made these gold lame pants. The problem was that he got so drunk during the shoot and they were so tight that it took 3 of us to pull them off at the very end while he was laying on his back. Now, this was a controversial moment. This was during the whole LA riot scene, and Ice-T had just put out a record about cop killers, a song titled Cop Killers. So we thought that we would, kind of echo that a little bit. It was very controversial. And this again is with Ariane Phillips, and we knew that Ice-T was a willing subject. We didn't know if he'd do this, but we had a cop outfit, and he showed up, and I said, I'm thinking about you as a cop. He goes, okay, cool. And funny enough, now he plays a cop. Like, that's all he does. So I never got a residual. This is my buddy Jacob Dillon. I've known Jacob since he was a youngster in the Wallflowers. I was asked to photograph him. And then when the Wallflowers blew up, I had the great fortune of being able to put him on the cover of Rolling Stone. And I can honestly say Jacob, I don't have a lot of friends that are rock and rollers, but Jacob is a friend of mine. He's a very, very sweet man. So now we're kind of like edging towards the weird part of my career where I'm photographing like boy bands and girl bands, and I'm having to really like pump up my game for the next iteration of music. And so these are the Spice Girls, as you all know, and we were photographing them in my studio, and they came early, and I said, well, you guys are 2 hours early, we're not quite set up. And they said, that's okay, we're gonna walk around the village. I live in West Village. And they came back and they all had packages from the Pink Pussycat, which I really don't want to get into, but you can only imagine. So then I had another experience with probably 10 years later with Mick and Keith. Now, I want you to know I had nothing to do with their shirts. It was not my idea. But anyway, I thought this was kind of fun because I had photographed them 10 years before and then kind of the next decade. This is the only time I was called a wanker on a shoot by an artist. So the story behind this is this was a rare moment for me where I had a band really mad at me, right? So you're probably wondering, like, why would this band be mad at you? You got to photograph them naked, and they didn't have to put on any clothes or anything like that. Why would they be mad at you? Mad at me because the guitar player got fired right after I did this shot, right? Got fired from the band. What did Rolling Stone do? They cut him out. And the band never forgave me. I saw Anthony Kiedis once. He goes, I'm still not talking to you. So this is kind of just a collection of images. I thought you guys could, you're here, well, you guys are photographers, right? All right, so like, what do you guys think of it? Can we be interactive? All right, so tell me, you guys, what do you guys, when you think about a camera, what is a camera for you guys? Tool, right? What is it? You have one camera, you have several cameras? Several. You like a lot of equipment, right? You're here, so obviously you like cameras. Oh, that's cool. All right. Well, The reason I ask that dumb question is because, no, not a dumb question, but that question is because I kind of think about cameras. Don't tell Sony this. I kind of think about cameras as a paintbrush, right? So like when I learned a little bit about a Pentax or a 4x5 or 35 or 8x10, I kind of have all these things at my fingertips. So I kind of just pull it out whatever it is it's going to be. You know, it's like when you go into a deli, right? You're going to go, is it going to be a bagel and lox? Is it going to be an enchilada? Maybe some pancakes? I don't know. So it's kind of whatever I imagine. So this just kind of gives you sort of a breadth of the way that I work in the studio and on location. Sometimes very conceptual, sometimes very streamlined, really depends on the assignment. Now here's an idea for you. You go and you're working with a band. I had a million ideas that I was working out with them. They said like, I think it was Lars, because like, man, we got this idea, this really cool idea. Now this is just like, we're in broad daylight, and I go, yeah? Because we want to do this picture of the four of us doing this. I mean, like, this is like broad daylight. It's like that. I'm going, I don't even know what you're talking about, Lars. And he goes, well, this is good. You're going to understand it when we do it in a kind of a black background, very dark. And I was like, okay, cool. And so we went in and we started saying, I said, oh, got it, it's Skull and Crossbones. He goes, yeah. So anyway, that was it. But it was great. It was a great idea. I mean, Lars, he's got great ideas. And I have a couple too. This is meat puppets. I don't know why they're dressed as 7th Avenue prostitutes, but I think because I live so close to the meatpacking district, I just was inspired. This is Danzig. You know, if ever you have ideas that just aren't working, just go to fire. Really, because, you know, devil worshipers, rock and rollers, everybody loves a good fire. Melissa Etheridge. So, let me tell you guys about production. Now, I broke my back a couple of times doing production because I used to do a lot of it myself. So I pulled these trees in from a little store in Los Angeles and took them out to the desert and planted them, my assistant and I. And then we had to take them back because they were rental. Now, you know, one of the things that you do in editorial is you learn to have the gift of gab, right? Like the gift of gab can pretty much, you can sell what's the terminology, David? You can sell sand in a desert, right? All right, so Michelle Degocello, I just loved her music. I just thought she was the coolest. But I had this idea to pour paint on her head. Anyway, she let me. I really got into pouring things over people's heads for a good part of my career. And then I started to put people in sardine cans. And so this is a true story. I went to Vermont to photograph fish. Now, I had this idea, right? So I think, this is the way my brain thinks. I think fish, sardines, guys in a sardine can. So I go to the local supermarket. We had a box already cut out because I knew where I was going to go. And I told Fish I was going to do something kind of special. I figured I'm not going to tell them I'm going to put them in olive oil. I got 40 gallons of olive oil. And I poured it in this wooden container. And I said, well, you know, you guys we're going to do a sardine picture. And they were like, that's cool. Pretty stoned. So we got him in the 40 gallons of oil. And then I went back and I photographed a sardine can at my studio. And that was my fish. And you know, I got ripped off. Who ripped me off? The Beastie Boys. Do you guys remember that? I'm going to fucking sue them. So this guy, he was such a sweetheart back then. He was, I mean, I don't think he had $40 in his back pocket, but he was so nice and so lovely. And this is the first picture in Rolling Stone of him. When I did my first book, I had, my first retrospective was in the, right around 2000. And I had a pretty nice collection of pictures, but I had one artist that I had never gotten. I was so miserable, I had never gotten Tom Waits. So I met his manager at something, and I knew the book was closing. It was just fortuitous that I ran into him. I said, hey man, any chance I can photograph Tom? He goes, oh no, Tom doesn't, he would never, I'll ask him. Anyway, Tom said yes for my book. I was excited, I got to work with Tom. So he says, yeah, he says, I got some ideas for you, but he said, meet us at the graveyard at 6:30, the sun goes down, and I'll bring a wheelbarrow and dig a hole, dig a big hole in the graveyard. It was up in Northern California. I was like, you what? You want me to dig a grave? Yeah, it'll be fine. No one cares. Sure enough, we go there, my sister and I, we go and we dig a 4-foot hole in the middle of a graveyard. Nobody even batted an eye. We're just getting, Tom Waits passed on, we're just getting ready to bury him. So I do ask people to do things that are highly unusual. And I'm a big fan of Lyle Lovett. If you guys know, you probably have read a lot of stuff about me in the past. I like country music. Don't hold it against me. But anyway, I was a big fan of Lyle. We grew up in Houston together. I had seen him a couple of times in the early days. And so I just thought he was a lot of fun, this guy. So I threw him a party. Blind Melon. I was a huge Talking Heads fan, and I was beside myself when I got the call to photograph David Byrne. And I don't think he said 3 things to me that day, but I got a couple of nice photographs. Michael Stipe. Then I got the call to photograph Bob Dylan. So this was really kind of an amazing moment. I'd met Jacob, worked with Jacob a couple of times, and got a call to photograph Bob. He's going to come over to your studio. I was living in Soho at the time. He's coming to your studio, super low key. Manager says, don't shake his hand. Whatever you do, don't shake his hand. So I was all right, cool. I don't shake Bob Dylan's hand. I don't need to do that. So the elevator comes up. Bob Dylan walks out. He's carrying a little garment bag, and he goes, how you doing? I'm Bob. I was like, I'm not the germaphobe, but here we go. Anyway. Bruce Springsteen at 49 years old. I've had a lot of rockers I got to photograph at 49 years old. So this is my country section, because I know you guys love country music. So, true story, Willie Nelson's going to be 90 years old this year. Happy birthday, Willie. So this is a picture, probably the only photographer to say, like, hey, Willie, do you mind taking your shirt off? I like this photograph because it wasn't intentional, but it was probably subliminal in my mind to kind of a Curtis moment with his hair. This is the legendary Bill Monroe. That's out in Bakersfield. That's Buck Owens, Loretta Lynn. Now, true story, I was going to Loretta's house to do this picture. Now, I'm back-to-back on assignments doing this country portfolio. And I get to her house, and there's nobody there. There's not a car in sight. There's a couple, I see like a guy in a tractor down the road, and I see this woman, this kind of shabby woman in the garden, in the tomato garden. I said, hey, I'm looking for Loretta. And she goes like, yeah, I'm here. So she changed her shirt, and we went into this picture. Lucinda Williams. This is my Amy Lou. This is really kind of, okay, a quick little story here. So I was, like, Merle for me was the greatest songwriter in country music. I used besides Hank Williams. And so it was a great thrill to photograph him. And so I was told by his manager, he says, like, go around, look for some locations, and then when you guys find what you want to do, I'll tell Merle, and please tell me what you want him to wear. I was like, well, maybe a denim shirt, maybe like, something kind of ragged, something cool, some distress. Merle Haggard, you want him to look like a cowboy. He goes, okay, I'll do that. And I go, who are those guys over there painting the house? He goes like, well, that's the drummer. The guy on the windows, cleaning the windows, that's the bass player. And the guy over there gardening, that's the pedal steel player. I thought, okay, keeps him busy. So Merle comes out, and I see him standing over there, and he's wearing this kind of crappy jacket, green jacket, and I walk over, and he goes like, I said, hey, I'm Mark Seliger from Rolling Stone. He goes like, I thought you were. He goes, if you don't like what I'm wearing, you can get off my property. I said, no, I love a members-only jacket. I really do. I think they're just fantastic. Shot of Eddie Vedder. Now, Eddie, he was more reluctant than Kurt Cobain. So we had to do a cover shoot for the band, and I barely got away with even one photograph of him, but this is a reluctant Eddie Vedder. This is Jerry. So when you photograph Jerry Garcia, you only had 1 hour. So you had to have 3 packs of Marlboros. I don't know how anybody smoked 3 packs of Marlboros in an hour, but he had 3 packs of Marlboros and Dr. Pepper. And we made, again, Ariane Phillips worked with me on, she made a smock. We thought a smock would be nice for him. And we had a guitar, and he was happy in a field, so. And then here's the house arrest picture. If you notice, Dr. Dre is wearing a bracelet, and that is not from Tiffany's. Riza? Zach? Kind of a nice moment with Joni Mitchell. I was a big fan of Joni's, so this was nice to have a portrait. Maxwell? And I've worked with Lenny. I met Lenny on a shoot in 1987 or 88, and we worked together. We still work together. We're still building a body of work. But this was for his record 5. And this is a more recent photograph of him in the Bahamas for YSL. Then as I left Rolling Stone, I started to work a lot more with Vanity Fair. In fact, I was on contract with them for 10 years, and I still work with them. So we did Lisa Robinson, the legendary editor, did a hip-hop portfolio. And so she kind of directed me more than I liked, but I tried to figure out how to make the pictures my own. So this is Nellie. How did I light that? Let's see. That is lit with a medium, I think a breezy strobe. But I used a very, very lightweight overhead silk to block the sunlight so that it was getting more of the strobe than it was the natural light. Kind of a mix. Is that only natural light? Is that only natural light? No, that's strobe with natural light on the background.
Because your photos have such a heavy production quality to them, do you find yourself utilizing gaffing techniques from cinema more than traditional?
100%. Yeah, I mean, more recently now than ever, one of the things I learned, this is music work. I have a whole other life, which is more kind of like fashion work and other things like that. And are you guys familiar with the Instagram stuff that we do for the Oscars? So that work is specifically done using continuous lights. Yeah, so we only use, in the last 4 years of doing that. So we use continuous lights, and I've been using a Sony camera, which is kind of, I'm giving you my trade secrets, so don't get too excited. They closed down the bar over there anyway. But the Sony and that type of camera with the continuous gives me kind of an option to sort of almost be more cinematic with it. And so when we're working in the set during the Oscar party, we have a guy on a board. We're moving lights on and off. So we pre-program the lighting so that we can change within 2 seconds. But I do find that a lot of the work that I'm doing now, as opposed to this work, is more using continuous lights and movie kind of experiences. And really it's because, you know, the latitude of digital has afforded us that opportunity, right? So this is all for the portfolio and Vanity Fair. So literally we were in Times Square at 2 in the morning doing this picture. Puffy shows up, I don't know, like 4 hours late. I had just had jaw surgery like 3 days before, so I was in incredible pain. And he comes out, we're in the middle, literally in the middle of Times Square with a throne. He goes like, I don't like the throne. I'm going like, got no choice, baby. This is it. Anyway, I convinced him. I'm just going to kind of haul through some of these just so you guys see these. You know, the Fujis. This picture was actually taken, it was kind of a happy mistake. I was photographing a Rockaware campaign, which was Jay-Z's line of clothing, and we were on a trip in Africa. And he was getting ready to perform, and Beyonce was riding in the limo with him, and I said, hey, do you mind if I ride in the front and just take a couple pictures of you, Jay? But I did sneak in her into the corner. So when I moved to my studio on Charles Street, we had to remove an elevator cab, cab of an elevator from it was a horse stable back in like 1850s. And we had to put in a staircase because of egress and coding, so I had to take out this big elevator. When I took it out, there was this incredible skylight that was just like a Northlight studio. And then when I would photograph people, I'd ask if they'd come up and do a couple portraits in the stairwell. And that turned into a whole body of work. And I also really love printmaking, so we started to do platinum palladium prints on this body of work. So these are a couple of musicians that we worked with. The book was really spanned from theater and artists and writers and directors and musicians and performance and some movie stars, but mainly it was like connected with the Brooklyn Academy of Music. Another picture of David Byrne later as a janitor.
Was he more talkative that time?
Sorry?
Was he more talkative that time?
Yeah, he was, yeah. Is that you, David? No, I can't answer that question. David Bowie. And I just threw in kind of some of my favorite images from throughout the years of musicians, because I know we all love musicians. There's nothing like a musician. Patty actually walked into the studio with shoes around her neck and her hat on, her ashram hat on, and her Amish hat on, and her long coat, and I thought, don't move. Threw her up to the background and did this portrait, and then we did a whole other session, but this was the picture that lived on for me. So, I was born in the 60s, so I was like, I kind of missed as a photographer, I kind of missed like the early days, like the Jim Marshalls and the Bob Gruens and some of those things, some of the guys that got sort of the early stuff. But, I got to photograph some of the elderly statesmen of music, kind of in their next iteration of their lives. So this is Paul Simon, Art Garfunkel. There's some other. So I do a lot of stuff in camera. So, and still we use film, pick and choose our battles. But this was shot on 4x5, and this was a triple exposure that we did with Debbie. Sure.
As somebody who works in two mediums, music and photography, do you find a separation between your personal work existing in one medium and then professional work existing in another, or
do you ever like start thinking of an idea and you're like, oh, this actually should be a song as opposed to like a photo series?
No, I mean, I think, are you referring to just photography, or are you talking about music and photography?
I'm talking about you as a musician.
Oh, gosh. Well, you know, music is kind of an extension of storytelling for me. So I kind of draw, I mean, I use the example that, you know, my experiences as a visual artist help me to be able to write. And that's what I really care about. I mean, I don't really have a connection to like being on the road and performing. I like words, I like writing, I like the way that the imagery kind of sponsors itself within a song. I try to make everything that I do, whether it's, and especially in photography, where you do your personal work and you have your commercial work and you have, you know, the bread and butter work that you don't necessarily want to show. Try to interject as much of myself in those moments as possible. And I surprised myself, and more recently in the last 10 years, where I like to flip things on their head a little bit. So I have found in the commercial world, and this may not be answering your question totally, but it's kind of like, I think, relevant to this group, is that even if you think it is a bad idea, you need to talk about it with the creative forces around you, because you're a visual artist, right? Like, that's your responsibility. If you think you can make something look better, that is really up to you. And so that's my philosophy. And listen, I have a lot of bad ideas. I'll be the first to tell you. But I think it's important to be able to not separate yourself from the bread and butter and the projects. And you hear that all the time, where people are going, "Yeah, it's my personal project, but I got to go out and do this headshot." But like, that makes your personal project better when you improve it. So this man is not shy. This was kind of amazing. I had a few minutes. This is pretty recent. This is a couple years before she passed away, Aretha Franklin. And this was for Harper's Bazaar, I believe. Yeah. And we got her for 10 minutes backstage before she went on. And she just looked tired. And she was not happy. And she was kind of dragging around, and she says, "Hi, I didn't meet you. Let's do this portrait." And I got her to do this kind of moment where she took her mink coat off. She just wanted to wear it, and I had her throw it over her shoulder. Took a couple of pictures, and then she went on stage. She got up on stage, and this is the life of a musician, and it was like a whole other person. It was like she was belting it out and smiling for 2 hours. I didn't even know what I was like, how did I fuck that up? Kendrick Lamar, great subject, really intense human being to work with, but very lovely. One of my last pictures I did of Alison Krauss and Robert Plant, that was last year in Tennessee. And I throw this one in. This is the last picture from the photography. We're going to show you a couple of things kind of relating to the gentleman's question about music. Is that, so Little Richard had big sunglasses on. He'd already like canceled one shoot when we'd already set up, and he wasn't feeling good, so we had to break down, and I had to go fly to Atlanta to shoot him. But I was really, the king of rock and one of the kings of rock and roll, I needed to go photograph Little Richard before I couldn't. And all during the session, right? Like he's going, "No, I can't take my glasses." "You've got to take your glasses off." "No, I can't take my glasses off. I'm just going to sit right here. Just take my picture, baby." I was like, "Okay, I'll just take your picture." And I took his picture. And finally I said, "Look, just give me one without your glasses on." And he goes, "All right, I'm going to give you one." Took his glasses off and made that face. I was using my Hasselblad, right? I had been shooting digital. I had my Hasselblad on. For some reason, I had to film in the camera. And I shot that one picture. I think I shot another picture of him putting his glasses back on, and that was it. And I got home, and I got the shot. And I know what he's saying. If he could say, if this picture could talk, he'd be like, "Oh, Lordy, you did not use that picture." Okay, now, David, this is the, let me make sure I'm doing this right.
This should be the videos.
Okay.
Our audio's good, right?
Okay, so I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself. Now, wonderful crowd, each and every one of you. Now, I do have a little, like, I think of my photography as my wife, and then I'm kind of a closet musician, so I have a writing world and a musical world that I do on the side, and I call that my mistress. So writing and recently this new record that's coming out, it's coming out on February 28th. It's self-titled from our band called Rusty Truck. And so this is our third record. And so in my last record, I dabbled in the idea of more of a performance in the visual world because it's what I love to do. And I was making some pieces to accommodate the songs and also photography as well. But this year we kind of blew through the, I think through the wall a little bit. And I'd just been working with Twyla Tharp. You guys know who Twyla Tharp is? Choreographer, just 80 years old, amazing modern dancer. And she and I had been working on some other projects. I said like, hey, would you ever choreograph a video for me? And she said like, sure, as long as you do something for free for me down the road. And I was like, yeah, why not? Anyway, I'm just going to show you a minute of a couple of these pieces. That's Katie Holmes, yeah. Hey, can we turn these lights down? Is it possible? I'm so sorry. Just kill them. So, if you guys want to go on and see the rest of that, the song's called Ain't Over Me, but it's Rusty Truck and Katie Holmes, you'll find her, Twyla Tharp, you'll find it. I just wanted to show you a piece of that. So, I wrote the song and had the song produced, and then I had Larry Campbell, a very wonderful musician who I'd done some work for, and Larry produced our record. So.
Nighttime, baby, shadows all are rescued. In the nighttime, when your dreams they seem to play and they fade away. So be on my side, baby, rest in my lonely room. Be on my side when your streets they are burning down and the walls they come down. Be on my side, baby, rest in my lonely room. Be on my side, be on my side. Be on my side, baby, rest in my lonely room. Be on my side, the walls they come down, spinning round.
So that's that song, Be On My Side, is coming out, what day? 11th of February. So that song and that video is going to be released out in the world. Thank you.
Music and songwriting has always played into my image making, and for the first time I will perform live with my band Rusty Truck and illustrate the intersection of creating. The band will play behind a scrim for part of the show, acting as a soundtrack to the films and photography projected in front of us. There will be moments of dramatic lighting, bringing the band in and out of the image, followed by a short Q&A with the audience. Our mantra is that process and creativity matter more than ever.
So that is thank you guys. That's a shameless plug for a show we're doing at the Midnight Theater. We scheduled for March 2nd, but there might be a little adjustment. And that's going to include Jacob Dylan's going to be there. And we'd love you all to come. So if you wouldn't, you guys can always email us at the studio or check out. I don't know if it's going to be on the 2nd, but I think it might. But around there. And it's kind of an incorporation of the photography, of the filmmaking, and then obviously like the band will be playing to the films and the photography. So we'd love to have you guys out. You can always reach us at the studio if you have any questions. I wanted to just, David, God bless you. Thank you, B&H. Thank God you're open. Not on Saturday. We're resting. But are there any questions I can answer? One question. What's next? What is next? Well, that is, gosh, you have to take me out for a drink. No, I'm kidding. We are working on a couple of big commercial stuff. I'm getting ready for the Oscars this year. It's our last year. We're putting out a book, Vanity Fair, that we've been designing and working on 10 years. I'm working on a personal project in Montana, which is a little bit top secret, but a new set of portraits. And just staying busy. Top secret, no hits? Huh? No hits for the top secret? Oh, yeah. Yeah, can't tell you now. You're going to love it, though. You're going to buy a lot of copies.
So if you had a choice, and do the music first, and then
not a chance. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I like the movement of photography. Like writing for me is a very intense, laborious process where I have to sit down. Photography is like freeing, right? Like you go out and take a picture, you're done, you move on, you go to the next thing, and it's kind of wonderful.
Hi, I'm curious about what kind of tips or tricks that work for you.
Kind of what?
What kind of tricks that you use as a photographer that help bring emotion out of your subjects?
Good question. That's a really, really invaluable. That is kind of the biggest tool that I use, and that is research and making somebody feel really comfortable. Setting an environment where there's a relationship kind of instantly. I find that if my subject feels as if I've done my homework and I almost kind of introduce myself as somebody who knows them, that there's a comfort to that, and that's really what I do. I try to have a lot of fun when I'm working too, so I don't try not to make it too serious. But then when I need to get serious, I can kind of move into that. Thank you.
How did you feel about the Boy Genius cover of Rolling Stone? The Boy Genius cover that took your...
Say it one more time.
The Boy Genius cover of Rolling Stone that just came out. Taking your...
I saw that. Flattery, of course. I'm honored. And it gets kind of exciting when you are old. No. Never old. I believe a couple of questions back here. Oh, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have a really great, crazy idea that you were very excited about and you took it to the client and they said, no way?
Oh, yeah.
Or the artist?
Oh, my God.
Like the shot
so
that got
many.
away?
I mean, I built $25,000 sets of my own money, and I've had an artist come in and go like, nah. I'm not going to put on a Humpty Dumpty outfit. I'm serious. But it's all in the delivery, right? Like if you have an idea, you have to build up to it. So there's like sketches and pictures and reasons why you're doing it, and kind of building like that dialogue. It's very much about rapport and about collaboration. So if they feel a part of the process, then things can kind of move in that direction. Not always fully, but yeah. Yes, sir.
So you have like a triangle. There's you, there's the artist, there's the magazine art director, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about striking that balance, because I can see where there's times where the artist is going to do what they're going to do, no matter what you want or the art director wants.
Sure.
Then there's times where the art director, you have an idea and the art director just won't go with it, but you bring it up to the artist.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get away with that? And how does that triangle work for you?
Well, it's all about being flexible. The key is that whoever the artist is going to kind of drive where the shoot goes once the shoot's happening. And it's the conversation with the creative team before is informing me what they want to see out of it. So you're really kind of caught in the middle, right? Like, you don't want to, I hope this answers your question, you don't want to forget about the client, which is the magazine or the client, the person that's hiring you, and the artist you've got to obviously get participation from. So it's a balance, right? So, it's a negotiation sometimes, but at the end of the day, an artist is going to decide how much he's going to do, and you got to make the best of it. I mean, I've been so disappointed sometimes, and I live with that, but you can never show it. That is right.
If you can talk about like a little bit of backstage story with Metallica and Dave, like we all know that like they used to get intoxicated before getting on the stage.
Say it again.
If you can talk a little bit about the backstage story with Metallica and Dave, like they used to get most of the time intoxicated. So how was the backstage most
intoxicated?
Getting stoned with the band? What's the question?
The question is for Metallica, like when he was shooting Metallica.
Oh, for Metallica. So for Metallica, they were getting intoxicated.
Oh, no, they weren't getting intoxicated. They were, you mean the shot? Oh, yeah, so that was just a visual idea that they had. And, I'd already had a couple of ideas that I wanted to do. When they told me that, I was thinking, your ego is a little bit like, you don't like my idea? Why this? You think it? But then I realized, like, when we lit it, it was kind of a shockingly good idea. And when people saw that, I think they even made it, we sold it to them for T-shirts. And I think that was a really big thing. My ego, I needed to drop my ego in a lot of situations because I want to work with people. I want to do great work with them. And they're artists, right? They have a visual language that they are used to. So, yeah, I mean, I think what happens now in music, because music's very different now, right? Like, musicians have creative teams and creative directors, and they're all trying to tell you what to do, so it gets a little sloppy. But in those days, when you were working like on the fly, it was. Is that for me? What is it? It's not a T-shirt, is it?
5 new cameras for you.
5 new cameras. Okay. Anybody else out there?
One more right here.
Right here.
I was just wondering, having worked so long in photography, have there been moments when you found yourself completely doubting your ability to continue taking photographs? And if and when those have occurred, how have you then sort of worked through those ruts to continue working?
Well, that's interesting. I have struggled with that. That's a really good question. And I think when I'm inactive is when I'm kind of, in that moment of like doubt, or when I, typically, I don't do it all the time. When I was starting out until probably pretty recent, I would just like drill myself after a shoot, like, why didn't you I should have done that. But, you know, that's the process, is never like letting yourself be satisfied with what you're doing. And also I feel like the minute that I'm kind of done with something, like for instance the stairwell project, when I was done with it, you couldn't pay me enough money to go in there and do another portrait. It was, you know, the project was over with. So I'm pretty good about cutting, you know, off a toe when after I'm done, you know, running on it and moving on to the next thing. I do have a lot of, you know, I have a good toolkit, so I do go back and I use things technically over again, but I try to rethink the language, you know, and use photography as more of a, you know, as more of a pen than, or as I said, a paintbrush, rather than like, you know, just going out and taking a picture. I always feel like if I don't go out and do something that I see, then that's what makes me miserable too.
All right,
That's a wrap?
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. You guys are great. Check out our site on Rusty Truck. Hope you guys can come to the Midnight Theater. It should be a lot of fun.
I'm going to send an invite out to everybody. We should all go.
Oh,
It'll be great.
everybody, you got to come.
It'll be fun. Drinks on Mark.
Everybody can have a drink on me.
One more question, but she screams so loud.
Give that person a microphone.
I was wondering why most of your photos are monochrome. Is that your favorite style?
So, you like monochrome or color better?
Oh!
Black and white. Sorry,
black and white or color. Gosh.
I see most of it black and white. Is that your preference?
Oh, that's kind of mean.
No, it's not mean, because I love shooting in black and white.
You know, I kind of picked the pictures to show you guys that I thought would be kind of the most entertaining and sort of tell the story of the chronology. You know, it's interesting. It's like I started off when I was 13 years old. You know, I went to the JCC in Houston, Texas to learn printing. And I just fell in love with process. I couldn't even take a picture. I couldn't even use a camera really until I was in college and I figured out sort of what I wanted to do. But I was more interested in the darkroom. So I always think I always had an affinity for the print, for the tactile experience of a print. And color can be that too. You know, like Eggleston is amazing, and you know, there's so many great color photographers. But I think I've always been attached to the darkroom.
Oh, thank you, because that's what I take most of my photos. I do a lot of black and whites, you know.
Yeah.
Like I've been doing that for 1 year, and I love it. Like color is not really my thing. It's too distracting.
Yeah. Okay.
And I love your monochromes.
Okay, well that's good to know. We're gonna think about that one for a minute. But you guys have a great night.
Hello? Check. No. Try this one. Okay. Ooh. All right. So we got a B&H $500 gift card. Not bad. You know what I always say? The nicest thing about a $500 gift card is if a lens is $1,000 and you're like, wow, it's really expensive. Now it's only $500. It's halfway. All right. We've got a Sony A7 Mark IV with the 24 or 28 to 70 lens. I think 2024 to 70. All right, we got a Canon EOS R6 with another lens, a 24 to 105 lens, which is an L lens, very sweet. And this is what we all need to organize our images on. How many terabytes is this thing? Yeah, it's like, it's like a G-RAID 2, 12 terabytes. So if Sam Hurd was using this hard disk, he would fill it up in about 2 weeks of shooting. And then we got the Nikon Z6. This is a badass little camera, and that's also with the kit with the 2470 as well. All right, so I know you're all excited to hear about the winners. Okay. All right, are we ready? So our first one up is abstract portrait. Boy, that Mark is a popular guy, huh? They're not letting him go. He's getting... The guy behind him just grabbed Mark Seliger's wallet. That's crazy. Okay. All right, Depth of Field Challenge 2023. Did you guys have fun doing the challenge? Right? How'd you like our sets? All right, you want to thank Brent was the brainchild behind most of the sets. Brent did a great job. Brent Eisler, our marketing department. All righty. This is it. This is abstract portrait. And the winner of abstract portrait is, and what does abstract portrait win? I forgot what the categories were corresponding. Could you run out and get the poster? There's a poster out there with all the categories. Abstract portrait, $500 gift card. All right, and this was from, I believe, was it Peibu? Peibu was the $500 gift card. Okay, the winner is, can we have a drum roll, please? Bella Bro! Woohoo! Congratulations, Bella. So, Bella, you get this giant fake gift card, but the real gift card. Hold on, Bella. That's a prop technically. That's the big one. And this is the actual real gift card. Congratulations, Bella Bro, guys. Thank you. Congratulations. You can have that. Sure. Okay, that's fun. All right. Congratulations. Great. By the way, good idea. Going circular like that? Nice. That's cool. Okay, Creative Light. And Creative Light was from what's the prize for Creative Light? You're not going to find it in that book. This was the Sony camera. Yeah, it's in the big poster. It's not in there. It's okay. All right, Creative Light. It's all about the Creative Light. And here we go. Alex Moina. Alex, that's some nice light. That's looking good. Wow. Oh, thank you. Is the Sony. Okay, and where is Alex here? He's not here? Oh, cool, I get a new camera. Great. All right, if anyone sees Alex, tell him I owe him a camera. I believe we have his email and phone number. Did you guys enter your phone numbers to the team? By the way, I don't think they're in the room, but big shout out to Laura and the Depth of Field Challenge team and Madeline Budd. Thank you. That was a lot of work. A lot of work. Okay, next up is fashion. And this is looking good. Are you guys ready for fashion? All right, here we go. Joanna Vargas. Nice. Cool. Using the spot. Is Joanna here? That's you? I have to check your ID card. I'm sorry. Joanna Vargas. Okay, there we go. Congratulations. And that is the win for fashion. That's big. That's the Canon R6 with 24-105L lens. That is a nice camera. Well done. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Joanna, huh? Pretty cool. Okay. The next one, environmental portrait. Oh, this is, okay, so the environmental portrait, it's a Godox Blu-ray kit named after Blu-ray, which is one of our speakers today, yesterday and today. You guys meet Blu-ray? Okay, anyway, he developed his own lights and he told Godox what he wanted and they made him a kit. But we don't have it for you here today because it's TTL flash and you have to let us know whether you shoot Canon, Nikon, Olympus, Pentax, Deerdorf, Hasselblad, whatever you shoot with, we'll match it. So the winner for environmental portrait is Adriana Palmer. Congratulations, Adriana Palmer. Are you here, Adriana? All right, we'll be emailing you to find out how we're going to get that remote. Congratulations. Next up is Shebang Headshot. And check this out. Guess who judged the headshot category? Peter Hurley. Exactly. Is there anybody else who would shoot the headshot portrait? Okay, here we go. Shebang, Henry Marte. All right. Henry, do you shoot a lot? Are you a prodigious shooter? Sometimes. Do you shoot RAW and JPEG?
I shoot RAW.
You shoot RAW? Well, good. You're going to need it because we got a 12 terabyte drive. We expect to see this filled up when you come back to the next Depth of Field.
Quick
Right on. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Good job. Great headshot, too. Beautiful shot. Well done. We get the expression. There was a little bit of squinch happening. All right, so the next category is wedding. And wow, interesting. This one wasn't shot in the flower wall that we meticulously brought. Okay, ready for the wedding one? This is key. And this one actually has a really cool dude's motorcycle in the photo. Steven Svoboda. That's a cool shot. That's a cool shot. Is Steven here? No, he's not here. This was this is for the Nikon Z6 kit. All right, it's too bad he's not here. Oh, he is here. What's that? We need an officiator. We need Laura or Mad Bud here to.
Yeah, I'm Steven Svoboda, and that's not my picture.
You're Steven Svoboda. That's not your picture, but that's your picture.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, let's just get a final ruling on this. If you could run and get Mad Bud or Laura. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna hold on 1 second to make sure that it's not. These are the things that come back to haunt me in the office a week later. This is like an Eminem song. Will the real Steven Svoboda please step up? Okay, this is the last category. So Steven, hang out. Everybody else, it has been an honor and a privilege to bring you Depth of Field 2023. So good to be back in person. I hope you had a blast. Remember to hashtag BHGOF. We'll be sending out an email with all the videos so you can watch them, and also an invite. If you're here in New York, let's go crash the party with Mark. He's actually a great singer. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We love you. Thank you.